eyes even yawned. I traced the lines, a subtle shift to patient, slow, unhurried gift. Each stroke, each note, a whispered plea, building worlds for none to see. And the doubt can creep in deep while the city falls asleep, but a fire burns within the soul, making broken pieces whole. These unseen hours, a steady hand across the canvas, through the sand. Years of practice, a silent vow. This is where the magic's now. It's a love song to the craft we hold, more precious than any gold. The midnight oil, a fading gleam, chasing down a waking dream, revising lines 1,000 times, perfecting rhythms, searching rhymes. No audience, no standing ovations, just honest, quiet dedication. And the doubt can creep in deep while the city falls asleep, but a fire burns within the soul, making broken pieces whole. These unseen hours, a steady hand across the canvas, through the sand. Years of Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
Welcome to the Upscale Conference 2026 in San Francisco. Day 1, June 3rd. I'm Aaliyah Taylor, community builder, experiential marketer, and most importantly, your host for today. And you are exactly where you need to be right now. We are coming to you live from the Midway in San Francisco, where the AI creator world has shown up in one room. The energy outside is electric. Attendees are arriving, conversations are happening in line, and people are so excited for the day to begin. Be sure to follow along with us on Instagram and X at Upscale Conference. Drop your reactions in the chat and tag us in everything. We want to hear from you. But first, my partner in crime is live on the ground in the chaos. Chris, what are you seeing at the door?
Welcome to Upscale Conference San Francisco 2026. We are at the epicenter of AI, technology, and design here at the beautiful Midway. It is our second time here in San Francisco, and we have an amazing day of speakers, panels, workshops. It is going to be incredible. I'm so excited to be back here in front of the beautiful new Magnific logo. Take a look at that. Now, it's a very simple check-in process. We have some people lined up from all around the world here to attend, so I'll quickly show you what it's like to check in here. We're going to come to our amazing Magnific team and ask for a little help checking in. I would show them my QR code, come over here with my device, scan it, and then they'd hand me my amazing this year's new badge. Look at that thing. I mean, incredible, beautiful. I'm going to let you hold on to that, though, so I don't walk around with it all day. Now we'll take a look around and see who's inside. Oh, some people walk through. Come on in. People are coming in left and right. It's a very exciting day ahead of us. So come in here through the new Magnific gates. Incredible. Now, every person that gets a ticket to Upscale receives an amazing merch pack. Our friend Bianca behind the scenes makes amazing merch. I mean, that alone is a reason to come here. I come here just for the socks sometimes. So we'll come inside and I'll show you the amazing merch kit that you get with your ticket. I do have to get in line though. I can't cut the line. I'm important, but not that important. Hey, how's it going? Can I please get a large merch pack, please? You are live, by the way. So, with the merch pack, you get this amazing tote. This is the Upscale tote. Now look at that. Look around, cool branding. Now let me open up what is inside. Alrighty. Here we go. First, you get your prompts hoodie. Look at this thing. I'm gonna put this down for one moment. Boom. But you also get some sweet little stickers, if I could find them in this bag in a fast amount of time. Alrighty. Here we go. My favorite sticker, the send nodes. This is an amazing merch pack, amazing stuff here. Now the newly Magnific stage, which is outside here, you can see me on the screen behind us. It's a little delayed, but you can see me on the screen here. We'll have some amazing speakers, amazing creators showing you their workflows and how to use AI to the best of your advantage. So we'll come over here and we'll ask some people where they're coming from around the world and see what they're here for. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Hello there.
I would like to ask you a quick question. Where are you coming from?
London.
And is this your first Upscale?
It's my second one.
Second one.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what brought you out here this year?
I mean, all the amazing people, the stuff you learn.
Okay.
Yeah, hanging out with you.
That is an actual perk you get from attending Upscales. You get to hang out with me. Now, I might be busy running around doing this, but you also get to talk to me. So we'll keep going inside. I know my friend Blacklight doesn't want to talk, so I'm going to keep going inside, and we'll show you the venue and how amazing it is. Let's go up these stairs. I know we have a little walk to go here. Yeah. Boom. Awesome. Now, Midway has amazing art shows here, amazing venue, music stuff, but today it is all about Upscale. Now, let's ask somebody else what they're up to. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
What are you here attending for?
I'm pretty much here because of the crossover between AI and education. That's what I'm really looking to get into. So I'm trying to find what schools would actually connect with and what students should be looking at.
And what do you do for a living?
I teach on the side, and then I'm doing AI consulting for schools, pretty much.
And what got you into AI?
Oh, the surrealism. It's totally the surrealism. It's the weird. I love the weird.
Stuff like Dolly, early Dolly?
Oh, early Dolly, the early GANs, Stable Diffusion 1.5 was gold. Yeah. So
Well, I hope you have a great time here at the event. Thank you for talking. Yeah, be well. Oh, we have another friend over here. Jan over here. Jan Cardenas. Pleasure to meet you.
It's amazing to be here. How you been?
Good. Where are you coming from?
I live in Vancouver, but I'm from Mexico, and I'm so excited to be here.
And this is your first Upscale.
This is my first one, and I saw you the first one. I said I gotta be there.
And what made you come out here today? What is the exact reason? What brought you here?
Well, it's really amazing. All the conferences are gonna be great. All the great creators are here, so it's like the best event of the year.
Is there a speaker that you're really excited to see?
I'd love to see Rourke, and I want to see. Well, there's so many. Tech Hala.
Tech Hala is amazing. Tech Hala is one of my first actual AI friends I've ever made, and he's here today. That's why you need to be here.
I know.
But-
It's a pleasure to see you, my friend, as always.
Jan, good to see you.
Bye-bye. Good to see you.
Speaking of amazing creators, I have one right to the right of me right now who I'm going to pull into frame. What's going on? This is Sebastian Jeffries.
What's up? How we doing?
You might know him from being on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, doing amazing content around generative AI. What brought you out here today?
Just to see the lovely Magnific family, all the amazing creators, all the talks. It's going to be amazing.
And you're also giving a workshop, I think a talk later today, tomorrow?
Tomorrow we're doing a little live demonstration on how we go from a sketch to a full video trailer, which we did in partnership with Grok as well, which is amazing. All done inside of Magnific. So.
Amazing. And if people want to find you, where can they find you?
At Sebastian on Instagram, and then everywhere else, Sebastian Jeffries.
Amazing. Well, Sebastian, good to see you.
Nice.
Good friend and also great creator. We'll go inside now. Now, we'll come inside here. This is where everybody will enter the event today. People will walk in through these beautiful gates and enter into the venue. Now, there's a bunch of ways you could go throughout the event. You could go this way to the workshops where people will be teaching you hands-on. You bring out your laptop and create live with these amazing educators. You could also stop by immediately the Magnific booth. The Magnific booth has members from the team, and you could ask deep dive questions about the tool and what it has to offer. So we'll slide in past this crowd and move in through it quickly. Oh, excuse me really quickly. I'm so sorry. No worries, no worries. So first we're going to stop at the Magnific booth and talk to my good friend Isa. So we'll come over this way. Now Isa, how are you?
Yourself.
So Isa, tell us what you do at Magnific.
Hold on, let me put on my thinking glasses first. There you go. So I'm what they call an AI creative consultant. So I basically help enterprise clients unblock themselves with some creative puzzles, let's say.
Amazing. And what got you into Magnific?
A lot of my own creations online, and they found me and they hired me. They're like, we love what you do. But the platform itself is the ease of use that really made me choose Magnific as a platform rather than others.
Amazing, amazing. And now, if you had to give a person one reason to attend, what would it be?
Listen, I can't just give one reason, so I'll give you a couple. So that, first of all, the networking, right? The people you meet here, you don't meet them everywhere else. It's really like there's people from Spain, from Europe here, from the East Coast, from the West Coast. I'm from the East Coast myself, East Side. Yeah. And other than that, there's also just, you know, a bunch of inspiration as well. Like you have creative partners like Chris here. He's very humble with the mic today, but usually he's the one being interviewed. So just a bunch of creative people, and I know you need to go.
No, it's okay. No.
So I'll say one last thing. It's really one of those once a year, twice a year events that you need to be at. Yep. There's so many surprises. You sometimes get some free perks. Not going to say what this year, but yeah, you should be here.
A bunch of surprises got up our way. So thank you, Issa. I'll see you later today. So now you saw Aaliyah earlier. Where was she working? Well, we'll show you inside the live stream room, a little bit behind the scenes. This is where we will be having a bunch of amazing interviews online that you will be able to see exclusively on stream. So we'll come in here and I'll show you behind the scenes. Hi, Aaliyah.
Hi,
How
friends.
are you? We are live. We are showing a little bit behind the scenes here. This is where all of the amazing team is. Show the amazing team. I mean, these people are the reason behind all this stuff, making it happen. Say hello, hello, hello. They are our saints. They make my job a lot easier because I don't have to think. I just walk around and talk. They have to do all the hard work. So thank you guys. Thank you very, very much for everything. Now we will keep moving through the venue space. Now, there's a bunch of different areas in this venue that you could attend to. Behind me is the sponsors area where you can see all of the amazing sponsors that make this event happen. People from Vidu, Minimax, FOW, everybody here helps contribute to make this event possible. But we also have a little VIP section, which maybe I will show you tomorrow. But over here, we have the best coffee around from Vidu. They are providing us with one of the best coffee machines ever. It powers this entire event beyond the sponsors as well. So we'll keep coming through this way. And now we are going to go to the stage. This is the main stage where you hear from amazing speakers like Joaquin Cuenca. You'll also hear from Martin LeBlanc, the CEO and CXO of Magnific. You'll also hear from, here, try to move through this crowd. You also hear from Eliza McNitt, who worked on her own film Ancestra, which is a collaboration with Google DeepMind. So you'll be hearing from a lot of amazing speakers on the stage. Now, as you come in here, you will see this amazing venue. People are beginning to fill in now because we all are starting very shortly. As people fill in, this will be an electric room. We will also show you a little bit behind the scenes as we walk towards the back and see what line is. Hopefully he's back there. We'll make it back there now. I mean, this venue is real. I mean, you should see it from the beginning of Upscale and what it is now. This event continues exciting. I remember being here a year ago, and it was half the size, and now it's double the size, double the fun, and more amazing speakers. So now we're making our way to the back, and make sure I don't bump into the other people that are also very important making this event happen. So excuse me. Hello, everybody back here. I'm sorry to I know you guys have a lot to do back here. But we are just showing a little bit behind the scenes. Now, this is what they see before they go on stage. We're making our way back into the green room. I don't want to bother them too much, but let's see if we can bother Linus just a moment before he goes live. Hello. Oh, we have you again. Oh, look what we have. We have amazing people back here. Have anybody seen Linus back here?
He was outside.
He was outside. Is he on stage? I don't know. But we have Onice here, an amazing good friend of mine who's an awesome creator. Where can they find you online, Onice?
Instagram, TikTok.
Onice652?
Yes, sir.
You can find him everywhere online, amazing content. I will say one more person back here. Excuse me, do you mind asking a question real quick? Alrighty. Tell us your name and what are you here for?
Hi, I am Eliza McNitt, and I am a speaker, and I am back here rehearsing my talk.
Eliza, you worked on Ancestra, correct?
Yeah, I did.
And that's a collaboration with Google DeepMind.
Yes, it's a collaboration with Primordial Soup, which is Darren Aronofsky's AI studio, and Google DeepMind and Creative Lab. And,
Amazing, amazing. So what inspired you to make that film?
my birth and my mom being a badass and bringing me into the universe.
Awesome, that's amazing. Well, we're very excited to see you talking a little bit later today. I wish you the best.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited. Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the mic.
I'm literally practicing right now.
All right, we'll let you practice. I'm sorry about that. We'll let you go. Eliza, so nice to meet you. I'll see you later today. And now I think we'll pass it back to Aaliyah, and we'll go from there. So guys, have a great day. Enjoy the event, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Is this for the live stream?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Did you just see that? Things are getting very real very fast here at Upscale Conference 2026 San Francisco. For everyone at home, Chris just showed you what it looks like when 900 plus people come into one building and one room around AI and they show up. The energy out there is electric. You can feel it even through the screen, and we are just getting started. I have been watching the chats and the comments, and I can tell you guys came ready today. This is exactly the energy that we need in the room right now. Today is not a passive experience. Whether you are here in person or watching at home from your couch, you are a part of this. So stay locked in. It's about to get really, really good. Here's what today looks like for those of you who are following along from home. We kick off at 9:30 with Linus with a welcome keynote. Then we go into a really strong morning block. We have Joaquin Cuenca, Dar Sleeper, Nice Aunties, and Noah Wagner all hitting the main stage. There will be a midday break around 12:30, and then our afternoon lineup gets even heavier. We have Kevin Luce, Casey Newton, Paul Trio, and Martin LeBlanc are all coming through. Linus closes out the day around 4:30, but we have a lot in store until then. And for you, specifically watching at home, I'll be pulling speakers into this room to do one-on-one interviews. Chris will be your eyes and ears on the floor. I will be your eyes and ears in here. And between the two of us, you are genuinely not going to miss a thing. So basically, do not touch that tab. You are exactly where you need to be right now. Before we get into it, I need you guys to do one thing for me. Go to the live chat right now and drop your city, drop your country, tell me where you're watching from. Do you have a coffee? Do you have an iced matcha? We want to hear from you. Let us see how far this thing travels. Keep your questions coming throughout the day. We are reading everything. Tag Upscale Conf and whatever you post. And if something today genuinely moves you, do me a favor and share it. That is how this community keeps growing. All right, Linus is about to take the stage and officially open Upscale Conference 2026 very, very soon. Stay with us. Day one starts soon.
창밖은 조용해 서울의 아침 햇살 따스한 커피 한 잔 내 손에 감싸 안아 느릿한 주말의 속도 창가에 기대 앉아 흐릿한 유리창 너머 보이는 풍경들 시간은 멈춘 듯 이 순간이 영원하게 소소한 행복에 잠겨 나른한 오후의 노래 네 생각에 미소 짓네 나의 오후 오래된 노래가 흘러 낡은 라디오처럼 고요한 카페 안에서 마음을 쉬게 해 추억이 스며드는 듯 천천히 젖어들어 흐릿한 유리창 너머 보이는 풍경들 시간은 멈춘 듯 이 순간이 영원하게 소소한 행복에 잠겨 나른한 오후의 노래 네 생각에 미소 짓네 아무 말 없이도 서로를 알아 이 고요함이 좋아 이 순간이 영원하게 소소한 행복에 잠겨 나른한 오후의 노래 네 생각에 미소 짓네
Humans and Robots. Please welcome Linus Eckenstam, your host for Upscale Conf.
All right. Jesus. All right. How are we doing this morning? Welcome to San Francisco and the 4th installation of Upscale Conference. Wow. So nice to see a lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. We are a little bit of a traveling circus. I say that in a good way. We've come a far away to where we are today, yet we ended up here at the Midway. No pun intended. I'm a dad. I do a lot of bad dad jokes, as you might. Yes, thank you. Let's get the energy levels up. We thought that creativity is something that is hard, right? We chose a profession that is difficult. And why do we create? Anyone? Speak up. Why do you create? I want to hear words. Express yourself, communicate. I create because I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed with what's out there, and I want to do better. And I think that resonates with a lot of people. We also tend to get frustrated and focus too much on the output, and we forget the primary reasons why we create. For me, when I'm doing something, if it's drawing, if it's prompting, if it's sitting in Photoshop, or sitting in other tools, like the one we have here, let's get it up, I observe. I think this is something that we forgot along the way. We forgot that the act of drawing, the act of doing, the act of creating is to observe, to look. You see, it's not about the output. I can spend an hour drawing a portrait of my wife, and she will be handed a stick figure. I'm not good at drawing, not at all. I've been a professional designer for 20 years, but I don't know how to draw for shit. But what I do when I spend an hour looking at her is I'm observing. I'm observing how she looks, her little quirks, the smile on her face, the things that I love about her. And that's intentional. It's not about the output per se. Again, I would deliver a stick figure and be quite happy about it. But it's about the act of observing. And I think with these modern tools that we have today, we get too lost in the process of just pressing a button and hoping for the best, that we forget to observe. I want to make sure that you understand that we're trying to put the creator back in the center of all of this. We want you to have the tools that you need when you need them, and for them to disappear when you don't need them. And this is the primary reason I think that we should create, to learn, to observe. Okay, so we have a jam-packed couple of days here. I'm not going to lie. I'll try to look at the schedule and figure out how am I even going to talk about this on stage this morning. It's too difficult to get it into one line. But I do want to credit the creators of the intro that you guys saw. I want to do that first so I don't forget about it. And it's an intro video that's done and directed by New Bikini Studio & Co. It's a multidisciplinary design studio from Bogota in Colombia. And they are trying to blend this kind of new way of doing things with old traditional filmmaking. Bold digital experiences with visually striking stories. And the art direction was done by Nubia Navarro, and the motion design was done by Camila Martin. So big hands for them. Thank you so much for doing that for us last minute. There are 3 stages you need to be aware of. Stage number 1 is this one, where you're going to see me a few times, hopefully not too much, because we have other people that are supposed to be up here. We have the Magnific stage, which is outside where you enter through that Magnific portal that we have, the black one. It's on the left there. There's going to be a handful of things going on throughout the day. Even when there's programming in here, there's going to be things looping outside of there. And there's the workshop stage, which you will find in the far end. When you enter the hallway, you go down to your left, and in the far back, there's a workspace room. The merch shop, you all get goodie bags and stuff when you enter, so please make sure you grab that before they run out. They shouldn't run out. There's so many of them. I have videos of us putting it together. There's a lot of them, so you will have one. But if you want to buy other merch, the shop is out here in the hallway as well. The socks are really nice. I have a couple of those. The staff that you will see wearing is not wearing this one. They're wearing maroon shirts and pink lanyards. They are here at your disposal, so please use them. They are also the people that have made this whole thing possible. We also have the AV team and the sound team, but the staff from Magnific is the people that make this experience possible for you, but then you make it possible for us to even do this. So if you see them, grab them, say thank you, and they will say thank you back to you. Yes. We obviously also have an amazing list of sponsors and partners. Google Cloud is sponsoring the rooftop they will find outside, which is also one of the lunch stations. We have a bunch of companies out here in the foyer, FAL, Minimax. I'll mention them throughout the day so you'll know. They're really nice partners to us, and we thank them as well. Thank you for being here, and we really appreciate it. The lunch stations are spread this year because we're quite a few people, right? So we're going to have to figure out where to go. So it's the rooftop, the hallway, near the workshops, the patio, and the prompting lounge. The prompting lounge, I think, if I get this right, is across the hallway. So we have that out of the way. Coffee as well. We learned from our mistakes. We are a growing endeavor. And last year at the SF Jazz, we had a little bit of a queue for coffee. So this year there's more stations. And one is out here in the prompting lounge, and it's sponsored by Vidu. And then we have boba drinks in the afternoon, sponsored by FAL. Thank you, yes. And lunch is happening 12:30. So don't we'll feed you, don't worry. You'll be satisfied. We have so many speakers. I want to mention them by name. I've written a long list here, and all of these people are people I admire. I know a lot of you might also admire them. We took quite a lot of attention this year to find and get people to actually come here. It's pretty hard. Everyone is busy. We have Dar Sleeper from 1X is going to come and talk. We have nice aunties all the way from Singapore. Woo! We have Eliza McNitt, who you might know from that video last year with Aaron Aronofsky. We have Kevin Rose and Casey Newton doing an interview later this afternoon with Joaquin Cuenca. We have Paul Trillo, amazing artist as well. Jamie Gannon, David Forero, Simon Ferretti, Javi de la Chica, Guillermo Miranda, David Gomez Rosado, Glenn Weston, Rourke Heath, where are you, Rourke? Woo! And Julianne Durand, amongst others. There's way more, but I'm super excited to have all of you here. Many of you have become friends over the years as this circus continues to travel the world. We have coming up, I have a few more seconds here. I'm just going to keep it tight. Is there anything you want to know from me? Anything that's unclear? I were recording you for the social media team because they asked me to. Woo! I think another thing that we also would like to do is the reason why we're putting the show together is for you. And we don't say that as a cliche, we say that because we mean it. One of the biggest things that happens in conferences like this is the people that you meet, the randomness and the serendipity of the asks that you put out there. And if it wasn't for you, this would not be possible. So thank you so much for coming, and give yourself a pat on the back. Make sure you actually try to make connections. I mean, a lot of you are here with your friends. Maybe you came in a crew, you came with your job. I would urge you to take a random person today or two, just tell them who you are, why are you here, if there's anything they can help you with, tell them, I'm here because I'm looking for X, Y, and Z. And maybe that person doesn't know, but they might know someone who does. And this is how we do conferences, this is why we network, and this is why it's so important to see each other in person. Because these things are really hard to do when you're stuck on LinkedIn. We have coming up after me now, Joaquin Cuenca and Martin LeBlanc, who will show and talk about some of the new things that Magnific is launching. I'm not going to spill the beans, I'm going to allow them to do that. And after that, we're going to have the first talk of the day. after the keynote, which is Dar Sleeper from 1X Technologies. And he's going to talk about the robot that they're building. Yeah, robots. Guys, are we ready for this? Woo! And then afternoon, we have Kevin Rose and Casey Newton from Hardfork interviewing Cuenca as well. But in between, we're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to see more of me. Don't escape this venue. If you need anything, come to me, come to the maroon pink lanyard people, and we'll make sure you have a good time. Does that sound good? Yeah? Okay, get the energy levels up, and a big, big, big applause for Joaquin Cuenca. Thank you so much this morning. Thank you. Woo!
Please welcome Joaquin Cuenca, the CEO of Magnific.
Welcome, everyone. How are you feeling today? Good. I hope you are feeling magnificent. See what I did there? Okay, you're going to hear that one more than once. You all know that we started 15 years ago. We started this company as Freepik. You know what we did? We were a search engine. We help people find free pictures. And the name was absolutely spot on, extremely appropriate. But over the years, things changed. You know about that more than anyone. You know that we have been adding new tools to the platform, tools that empower you, tools that help you do more things. We enable the option to create worlds, the option to create images, to create videos, to create flows. And at some point, we are discussing what are we doing here? Are we still providing free pictures? Are we doing more than that? Is the name really a reflection of who we are? And we reached the conclusion that even though the original goal of the company was still spot on, we were here to help creatives. The tools that we were using were no longer reflected in our name, in our brand. So our goal was now not just to give people free pictures, it was to help people feel great about the work that they do, to feel proud of what you create. And therefore, we decided to do a rebranding. It's actually not a rebranding. For us, it was more a relaunch of the company under a new brand, which is Magnific. You know that at the last Upscale, I mentioned that we have been adding new tools at a pace of one every 3 days. Now we are adding an average of a new tool every day. The pace is increasing. And you know this little rush of adrenaline when you launch a new tool, you are excited? That's nothing compared to the excitement that you get when a user comes to you and tells you that they use Magnific to create something that was meaningful to them. That we were able to help them express their ideas, okay? And we are extremely grateful that more than 1 million subscribers are trusting the platform every day. It's a big step. You can clap. 1 million is a big number. Come on. A few years ago, I was talking with my co-founder, and we made this little bet that one day we'll get here to 1 million. He thought I was full of rubbish, but we made it. So congratulations. It's a success that is not only on us, it's also on you. We arrived to this point thanks to you. Remember, everybody, that we are a bootstrap company. We started as a small company in Spain. We never received external investment. So everything that we have achieved is thanks to the people that trust us along the way. Okay. Here we say that we believe that AI should augment your vision. We don't believe that AI should be the center of the discussion. We believe that AI is a tool. Okay? AI is a tool that will empower you to crystallize your ideas. it should give you more options, and it should help you show others what is in your head. Okay? There are many reactions today in the world to AI, and not all of them are positive. Okay? Many people are afraid. When people look at AI and they ask themselves, is this going to hurt me? Is it going to take my place in the world? Okay? But I think that fundamentally, when creatives look at a new tool, that's not their natural reaction. Okay? When creatives look at a new tool, they think, what can I do with it? Okay? What are the new things that I can create now that this thing exists? And I think the big difference is to feel in control. Okay? Control converts fear into curiosity. Control is what makes you understand that this is a tool and that you have agency. You have the agency to use this tool or any other tool to do things that bring you joy, to do things that helps others see through your eyes, okay? And that helps others understand what you are thinking. And that's the message that we want to share with our community. Is we are only a tool, and we are not at the center of the discourse. It's you and your vision is the thing that stays at the center. And we are here to provide you control over this tool, so you don't feel that the tool is actually controlling you. Okay? And that's the core thing that we think can flip the message that is going nowadays in the industry. But AI tools today, they are not flawless. There is a big problem with them, is that more often than not, you ask them for something, and they take some freedom along the way. And very often they land into an image, a video, that is not what you wanted. Okay? AI today is used to give you like the result. It's like asking AI to help you with an exam and getting out the answers, and you don't want the answer. You want to think for yourself. You want to understand the process. AI today usually doesn't remember who you are, doesn't remember what you did in the past, doesn't remember your preferences. It's like one shot. And AI today cannot use the tools that you love, that you are used to. It's a little bit handicapped. We are changing that today. Okay? Today, we are connecting the AI that you use with the creative tools that you have. We are making AI remember who you are. We are making it remember what are your past decisions. And we are making AI that works giving you the flows that make your creations. Not only your creations. We are making AI that is going to help you create processes that you can review and you can change and you are in control.
Everything about making is changing, except the part that's yours. The vision, the taste, the judgment, the sense of when something is right and when it still needs work. Every era brought new tools for everything else. Agents are this era's. You stay at the center, directing. Make it magnific.
Make it magnific. We are bringing to the platform a new generation of agents. We build agents that will work in the background and that will create images and videos, but will be explicit about how they create it, so that you can go in and change anything that you don't like. Agents, for those who don't know what they do, they work in a loop, usually take control of how many steps they take, they can create things, they can review what they create, and they can iterate on those creations. What we want is, at the end of the execution, we want to make you understand what the agent did and give you the control to change any particular step, because you will need to change it, because the agent is not going to land exactly where you want it. Yeah? You need this control. You need to stay at the steering wheel. Projects are are a pretty complex beast. Okay, those who have worked on complex projects, they know that you have to create characters, you have to create locations. There are many, many assets that you need to coordinate. Okay? And just asking AI, hey, make me a prompt to do something, is a little shortcut, but it's not good enough. We want agents that deeply understand what is in your project, that understand how it's organized, to really help you with all the bureaucracy that goes into the project and frees even more time for you to create and to bring forward your vision. We are making agents available on the Freepik website. We are also making agents available in ChatGPT, in Claude, in Gemini, in Perplexity. We tested over 15 different harnesses. So it's going to be available everywhere. You can use like your favorite AI harness, or you can go directly to our website and use the agents on our website. This is enabled thanks to the MCP protocol. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's kind of USB for AI. It's a protocol that helps AI understand how you can use Magnific. And over MCP, the AI will have access to absolutely everything there is in Magnific, including your usage reports, including your folders, including your accounts, including who are your colleagues, absolutely everything. This is not just an agent that will help you create some videos. It's fundamentally can take over all your usage of Magnific. But I mentioned before that we want agents to provide clarity. We want agents to be transparent into what they do. So we are extremely excited about the combination of agents and spaces. If you remember, we launched Spaces a few months ago. Spaces is a way to codify a workflow. And an agent can now fully create a space. Why are we doing this? Because very often agents do not get, because it's not magic, 100% of what you want. They are going to fail, that's for sure. Yeah? So you need to be able to step in the middle. You need to be able to steer it where you want. Yeah? And Spaces is the tool that we use to explain to you what were the steps that we're taking. So how it works is that you are going to start a conversation with an agent, and the agent will create a space. Yeah? You can call it a space, you can call it a workflow. In this space, everything is connected. You can clearly see, okay, here I have a prompt. With this prompt, I generate an image. I'm going to upscale this image. I'm going to combine it with this other image, and I'm going to generate this video here. And this is the thing that is not working. I want to change here the visual style. And you can do that at any time. Okay? That's great by itself, but we started getting feedback from users. It's like, Spaces is great, it's awesome for all the creatives that are using it. But how about the other 90% of the organization? What about the users? Like, Spaces is a little bit like giving them the source code of a program. It's too detailed. I don't want the non-creatives to be able to change the inner steps. There's a point where the space is finished, is done, and I get into usage. Okay, so we took the space, and we created something that allows you to encapsulate that space. Okay? Let me show you. Oh, this is how Spaces look like, by the way. I step a little bit ahead of myself. I'm going to play this video for those of you who don't know how it works. So as I mentioned, it allows you to connect all the tools, assistants, LLMs, VLMs, upscalers, video generators. It's really a phenomenal tool. It's also pretty good at helping you draft the story. Okay? So as I mentioned, with the agent, you create a space, and then you can use it back from the agent. Once the space is created, you can use that space as if it was a program. Okay? You don't look any longer at the source code. You are just using it as a user. So every space that you create, becomes an artifact that can be invoked by your agent. Becomes an artifact that can be used by any other user in your organization. Becomes an artifact that is automatically exposed in the API. So it's like a new programming language for your creatives. They can create new programs with spaces that can be used by the whole organization. We are calling that flows. So with spaces, you create workflows, and the user are going to use those flows to customize their images. It's very simple. When you create a workflow, you will have a few nodes. There are the input nodes. You mark them. It can be text, it can be image, it can be video. And there will be one node that is the output node. It can be a video, it can be an image. You only need to select those nodes, give it a name, and publish. Bam. And it's available in the API, it's available to other agents, it's available to the other users in the organization. Okay? It's a phenomenal new tool to scale up the creativity in your companies, in your enterprises. So as I said, the Magnific agents, they're not a black box. Agents are transparent into what they create, gives you control, and allows you to customize absolutely everything that we create.
Agents can now connect with Magnific from Claude, ChatGPT, or from Magnific's web UI. All made possible by the Magnific MCP. Ask for anything, and Magnific picks the right model and brings the result back. For complex jobs, describe the goal, and the agent plans and runs every step, from first image to final result. With access to projects and your history on Magnific, the agents can make intelligent decisions. And when you want to go deeper, take the work into spaces. Build a workflow once, save it, and run it from any agent. This is Magnific, wherever you work.
Okay, you may be thinking, those are a lot of words, but in practice, what does it mean? How do you use that? Okay? We made a little film, as many of you have done. Okay? We call this film Candela. So I kind of struggle to translate this to English. I think a good translation is embers. Okay, so embers is, when you have a fire, when you have some logs that are burning, at the end, when the log turns gray and at the end of their life, you still have some warmth inside. Okay? It's a film where we wanted to explore what happens when, life becomes a bit more gray and you don't even remember who you are. There's still some fire in you. Where does this fire come from? It also explores like a very nice tradition that we have in Spain. In Spain, the 24th June, we go to the beach, we lit up a fire, we have some drinks with friends, and at midnight, we jump over the fire. So we combine it, it's very identitary, with this story. And I hope this story will make you think about what are your life experiences. To us, it's very important to remember that the big difference with AI is that we have our own experiences. We are unique in our own way. And if you want, at the end of your life, to have some warmth inside you, that warmth comes from what you lived, okay? All the fires along the way. So we hope that you will enjoy this little short. And before we see the short, Martin LeBlanc is going to show you how you can create something like this in Magnific. Thank you.
Please welcome Martin LeBlanc, Chief Experience Officer of Magnific.
Hi guys, are you excited? So before we see the short film, I'm going to go through sort of like a hands-on demo of how agents work and how flows work. And we're going to see sort of like how you build a project like that with a team, with a full script and everything. I have pre-recorded the demo, and I'm going to go through all the steps. So, because when you work with video, of course, it takes a long time to generate the videos, and we can't wait for that. So, for the sake of like you like understanding like what the product can do, I have pre-recorded and I just sped up all the process of generation. But I'm going to take it like one step at a time and explain everything in details. So as Joaquin mentioned, we have integration with Claude. So I'm going to show Claude, but it also works with ChatGPT, and we'll have more third-party apps included. But I'm going to show you sort of like just the process here. So for example, here we are starting a chat in Claude. We have connected the Magnific MCP. And the first step I'm going to do is I'm going to start creating this project. And I'm just going to ask it to create a project in Magnific, including a set of folders that I need for this film project, for example, for characters, locations, and so on. So it's now creating my project, setting up all the folders in the whole structure. And even if a project is one call and setting up the folders is the second call, the power of agents is that it can do multiple steps. So you can just say in natural language, set this up, and then it will figure out all the different steps. So that's step number one. So now we have sort of like a foundation. Now you can see here, for example, this is on Magnific. So you have basically like the web UI is fully synchronized with what you're seeing in Claude. That also means that if you have team members who don't want to use Claude or agents, they still see everything that the agent is doing, right? So it's fully synchronized real time. I can now invite my teammates to this project so we can all collaborate on the same project. And I think personally, I'm also, a creator myself. I really don't like the idea that when we're working with AI, that is like a single-player thing. It's like a one-person company and so on. It's not exciting for me. I think like the really creative ideas comes when you have multiple people working together and you bounce ideas off each other. So we're also building this product with the mindset that we want people to collaborate and get creative together. The next step here is this is really interesting because we have a script for this short film. And I can now start building the context. So everything we're going to work on from here, I'm providing the script. This is like a Word file. I'm just going to give that to the agent. So it's going to read the full script of the story and I'm asking it to break down into the different parts. So we're kind of creating this kind of creative Bible. Like, who are the characters? What are the locations? What's the storyline? So it now has the full context of this short film we're going to make. And what this does is that it now creates a foundation. So every time we're going to create images and so on, and it's building my prompts, it's now going to understand like how the characters look, what are the time we are at, and so on. So it has the full context of the film. I'm now providing this into Claude. So now it's like in the context of just this chat. But let's say I want to have the context be aware, be shared with the whole team. I can also go into Magnific and then create what we call a custom agent. So a custom agent is an agent that you can customize for a project. And then, for example, here I'm just like building an agent specifically for this short film. I'm giving it maybe you can put in a system prompt. So you can say, whenever you are generating video, always use happy horse. Whenever you generate video, always use sea dance. So you can pick like specific models. So everything is like controlled for that specific project. Also here, I'm also attaching a file. We call this the knowledge or knowledge base, and then I'm adding here like the same script. So it's like the full love story, and I can just save that file. So now in that project, whenever people are working with agents, they will always like use use that script as the context. So now I'm like, I can set that project up, I can give it the script, and now every team member who's joining, they already have that great starting point. Next up, so I want to start like creating like the first picture. I want to start creating these characters. So I'm asking for the first person whose name is Julia, and we need her in two different versions. We need her in a young version and an older version. I'll show you how that's going to look. So this is the first version of her. So I'm just asking for the character and not providing all the specifics about how she looks. It's going to look into the script and then figure out roughly how this character should look. So it's now like I'm not specifically prompting, I'm just more asking for that character. So in the story, the concept of the story is that there are some time jumps. So you see the characters in 78 and then many years later. So we have the same characters in two different versions. So this is the young version of Julia, which is the first character. When it's generated, let's say we're asking here for a character. As you might know, there's like a lot of difference between image models. Some image models are very creative, and some other models are more like, very strict, like whatever you're prompting is giving you that. So sometimes you want randomness, and whenever you're asking for an image here, what we build is that we've also given not only the list of image models that are there, but we also provide information to the agent about what the models are good at. So if you're asking for a character, and you say, like, give me some options, we're going to hit one image model that is more creative. So in this case, it's hitting Uni1 instead of Nana Banana. But then in another case here, let's say, so we now have the young version of Julia, and we want also an older version of her. It now knows that, okay, I need to do some image editing, and now it's switching to Nana Banana Pro instead. Right? So it's intelligent that way. And I personally don't, I'm really excited about all the different models that are coming out and so on, but I think for the average person who's working on creative projects, you don't really want to learn about every single model all the time, right? Just let the agent like choose it for you. So now here, so let's say I'm not happy about this specific image that I'm getting. Like, what do? I can now jump into, I'm now switching to the Magnific UI, where I also have the agent in a sidebar. I can then go to Spaces, and then I can ask the agent to, hey, create that workflow of, creating like versions of this girl. And you can see now the little cursor. So the agent's actually controlling the cursor in Spaces and it's building the workflow out. And I can also go in with my cursor and then move things around. But you can basically see that the agent is like a little helper that is like building out the workflow in real time. So I can also jump into Spaces, and now I have like the full control of all the prompts and so on. It's not going to run the workflow because we don't want you to waste credits. So you have to always like just confirm, just say go, and then it will run the workflow. But it's a good example of like how you can jump back and forth between the conversation and then into Spaces. So now we have like a version where we have like the old and young version, and let's say we want to build a reusable workflow. So we have two characters that both needs to be a young version and an old version. And so we have this kind of like aging process where we want to have that to be very much the same. So what I can do is that I can go into the chat and say, like, hey, build that workflow for the aging of the character. And then from Claude, it's creating the workflow, and then I can click the link, and then I'm into Spaces. And then I have this workflow that is like built for changing the name or the age of the characters. So we have two characters where we want to have those that aging process. What I'm asking for here is to say, I'm asking the agent to say, okay, this workflow, bundle that as a flow. So flow is the name of a reusable workflow. And whenever you're defining a flow, it becomes an endpoint in the MCP. So that means that whatever is exposed into Claude and any third-party tools is like fully customizable. So let's say we have this it's called, I think, character generator flow. I want my whole team to use that one. Whenever you're going to age a character in this story, hit that flow. So now we have saved that. You can see a little note here. We can also put it in Spaces and use it. So here I asked the agent to create that flow. You can also do it manually. So in this case, this is sort of like if I click flow at the top of the screen in Spaces, it opens this UI. The yellow nodes are the input nodes, and the green ones are the output. So you can just take any Spaces workflow and say, over here, this is the input, and this is the output. So whenever you want to run that flow, you need to just provide whatever is input, and then it's going to return the output. So here, I'm back in Claude, and then saying, using the character generator flow, create that kind of like aging process for the next character, which is called Terra. So you can see now it's returning the initial image, and then also the aged version. So now we have this kind of very controlled version of how, like, specific prompts, specific models that is always going to be repeated in the same way. So now that we have the two characters in place, I would like to create just a previous version. I would like to see if, like, okay, this concept of changing time and so on, does it actually work? So I'm just going to ask it, hey, why don't you create, like, two different scenes using CDANs 15 seconds, and then also using the video combiner tool to put them together, maybe also add a little bit of music, just to get like a quick version of what it's going to look like. So just put all those steps into the prompt, and then I hit generate. So now it's going to figure out, okay, what do I need to do in order to create the videos? It's going to check, okay, Seedance, yeah, it's actually allowing me to do everything that I'm asking it for. And then it's going to plan, okay, when I'm done with those two videos, going to combine them and also going to add some background music. So it's now planning everything. You can also see it's going to putting it into a video folder. It's checking that it has all the different 4 images. It needs like the 2 characters in young version and 2 characters in the old versions. And then I'm getting, this is the first video, and then it's going to generate the second video. And once it has those 2 videos, it's combining them and adding the music. So it's actually doing all these different steps, right? So a really quick way to just get out like a previous version for showing the team. So that's sort of like the basics of the demo. I think there's so much potential in this. I mean, you can have a really hard time wrapping my head around all the possibilities. We can, if you just consider, like, for example, in Claude, you can also trigger any workflow at a given time. You can also integrate, have it read information from the browser and putting that into your workflows and so on. So, but I think this demo really shows sort of like just how much you can control the output. You can jump back and forth to spaces. You can, integrate a full context of whatever project you're working on. So just summarizing, the agents we're launching allows you to do multi-step. It has all the memory about the context. We have the spaces integration. The MCP allows you to use all the third-party tools. Claude and ChatGPT is available now. And Flows is a way for you to bundle and customize what's in the MCP and make Spaces workflows repeatable and shareable. Cool. So why don't we watch the finished short film? And I hope, so we have a creative person from Magnific, Miriam. She's been the leading person here. Otherwise, is Miriam here? Somewhere, let's give her a hand. But we have some really amazing people working on this video, and I hope you'll like it.
Aún no lo entiendo, ese momento, algo me hizo fijarme en ti. Aún no lo entiendo, no, pero en el fondo toda la vida la pasaría volviendo allí. Yo te estoy amando, me estás amando tú, aún no lo entiendo, no, te estoy amando yo, me estás amando. Y tú y yo, olas y fuego, no sé qué vamos a hacer. Tú y yo, tú y yo, tú y yo. Yo te estoy amando, me estás amando tú, aún no lo entiendo, no, te estoy amando yo, me estás amando. Todos los días que aún nos quedan, todas las noches junto a ti. Yo quiero que nunca te vayas. Dime que esto no es un cuento, dime que no estoy soñando. Dime que esto es de verdad. Yo te estoy amando, me estás amando tú, aún no lo entiendo, no, te estoy amando yo. entiendo, o no entiendo, no, que se pueda amar así.
Well, that's beautiful, right? Great. All right. Ending with, I think it's time for you to make it magnific. Right?
Dar Sleeper, the Design, Product, and Marketing VP at 1X Technologies.
It's about creating a future where we actually have time to focus on what matters to us as humans. But also, it's an opportunity to really have these machines help us solve some of the outstanding questions that we still have.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Dar Sleeper, and I'm the designer and marketer that brought Neo the robot to the world, with my team, of course. So I had to take some time to think about what I wanted to talk to you guys about today. I think, not so obvious. We're at a design conference, so I figured it should definitely be something as it relates to design. I figured a lot of the talkers today would probably be spending a lot of the time talking about tools, how to use them. We're in a very interesting time with AI, of course, hence this conference. Where designers and creatives are now becoming kind of the main character. I think as computers get better at coding, as all the different tools that are coming about, humanoid robots included, help with a lot of the outstanding issues from implementation, kind of the creatives become a bit of the main character and have more leverage than ever. And I think actually the role of a creative is much more important than it ever has been in this new world with AI. So as I thought about what I wanted to talk to you guys about today, again, I figured there'd be plenty of people showing the tools, and not to mention, I don't really know how to use them. So that made it a little bit easier for me. And the message I wanted to send today is that I think that creating universes is one of the most important things that we're going to be doing over the next few years as AI enables us to make better art and create better products than ever. And it's a bit nebulous, but I'll say a little bit more about why. So universe, I think some people know the word and the idea, some people don't. It's a bit of a buzzword. It's something that I think is very commonly talked about in the context of Apple or Steve Jobs. They created a great brand universe. But what is that? And why is it important? Well, I'll say a bit about why it is important, and then I want to get into a little bit about how you create them and what they are. So why is a universe important? I think that as we move through this next stage of technological development, as things like humanoid robots come about, as Claude and GPT and all these tools, Freepik, all get better, you end up in a position where really the story matters a lot more. When everything's commoditized, people aren't going to be able to be choosing products anymore based on what's best. Everything will kind of converge to a technological plateau that is going to be roughly the same, because it'll all become commoditized, and all softwares will be pretty much able to do the same thing if you want them to. So what matters is the story behind them and kind of what the brands and the companies believe in and they communicate to the world that let people attach themselves to the product. And if you have a great universe and a great story, which extends itself out from a good core set of beliefs, people will want to engage with your product. So I think building a universe is deeply important. And I often hear CEOs or VPs of marketing or just people around the valley say, whether it's a VC that's invested in this company and trying to help them, we have a marketing problem, or we have a sales problem, or we have a brand problem. And I think that these are very ill-defined problems. And my conviction is that instead of focusing on any one problem, trying to hire the best social media manager, hire the salesperson from this company because they have such good revenue, you should build a universe instead. And what do I mean by a universe? So I'm going to get into that a little bit. I'm going to talk very specifically now and stop being a bit more abstract about what a universe is and start from really what I believe the core principles are. So my CEO of my company, Bernd Bornick, who's the inventor of Neo, the humanoid robot for the home, the one that you guys just saw the video of, he came to me 2 years ago now when I was working at Tesla for a man actually here in the audience in the front. And he asked me, hey, can you make this product cool? This product and this company, it was a very like kind of blanketed question. And some might say that was an ill-defined problem, but I actually think it was much better than the problem statement of we have a marketing problem. Because it was so broad that it gave me the ability to take a step back and think about, okay, what are all the things that are keeping this from being cool? And to me, I was just defining cool as what's going to connect this to the masses. You know, it's a product. Humanoid robots are one of the most mass appeal products of all time, or at least they should be, because they have the ability to make such a massive effect on society and be deployed so broadly. And the very first thing that came to my mind is the product. I was looking at the robot as it was that day, because he brought me down to his warehouse. I saw the robot. It blew my mind. I think very few people 2 years ago had the opportunity to stand in the same room as a humanoid robot and see them stand up, walk around. It gave me a hug. That was probably one of the most insane moments of my life. Now it's just normal, something that we do every day if you're at the 1X offices. But the product was really the first thing that I thought to be the crux of this problem statement. And if you think about it, it makes total sense. And I think we can all empathize with this as designers. If the product sucks, no one's going to want it. If the product is ugly, no one's going to want to look at it. If the product is unusable, no one can use it. And so product is really the core of every universe. If you think about why we're communicating, why we're marketing, why we're doing branding, why we're doing any of this stuff, it's either for a product or a service. I personally am in the business of products. Services are products as well. So I'll spend a little bit of time talking about the process of how we approached the kernel of this universe, that is the 1X universe, with designing Neo. So when I think about product, I'm going to oversimplify it a little bit, but it's the product experience in the industrial design, especially in the case of Neo. So for Neo, it was a home robot. It needed to be, if you think about a home, like who are the homes for? Well, if you're in another product space, this question is clear, but homes are for everyone. I think we all live in a home, whether it's an apartment or a home. Homes are for everyone. So the design needed to be something that everyone could be excited by, which is a hard problem statement. How can you create something so universal that everyone wants to look at it? So I had to start coming up with a lot of assumptions. None of this is completely objective. A lot of this is subjective work, but this is the work you need to do and the bets you need to make and the assumptions you need to make in order to land somewhere interesting as you build out your universe. So for Neo, I basically came to the conclusion that the less you have to think about Neo, the less visual eyesore it is, the less it draws your eyes when it's in your home, the better. So neutral, the word neutral, minimal, reductive, those are words that came up a lot in the design process of the industrial design of Neo. So we were just trying to figure out how to abstract it to the point where you didn't have to engage with it with your eyes, but when you did, it would be pleasant. And this is starkly different than what people have done in the humanoid robot space, where everything's kind of shiny, a lot of shiny metals, bright LED lights. And the way we did this was we just, again, took the face and we made it just a face. There's one face panel, and then we figured out on the face what needed to be there. There was hundreds of designs of Neo that had LEDs for the mouth to try to communicate the movement of a mouth, but did we really need that? Could we use the ears instead to communicate that the robot was listening or the robot was speaking? We kept going down the path of reducing it down to its minimal requirement in order to accomplish the goal of disappearing in your home. And I won't go too long on the industrial design of Neo because, again, I don't want to make this about Neo and me. I want to make this about how to build a universe. But this core question of how does Neo fit into the context of where it needs to be needed to be answered through industrial design, and same with any other product. What's it for? And then you move on to the product experience. So the product experience as we've defined it for Neo is as simple as possible. What does a 10-year-old do when they walk up to a humanoid robot? That was the question that guided most of the product experience development. Well, they talk to it, and they ask it to do things. That's it. There isn't really much more. There is some intricacy in what you're asking it to. Are you asking it a question to give you information? Are you asking it to navigate somewhere in the house? Go somewhere in the house, follow me, go get the door. Are you asking it to do something? Get me a beer from the fridge? But those are the basic primitives of the product experience. And the more that we could reduce the product experience to be just exactly those things, the closer we were to the intuitive usage of Neo. And why the product experience matters when you're building out your universe is because it kind of defines the envelope of who will engage with it. If you have a product experience that's complex, or say it's a developer type experience where you have to be an engineer to use it, or at least you have to be an engineer to understand how to use it, then all of a sudden you've reduced the potential impact of your universe down to just engineers. And then now that's where your marketing problem that you think you have actually becomes a product problem, because you've created something that can only really speak to a specific audience, and you're hoping and asking it to speak to a larger audience. So you can't solve that marketing problem without going down to the product. Hence why I believe product is really at the core of every single universe. And the next thing when you're building out a universe is the world, which this is a bit ambiguous. I'll make it less ambiguous in the next slide here. But the world is kind of the environment that the product sits in. And this matters a lot, especially when you think about building a brand. So if you want a brand, you need people to recognize the product. And the world around it should be an extension of your industrial design and the bets that you've made with industrial design. And the world that you put around your product, again, can feel a little bit ambiguous, but is actually very specific. It's the artifacts that you create. So are you creating merch? It's the events that you throw. When you have people in your space, does it feel like a clear extension of the product that you've created? Well, let's just go to the next slide so I don't have to speak so ambiguously here. It's the spaces that you create in the offices. So you have your offices, you have the sets that you shoot your videos in. And it is everything all the way down to the general aesthetic. So this could be your Instagram grid. If you go to your company's Instagram page, does that grid visually look like something that represents your brand and is an extension of your brand? So these are all the things that really go into making a great universe and a great world around your product. Everything down to even sound. We've spent hundreds of hours just tweaking the sounds in the videos that we put out to make sure it's reflective of the feeling that we want to put out there. Because these aesthetics, these artifacts, they all impart a feeling that's an extension of our robot. And I think people think that these things just happen, but I want to talk a little bit about each of these items on this screen. So from the aesthetics, that was an actual hallway that we built in our office for roughly $8,000 of wood and about 40 hours of sweat from another guy in the audience over here and somebody back at our office. We went to long lengths just to make that 4-second scene in a video feel like an extension of our universe, feel like a part of the world that Neo's supposed to live in. It had the nature. It had all of these different elements, the wood, the softness, the angelic look from the ceiling coming down onto the girl wearing all white in Neo. And even though it seems frivolous, these are the types of details that can come together to create the world around the product. The artifacts, we have gone, the pants I'm wearing today are actually pants that we've created for the brand universe because it fits into the identity of the company. This ends up being the stuff that the people wear around the office. This is all quite intentional. Events, I won't bore you guys and talk your ears off about how much effort we put into each of these things, but even that top right corner there, top right corner there, that's my living room. And my living room didn't look like that until we had to shoot this shot. And we wanted to make sure that, again, every single time you saw Neo, it showed up in the world that expressed the kind of beliefs, the textures, the feelings that we believe Neo wanted to communicate to the world without being able to do so, so we had to do it for Neo. So the world really matters. So you build a great product, you build a great world that's reflective of the product experience, or the product that you've built, and the message you're trying to send to the world, and then you need to create a story. So storytelling has become kind of this buzzword around Silicon Valley, I've noticed. Everybody is saying we need a storyteller. I'm seeing job listings go out online for in-house storyteller. You're getting paid, $300,000 by A16Z to tell a story, whatever that means. The people that are applying for this, I think it's probably somebody whose last role was a marketer. But it doesn't really, I don't think you need to have any specific background to tell a story. It's actually a lot closer to like a children's book than anything. I didn't have much experience in telling stories, but we've been credited at 1X for telling really great stories globally for now a couple of years. And I think that for your projects, for your products, the way you need to think about a story is like, where is it headed? And I'll contextualize it again in 1x because this is kind of all I know. But when it came to humanoid robots, the story was simple. It's humanoid robots are in labs. They're these like hyper-technical projects that are kind of now seeming like they're busting out of the seams to enter the world. And where they land is in your living room or in your office or just in the world around you, wherever they may be. And the story became very simple to be, what is the journey that Neo's going to go on through the world to end up next to you? That was the simplification of the story. And if you look at kind of the timeline of 1x, I always try to make sure our Twitter feed is reflective of the story one by one. So if it's like if it's an announcement about somebody who joined the company, that ends up on our LinkedIn because I don't think it belongs on the Twitter because I need at least one timeline that shows the progression of Neo going from R&D all the way to your home. And with the story, you end up with these sub-chunks. So you end up at a stop along the way. So one of the most recent stops we've taken on our journey of telling our story of Neo going into your home has been, hey, we are manufacturing these things at scale. This is important because we announced our product to the world in October. We've had some good AI breakthroughs since. We've changed our hardware since, which we haven't talked much about publicly yet. And we are now at the point where we're scaling up production, which is kind of a message to our customers that, hey, Neos are coming off the line and they're a lot closer to you. And in this next video I'm going to show you, we took that moment, and then each moment on the storyline deserves its own story. So what is the message that you want to send within each checkpoint along your broader narrative? So with the launch of manufacturing, and I'll talk about it a little bit before I play the video. So we launched our manufacturing video. That's what we called it internally. But essentially what this is to people is telling people that we're making your Neo. The Twitter caption was making your Neo. The blog was busy building your Neo. And when me and Fen, who's in the audience over here that was directing the film, wanted to take the time to think about how do we tell this story to people, we did a few things. And this is where the creatives really get involved. This is where designers are able to have their impact on the storytelling. And we said, okay, realistically, there's a lot going on here. There's a huge factory. There's joint burn-ins happening at the end of the line. There's integration happening at the end of the line. There is testing on tendons happening. The story can get really complex, and when I see most people around tech tell stories, they are over-indexing on what is technically accurate, what is going to speak to all of the people like us, and not what is going to speak to the people out in the world. So when you're telling a story, I think it's actually much more important to, don't get me wrong, you should have your technical foundation there. If you have a very universal story, you should put out a technical blog that explains it technically. But I think the goal with storytelling should always be to reach the broadest audience of people. So we thought about the entirety of this manufacturing rollout that we did that I'll show you the video of, based on like kind of this very simple primitive of how would a kid expect a humanoid robot factory to look? And how would you communicate this to a child? So we structured the entire video to go from the parts, so the creation of the parts, down to the raw materials, to the robot arm being created and assembled, to the arm being put on the robot, to the robot walking off the line, to the robot getting its final craftsmanship check and put in a box. The put in a box portion ended up actually cut from the video because it didn't look good as the rest of the video. But that's the simple story, and that ended up being the creative direction for the entire story that went behind our manufacturing checkpoint for telling our broader story of 1x to the world. And I think one really fun story, too, to kind of express how far you should take it when you're trying to tell the story of your company is the quality assurance, or the quality inspection portion of our factory was kind of just all of these big LED panels and a lot of tools on a bench that were supposed to aid our craftsmanship check people over at our company to do their jobs best. And I said, okay, well, that's the end of the line. And when I was a kid, I thought a humanoid robot factory would have like some sort of special moment. Like, at the end of the line, the robot should come into the world in a unique way. So I talked to our VP of manufacturing and I said, hey, all of those lights there, what if I put those in a ceiling of a space that was representative of our brand, representative of what the birthing of a Neo should actually look like. And over the course of a couple of days, and you'll see it at the end of the film, me, Fen, and B on my team, we we put together drawings and then went to, we actually put our wood shop for 1X internally because we were building too many things out of wood, and economically speaking, you shouldn't make that many things out of wood unless you're making them yourself. And we built a neo-birthing space to help tell the story. And the only reason why I wanted to go deep there is because I really do, again, per the last slide about building the world and how meticulous you should be about each detail, it's worth every small detail because each of those small details ends up being the cumulative picture in somebody's mind of what is your brand, what is your product, and what is the universe you've built around it. So with that, just for reference, that video was shot by a 22-year-old sitting right there. And 23? I don't know. He's young. And so, okay, so we have our product, which again is the kernel of everything. You have the world that you build around it for the product to live in. And then you can finally tell a story. And again, I think story comes before distribution. So now we're at our marketing problem. Story comes before distribution because without telling your own story, without a great story, there's absolutely no reason to do distribution. I think that marketing in the absence of all of the things before it falls flat. And it, to me, makes a lot of sense why, and hopefully through this conversation you guys can make sense of it as well. So now that you've put together these core pillars of what it means to build a universe, I believe that distribution is now a possibility. That doesn't mean distribution is granted. I think there is a lot of, there's a lot when it comes to social media marketing, Facebook ads, et cetera, that are worth thinking about when you get to this stage. And I won't pretend that what we did will work for everyone. I think it's hard to get like Kai Cenat to pay you to come work with him if you don't have a humanoid robot. So you always have to contextualize it in the context of your product, your universe, and what you're doing. But again, like I said, being able to talk about this from the perspective of 1X is kind of all I can really do today. And I'll try to do my best to map it to you. But my thesis with distribution is that it is absolutely an ever-changing target. I think like the Facebook ads, you can run them today. They're going to get you a bunch of revenue, and eventually they'll saturate. The influencers in your space are going to maybe unlock a huge milestone for you guys from a marketing perspective. But what is true is that things always become played out. Things always become, in marketing land and distribution land, always become stale very fast. And so I think one of the most important things to think about when you're thinking about marketing, distributing your product is constantly take risks and constantly try new things. And when you find something that works, keep doing it. I think Mr. Beast does have it, and this is somewhat contrary to my point about things becoming played out, but this is why you need to test, is like, there's certain things that just do keep on working, and you should keep doing them. And we've found loads of those things along the journey. But I want to tell a few stories about how we've approached distribution in a way that I view as somewhat unconventional. So you guys can get an idea of what I mean by it's kind of worth just throwing the kitchen sink at new ideas in marketing because people are always getting excited about new ways to consume media. So you also need to be getting excited about finding new ways to deliver your media. I think early on, one of the first things I did at 1X was I took our old robot, because the new robot platform wasn't stable enough to go, and I went down to Beverly Hills and moved my design studio into this streamer mansion, because I didn't know anything about streamers. I didn't know anything about this guy named Kai Cenat. I didn't know anything about this world, but my 19-year-old friend, who's a little brother of a friend, told me, this is the most famous man on earth. And I didn't know who he was, which made me think that maybe I don't know something. And so I took a step back and decided maybe I should consider working with these streamers. I didn't know anything about streaming. I know that sounds stupid today, but this was 2 years ago now. So, and maybe that just means I'm out of style. But regardless, I took a risk. I moved my entire design studio down there. We lived in this mansion with this guy for 20 days. It was, by most measures, especially being the first thing that you do when you show up to a new company to take over their design, marketing, and product, probably the stupidest thing you could do. It turned out to have 1.8 billion views globally, and our our robot and the 1X brand, for the first time ever, started to be talked about everywhere. And that was one example. We've taken a few different bets in the streamer world. We had iShowSpeed over to the office. That was a ton of fun. And that helps, actually, that specific milestone, just to talk about the impact of one of these random crazy bets that you take, it was the thing that actually helped with employee retention the most, because now everybody who was at the company was at their Thanksgiving soon after, or it was Christmas, one or the other, and all of a sudden their nephews thought they were cool. So we ended up in a position where a lot of the 30, 40-year-olds around our office were now the cool uncle, the cool dad. Neo? No way. Did you meet iShowSpeed? And this is what I'm talking about throwing out as many bets as you can and seeing what works and what sticks, is because some of it might accomplish your marketing goals, but maybe on accident, by doing one of these things, you achieve your employee retention goals. So that is a few examples. I think one of the most far out there things that we've done is I became obsessed with GIFs. I said, if GIFs are this thing that end up in everybody's text message streams, everybody's sending GIFs to each other. My mom sends me GIFs when she has an emotion now. It's just like, if she's happy, it's a GIF. If she's sad, it's a GIF. There is so many GIFs sent around every day, and I don't think anybody was thinking about how do you hack the GIF system. So I went on this tangent about 3 months ago with some friends who'd done this before, and I was asking for advice from. And I said, what if Neo could represent every emotion? So we created animated versions of Neo that represented basically virtually every emotion in the world. So we have 700 GIFs of Neo that we've uploaded to the GIF store, or whatever it's called, the Giphy platform. And now, because Neo's propagates so much of the world of GIFs, there is, I think, just in this last 2 months, 100 million people have sent each other Neos. And even though a lot of these people have no idea what a Neo is or who a Neo is, it's kind of implanting the idea of Neo in the back of people's brain. I didn't spend almost $1 on this. We just created a bunch of animations in-house. We have a lot of tools here at 1X that we've put together in the creative studio over time, and we just started uploading. And so this is an example of, again, something that still to this day no one understands, the GIF one specifically. I think a lot of these other bets I've taken along the way have shown to create tremendous returns for our company, both with being able to sell out pre-orders, being able to raise capital, et cetera. But the idea of a GIF, I don't think anybody will understand what the value of that is until the next generation of customers for Neo and the next generation of kids entering Silicon Valley come by and say, I know who Neo is. But all to say is, I think that with distribution, you have to think about how it makes sense for your company, what makes sense for your company. This playbook, GIFs won't work if you have the software platform that does payroll. Maybe it might, but figure out how it works for you, and then try new things. Get weird, take risks, do things that nobody else has done, because we really live in a short-term attention economy right now. So maybe that changes, but while that's the case, it's both scary because you have to figure out how to tap into that psyche, but it's also great because if you do something that doesn't go so well, like in our case, Neo filling up the dishwasher for Joanna Stern didn't go great, people forget about it pretty quick. And I would encourage everyone in the audience, if you are on the marketing side of your company, just to let it fly for a while. So these are the elements of a universe. I think that universes are well worth building. And I guess maybe this might sound, I think there's probably two arguments to my argument here where I'm trying to tell everybody in this audience to go build a universe, communicate what you believe about the world outwards through building these pillars out. One is, I don't have a humanoid robot. How am I going to do this? I would say that's cope. I think everybody here can build a universe. I've seen many do it. Steve Jobs had computers. I guess those were cool. But I've also seen some of the best companies of today that are software platforms build great universes. And if you'd like me to send you some examples, I will. And the other one is, doesn't this cost a lot of money? The 1X Creative Studio, I think over the first 8 months, spent $25,000. And how do you do that? Well, you do a lot of shit yourself. Pick up the camera. Watch 100 YouTube videos to figure out how to do it. It sounds inefficient, but the returns on that, if you can build a great universe, are immense. Because when I picked up the camera, to shoot some videos, I was able to attract one of the best creatives in the world that at first was willing to work for me for almost nothing, and now he's well paid. But the other thing too is just like continue to engage in the world of technology in a way that's full of love and passion. Maria in the front right here, she's been a big supporter of us since like the very first day that I started at 1X. She sent 1X or me an encouraging DM almost monthly, and it's really hard in the humanoid space because it's so full of kind of FUD and haters. And like Maria was telling me she wanted to meet Neo, and I almost never say yes to somebody meeting Neo because it's like our time is super valuable when you're trying to deliver humanoids to the world. But when somebody supported me so much, I wanted to support her badly. And then me supporting her ended up being her supporting me. And that virtuous loop exists across everything I've done, from product design, who I've gotten help from some of the best creatives in the world because I give them as much love as I can, and I cook them warm meals. I had no business working with some of these industrial designers that I've ended up working with. Film, like I said, we've gone and we've put out, we've gone and done work for other companies because we just think putting goodness out into the world will come back to us. And so if you are worried about building a universe, I guess just start with like standing on like a core tenet of if you do good things for other people, people will do good things for you. And when you have a mission and you have a goal, and when it's finally time for you to ask for help, people will come rushing to your side, and then you can build one of the best universes of all time. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Do we got audio? Okay. So we're kind of running a few minutes late. We're trying to make up that once we're done with the coffee break. I just want to get some guidelines in place. This is the main stage. So these doors, we want to try to keep them like kind of closed once someone started talking on stage. So if you haven't got a seat in time, wait outside and we'll let you in batches. After the coffee break, we will have nice aunties on this stage. She's phenomenal, flew all the way from Singapore to be here and show her art and her process. And then after that, we'll have Eliza McNitt. And at the same time, at the workshop area, Jamie Gannon will do her workshop on how to use AI in e-commerce. So right now, we have a coffee break, 20 minutes, 25 minutes max. Get out, mingle, and enjoy the rest of the morning. Thank you. Yes.
Well, that was an amazing talk from Darth Sleeper of 1X Technologies. We have just a few minutes before Leah goes and interviews Joaquin Cuenca from Magnific, the CEO, the man behind it all. But we have a few minutes now. We're going to walk around this place and check out some people and talk to them. I'm here with Fabi. She was in Upscale Málaga, and she won this amazing trip here from the AI prompt battle. Hello, Fabi. How are you?
Hello. So excited to be here. So far from home.
Yes, it's a long way from home for her. What do you love most about attending this event in person?
I mean, meeting in person the people that you follow because they are so far away from Europe, like having them all here and being able to talk to them, it's like, I'm so excited.
And where did you fly in from?
From Malaga, please. Where is Magnific from? From Malaga.
Amazing. I'm so happy you're here. Congratulations on winning this prize. I'm going to take a walk around now, and it's so nice to see you again. We'll see more of you very soon, okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem, Fabi. All right, we're going to take a walk around now and ask some people some questions. Let's move this way if we can as people exit that speech. It was a full house in there, so a lot of people are moving around the venue now. So we're going to walk through here. Excuse me. Do I have to ask you a quick question?
Yeah, no problem.
All righty. Quick question here. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Garrett Bradley.
What do you do, Garrett?
I'm a creative director, and I'm actually a student again at the Academy of Art University.
Amazing. Well, thank you for coming. What brought you here today?
David, Enrique, Ben, the whole Magnific team.
Amazing, amazing. So I have a quick question for you. Would you watch an entire film if it was made only with AI?
I would, but I don't think it's there yet.
Not there yet. Okay, and what do you think the genre of film would be the one to break through and capture people as an audience? What genre of film you think?
Animation, sci-fi, something along those lines.
I absolutely agree. Now, this is a little bit different of a question. Do you trust Waymos, and have you taken one?
I haven't taken a Waymo yet, but I have known lots of people who have, and I haven't heard anything negative yet.
Where are you based out of? Where are you from?
I'm based out of Walnut Creek, the East Bay area.
Amazing, amazing. Well, very nice to meet you. I hope you have a great time at this event, and I'll talk to you soon, all right?
Awesome, yeah, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to keep moving now through the venue and find some more people to talk with. I'm going to interrupt this conversation right here. I love doing that. Excuse me, do you mind if I interrupt your conversation?
So, sorry.
No, okay. You guys, come on. Oh, come on, okay. We'll keep moving outside, it's okay. Not everybody's super friendly and like this. Do you mind if I interrupt your conversation for an interview?
Yeah.
Let's face this camera real quick. I'm going to ask you a quick question around AI. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Yes, it's here. Alrighty. Is this your first time in San Francisco?
No, I live here. I live in Palo Alto.
And what do you do?
I'm working at EA Games.
Oh,
so
amazing.
We're making Gen AI tools for games.
Amazing. I think we might have actually met before. Yeah. Okay, what got you into AI?
Well, I've wanted to create like these cinematic science things. That's why I got into gaming, and I want to basically make these like expansive universes to show how the universe works.
That's amazing. Well, what was your first tool you used with AI?
Even before like ChatGPT were launched, I was using like the OpenAI API.
Oh wow! So you were really early. Well,
I built my own like neural nets as well. So
that's incredible. Okay, well, very nice to meet you. What's your name again?
Harrison Smith.
Okay, where can people find you online?
Curiosity with AWE as instead of O.
Amazing. Well, very nice to meet you. I hope you have a great time here.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move outside because now it is gorgeous here. I mean, absolutely beautiful. I'm so happy we have inside and outside this year. We can get to walk around, and I get to see the sun. I'm not stuck inside this year. It's amazing. All righty, let's find someone to talk to. You look like I could talk to you. Excuse me, sir. All righty, I'm going to ask you a quick question around AI. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
All righty. What tools do you use the most in your life with AI?
Magnific. Magnific.
That's the exact answer I wanted to hear. You know what? We're done here. That was a great answer. That's exactly what I needed to hear. I need about 5 more of those, and I can go home, they said. Oh, sorry. Oh, come here. I got to ask you a question. Okay. This is a great guy. What's your name?
Michael Mennies.
Michael Mennies. Pleasure to see you again. All righty. Can I ask you a quick question?
Okay.
Okay.
Make it quick.
Quick? How much time do you have?
It's running out.
Okay. All right. What's your favorite image model to use currently?
It depends. I use Nana Banana a lot. And actually the ChatGPT model is really impressive.
ChatGPT Image 2 is unreal.
Pretty amazing.
And what type of video models do you use now? What's your number one?
I work with C-Dance and with Kling. I basically play around with everything, and then I find with each different project there's a better model to get what I want.
And where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. Well, Philadelphia's in the house. Thank you for coming. Enjoy the rest of the day, alrighty?
I've run out of time.
You've run out of time, and I have too, so we're going to move on. Let's go this way, because I know my friend's hard with the stairs here. There's a beautiful camera in his hand. Excuse me, sir. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question around AI? Okay, no problem. How about you? Come on. I got one. Can I get one question?
Sure.
Alrighty. Why come to an event like this in person?
So you can experience the workshops and learning more about AI.
And what brought you here today specifically?
I'm part of our creative partner with Magnific, so yeah, just seeing all the other people's work and getting new tips and tricks and experience.
I'm in the Creative Partner Program as well. It's an amazing partner program to join. You can apply online and join. If you make great art, great visuals, anything around AI or amazing art and design, apply online. It's an amazing group, and you get to meet great people like this. What was your name?
Hans.
Hans, pleasure to meet you, Hans. And now,
Hans Carrillo.
There we go. We're going to take a step back, and we're going to shimmy this way and move on forward. This guy right here. Hello, sir. Hello. How are you? Sorry. Alrighty. Do I have to ask you a quick question? Can I ask you a question? Alrighty. What are you hoping to learn today?
I'm hoping to teach today.
Oh, you're teaching. What are you teaching about?
About AI and how Magnific helps the creators to create a better world.
That's amazing. And what's your favorite thing about Magnific and Upscale events?
Oh, Upscale is amazing. I really love it.
Me too. This is one of my favorite events in the world. And now I think we're done here. We're going to pass it back to Aaliyah in the booth. She's going to interview the CEO of Magnific, Joaquin Cuenca. Go over to you, Aaliyah.
All right, everyone. We're joined now by someone who has been building creative platforms long before AI creativity was the phrase of the moment. Joining me now is Joaquin Cuenca, co-founder and CEO of Magnific, formerly Freepik, a company that started as a creative resource platform and has now evolved into one of the most ambitious AI-powered creative ecosystems in the world. And today, fresh from the main stage, he has just showed us the next chapter for Magnific along with Martine. We have flows, we have agents, we have MCPs. So let's talk about the brand new Magnific, those new tools, the future of creative workflows, and what it feels and means to scale AI creativity from Málaga to the world. Welcome, Joaquin.
Thank you for having me here.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
You had an exciting talk on stage. How do you feel?
I feel relieved.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we're going to get into a few more questions if that's okay with you. All right. So we have to talk about the elephant in the room. The switch from Freepik to Magnific is more than a name change, right? Freepik carried a lot of history, millions of users, years of trust, a huge creative library. But the company has clearly become something much bigger than stock assets. Why was now the right moment to leave Freepik behind and become Magnific?
Okay, so why now versus sometime before now or sometime after now? So why now? 2 years ago, we were still predominantly a stock image website. So our feeling was that if we change our name, we were gonna take a name that was borrowed. It was not yet ours. We were not yet feeling as Magnific. We're feeling at a place where you can go to find pre-made assets. So, and we wanted an honest conversation with our users. So we wanted to land a rebranding when the core of the company had changed, and not before, not after. So it took us like a couple of years of improvements to change from a lovely place where the people used to find images, and that's a wholesome mission, into something that elevated the creations of our people. We really wanted to be a platform that people use to create something that they feel proud of. And when we reached that point is when we felt that we were at the right position to change our name.
Yeah, and I'm curious because, and I'm sure we all are, because that's not easy. Was it a difficult emotional decision for you?
It was very emotional. I was actually, yes, very. I was actually, I think, the last person in the company that had to be convinced.
Wow.
Like, at some point, like consensus were building up among all the employees that we had to do this, and all my colleagues. And I remember the last one, I had a conversation with our CMO, and he was the one that told me, like, Joaquin, I think we have to do it. I think we have to change the name. And for me, it was extremely difficult, okay, because we have been building on this brand for 15 years. We use this brand and this product to help millions of people. Many people use it over the years, help them. To me, it was extremely difficult to leave behind the name. But you put these people there to take those decisions. Okay, so when our CMO came with this idea to me, I could only support him. So we moved forward. Took us 6 months of work, and now I'm very glad that we did it.
And I appreciate that honesty, because a name is identity, right? And there's a very clear shift here. And you went from we give you assets to we help you build creative workflows. That's a much bigger promise. So Magnific is not just a set of AI tools, but a creative platform. What does that mean in practice?
In practice, it means that you come to Magnific to decide how you go from A to B. Okay, so if you take one of the current AI model generators, you can ask it to generate an image or to generate a video, and it's going to give you an outcome. It's going to give you an image or a video. But you need a system of record. You need to be able to put in place a system where you know what is the prompt, the text that you use to generate an image, and you know what you did with this image afterwards. Maybe you upscale it, you add more details, okay? Or maybe you combine it with other image, and you blend it together, and you use it to create a video, and so on. Putting it all together is where we add value. You come to the platform to create those workflows where you don't only say initial point and destination, you are defining like the whole path. And that brings control to creatives. That helps them twist a little bit the outcome. And we think that control is essential. We think that control is what changes fear into curiosity for creatives, and we make a big point of helping people control the outcome at every single step.
Yeah, control is what changes fear into curiosity. I love that. And it's no secret that you have tons of users, right? What have users taught you about how creative people actually want to work with AI?
The number one thing that we learn is that I'm gonna sounds bad, but there's gonna be a good spin to this. Is that they are never satisfied. I remember when we created like the first image generator, when we put it in the platform, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so before that, it was impossible to create an image for yourself. It took weeks or months, and then it was like one single click.
Yeah.
And I remember we were reading like the user feedback. It was overwhelmingly positive. Everybody loved it. 2 weeks later, we started getting like the first user feedback. Said, but I asked for a green hat, and the hat was brown. And we're like, dude, there is a hat, okay? Is that not good enough? No. So you get this, people keep raising the bar.
Yeah.
And I think that's phenomenal. That's what they should do.
Yeah.
We are not here to do something that looks close to what they want. We are here to realize their dreams.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to bring that vision that is in them and remove all the obstacles in the way of bringing that vision into reality.
Yeah.
And to make it as faithful as it's possible. So they're right, they should be picky. And they should be able to be very concrete into what they want and to get exactly what they're asking for.
Love that. Love that. And Magnific is building from Málaga,
yes,
right? And competing globally. And it's one of the fastest moving lanes right now, AI. So what advantage do you think European companies can have in creative AI?
Well, something that many people say about us is that we are a little bit like the Switzerland of AI. It's like we have extremely good relationship with our partners in the US. We have extremely good relationship with our partners in China. We are fair to everybody. We are extremely private with the data of the user. That's something where we never compromise, as you can imagine from our European roots.
Yeah.
So we're in a very good position because everybody understands that by going to Magnific, everything that they do stays private, and that they can use the best model available with no interference whatsoever. So it is, I don't know, like you always see like the positives of being in a certain location, and we are obviously very proud of our roots, as I guess everybody is, okay? And I'm sure like there are some disadvantages here and there, but we like to think that people appreciate that we are a very honest and fair partner that they can trust.
Yeah. And we love to hear that you're protecting creatives. We love that. And Magnific serves creators, SMBs, agencies, and enterprises. How do you build one platform that balances simplicity for beginners with the power for professionals and still feels useful to all of them?
You need to build up like brick by brick. Okay, so there are like some simple use cases, which is I just want to get an image, okay, and you are flexible with the outcome. So to help in those use cases, we provide users with inspiration, we give them tutorials on how to prompt, and we try to get out of the way. If the only thing that you want is an image, it's as simple as it gets, okay? You type what you want and you get the outcome. But we realized that for many people, that workflow started to lack structure. And we made it so that you can connect it with spaces, which is our way to connect all the tools that we have in an explicit way. So now it's no longer invisible, it's no longer a one-off. It's something that you can build. Okay. So you have this transition where you can just generate an image, just generate a video into no. Now I want to repeat it. I want to build up some structure, and I want to share that artifact with my colleagues. So you start sharing, you start collaborating with other people. It happens seamlessly, and we are trying to help the user go from because everybody's going through those steps.
Yes.
Even professionals, they are starting from AI is new for everybody. We are day one. Okay, so we have to be very careful to take everybody on this journey. Like, we start simple, we try to don't be in the middle to get out of the way, but when you need more complexity and when you need to codify it, we make sure that we make it as easy as possible.
Yeah. I love that answer. Brick by brick. And how do you build... I'm sorry, give me a second. They're talking in my ear. You're coming straight from the main stage, right?
Yeah.
Where you just presented a pretty big vision for where Magnific is going to go next. The 3 big pieces you announced were flows, agents, MCPs, and they're not small feature updates. They sound like a new way of thinking, and they're pretty big. What kind of creative work do you imagine people building with that tool that they couldn't build before?
If we show a beautiful example on stage where we build a short film, I want to emphasize that the film was built by a team of humans. Okay. So it was the vision of Miriam, a lady who had this story in her head.
Yeah.
And actually, she told us that she wanted to put this story in film before, but it was impossible for her. Okay. She was not capable because you need actors. You need. There's just too much friction from a creative to bring that to reality, of course. So she was able to make it because we made easy the things that she didn't want to deal with. Okay, so she didn't want to deal with actors, but she still wanted to do a casting.
Yeah.
So she did that virtually. Okay. She did the music, for example. The music was all hers. So there are many parts that are completely human produced. The story is all hers. The story it doesn't come from ChatGPT or Claude. Okay, she was the one decided. So what we like is people putting in their work something that is unique to them, taking their own decisions, and we are just trying to fill in the gaps and trying to help in the places where they don't want, where they don't think that they will by themselves add that much value. We try to make it work. So that everything that is her story actually shines in the film.
I love that. Like the assistant you always wanted.
Yeah.
And I have one more question for you, if that's okay. Which one do you think people will only fully understand once they start using it? Which feature did you roll out today that you feel like people will really gravitate to once they get into the new product?
I think will depend a little bit on your profile. Okay. If you're a little bit more technical, I think people will gravitate towards the MCP.
Okay.
Because it opens all the potential of all the tools that are on your computer to make them collaborate with AI with our platform. If you're a bit less technical, I think less technical people will gravitate towards the agents. In a way, they're complementary. So the MCP is like bringing Magnific to your AI.
Yeah.
And the agent is like bringing your AI to Magnific. Okay, so what we see is that people are finding agents that can fill in the voids of their knowledge and are entities that help them do more than what they can do by themselves.
Yeah. I love that. And we have one more question from the chat that I'll give you before we wrap. Is taste becoming the most important skill in the AI creative ecosystem?
Okay, there's a lot of debate about that.
Yeah.
So number one, let me say that I think AI has taste. AI can put together beautiful things, and you can have AI that by default is beautiful and has taste. I also think that taste is personal. And I think that's the big difference between humans and AI.
Yeah.
Okay? You can copy an AI. It's a digital construct. You cannot copy a human. Okay? You cannot get inside a human and copy all the experiences that shape us. So in a way, taste, it's something that has to be personal. I once got a recommendation about wine. You know, in Spain we like wine.
Love wine.
Yeah. So it was. Somebody was saying, okay, how do you recognize good wine? And I said, okay, there are only two things that you have to remember.
Okay.
And it's, number one is try new things. It's like, I like Coca-Cola, but you know, I don't only drink Coca-Cola, I try new things.
Yes.
Okay. And second one is respect your taste. That's your DNA. It's who you are.
I love that one.
Okay, so just trust you. So is taste important? Yes, because taste is actually it's you.
Yeah, separates you from the masses.
Yes.
As a woman who just tried orange wine, I love that example. Joaquin, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the
Thank you.
rebrand. And keep following everything that is happening here at Upscale Conference, because today's conversation is a really important one. Next up on the main stage, we have Nice Aunties, and we will be back very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. It was lovely.
and designer. Nice aunties.
Hi, good morning. Morning, hi. So I'm Nice Aunties, an artist from Singapore, and where I'm from, nobody wants to be called an auntie. Aunties are not nice. So aunties are not just older women in a family. They are a social stigma that's associated with getting older and being very old-fashioned. So an auntie is very blunt and she has no boundaries. So when she sees you, she might say,
"Why are you still single?"
So anyone can be an auntie, even a man, if you exhibit these characteristics. So it has become so ingrained in our culture in Singapore that even an object or an interior design that you find old-fashioned can be labeled an auntie. But having grown up surrounded by women in my family, I know an auntie is so much more than that. She is resourceful and misunderstood and also very clever and funny. You know when you have questions like, how do I get rid of this pimple? The auntie always has the answers. But auntie is also conflicted. Like my auntie would see me and she would say, "Oh my God, you look so fat," but she would feed me more food after. So, I love my aunties, and I see them hold my family together in ways that nobody thanked them for. And they show their love in so many ways, and I wanted to honor their everyday labor. So I created this universe, this parallel world called the Auntiverse, where aunties are the main characters. So what does that actually mean? So I wanted to ask these questions about aging, like what kind of auntie do I want to become when I grow up? And most of all, I wanted to reframe the idea of the auntie, which is a really bad label. So I started to explore themes like beauty and body image, like fashion, like who gets to be on the catwalk. Also, aunties in Asia have really big hairdos, so I have a series of videos about how they maintain their hair, like special hairspray and structural support. And I also have everyday subject matters like doing laundry and labor. So even things like astrology, which I love, or the planetary alignments, I will make stories about it, like generally during full moons as well. Aunties even tried to have a cooking show.
Welcome to Cooking with Auntie. First you add this, and then zoom in, and then you add that. Take photo. And then, here. Fried rice with no rice. Yay.
It didn't go so well. The cooking show was canceled. Okay, so I was really fortunate to talk about aunties and the Auntiverse in TED 2 years ago. And thereafter, I exhibited all over the world at Times Square, New York, on Sunset Boulevard in LA, recently in London, Oxford Street. So it was on a facade for an entire month. And I also exhibited this year in Shibuya Crossing, like a dream come true. Some of the characters in the Auntiverse were made into gigantic inflatable sculptures, like this garlic who wanted to be a fashion model but fell over. And I hung as well gigantic auntie underwear in Uruguay for an art festival. It's called Nice Undies by Nice Aunties. Well, I got the best feedback from the local aunties in Uruguay. And it was like an auntie saying stuff like, "Finally, underwear big enough to fit me." I thought it was really cute. So, one of the main things about the Auntie-verse is about reframing the auntie, and I believe that anything can be reframed. Like, there are so many perspectives to one story, right? So, take, for example, the sad story of Sisyphus, which is this poor guy doomed to push a rock up the hill forever and ever. But in the Auntie-verse, this will not happen. Firstly, aunties will do it in a team. They will make it fun. So one day I was traveling between Tokyo and Kyoto on the Shinkansen. I saw this Mount Fuji. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make this video called How to Make a Snack. You see, a really sad story becomes a happy ending. So, I love to talk about creating with AI. Brings me back to the same level of energy and excitement like I was a child. But without all the memories and experiences before that, I could not create the content. So there are these things from childhood till now that sort of become recurring themes in my work. And these are some of them, and I'm going to tell you about it today. So take, for example, plastics. As far as I can remember, I grew up surrounded by plastic. My mom keeps her food in this Tupperware, and then all the hawker centers in Singapore, if you take away food, they always give it to you in these plastic bags. It's not very healthy, I know. So I'm probably made of plastics by now. So naturally, this idea gets extended into the Auntie-verse. So this was made in 2023, but upscaled with Magnific. So I made stories about how plastics permeated the city, and also how things made with plastic become part of the cityscape. So this was in 2023, when I made mannequin legs support a highway, and they also become legs for cars that aunties sort of travel in, because leg and car has the same sound in a dialect in Singapore. So it kind of makes sense to us as a pun. And also, what if, these big plastic creatures inhabit our cities? So I have an architectural background, so it's natural that I would think about these things. And I also think about how plastics infiltrate the home in our food. Maybe our pets are made of plastics as well. And then you can see that every year I will revisit this theme. Sorry about the sound. Every year I'll revisit the theme again and again. You can see how the technology of AI improved and changed, but the narrative stays the same. I will show you this video again later. Don't worry. So it brings me back to this point, which is no ideas are too old. So 10 years ago, my partner in architecture had this idea to build these colorful beach huts on the shores of Singapore. The cladding are to be made of upcycled ocean plastics. So this idea won an award in the World Architecture Festival in 2016. And I remember being really shocked when he showed me this photograph of a seabird with his stomach filled with plastics. But 10 years later, this is my version of the same bird, except it is an auntie lying on the beach with her stomach spilling onto the beach. So it is part of this series called Atlantis, which is inspired by Atlantis, aunties, and the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. I've got 5 narratives documenting how aunties clean up the ocean floor, how aunties collect trash from the city, every day, and then she would take them into the workshop and upcycle them, process them, and then eventually selling them at the Auntie's outlet malls. Yep, things that you don't need. Okay. And eventually chilling back out on the beach again. We'll watch this. Okay. So there are many places in the Auntieverse, and Atlantis is just one of them. So, I think these narratives can happen anywhere, right? On the moon, in outer space, even the body. So there's this place in the Auntieverse called Jelly City, where themes of commerce and business occur with aunties and jellies. It is very, very wet, it's flooded. So it started with the idea of me imagining, what if I have my own personal space? It's sort of like a barrier to keep my energy in. And then it became this story in the Auntieverse about this jelly fashion going viral. And I also have videos about how do you spend your weekend in the Auntieverse. It's like a tour guide to this place. And also, like Google review, we have that in the Auntieverse too. This is a review of the jelly spa. It's called 1-star review. Basically, the auntie just complains from the start till the end. It's all on my Instagram. So I want to show you this video called Limited Edition Fragrance, which is the auntie made a mistake of feeding her pet some trash, but she turned it into a business idea. Thank you. So naturally, because this is a business place, there are so many different types of shops in Jelly City. There's a grocery store, and then I have florists and perfumery, and even office for cats, and post office, and all kinds of stuff. So this is why it is amazing when one day Swatch, the clicker. Okay, one day it's amazing that Swatch wrote in saying, okay, you know what, we know you are building this Jelly City, and we have a new watch about to be launched. It's a scuba diving watch inspired by the jellyfish. So can you please make an artwork inspired by this watch? I'm like, yes, because, this is such great synchronicity, when there's such alignment in stories and brand, and I love Swatch growing up. And the idea for this watch is when you wear it, it makes you feel wet, which I thought is very strange. But yeah, it's very strange. So I thought, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand Jelly City. I'm going to include a timepiece district where aunties will make these watches, and then magic happens. And this is the result.
It's always wet, very wet, in Jelly City this time of the year, especially in the timepiece district. Most of the jelly clocks are carefully handmade by aunties, but sometimes, at special moments, magic happens.
Thank you. I'll drink some water now. No, for real. Okay. So, I want to tell you, there's an auntie in all of us. Do you sometimes look at these delicious food in front of you, and then there's this voice inside you that says,
"You look fat."
So, that was how I started my TED Talk 2 years ago. And fast forward from the TED Talk, 18 months, I was very fortunate to be in this photography show called Paris Photo. It is the largest photography fair in the world at the Grand Palais in Paris. So it was a big deal for me. And I wanted to reinterpret photography. And to me, photography is about capturing light on the surface. And I found this mirror at a flea market outside of Paris. It's beautiful. It's like 18th century, Napoleon III. And I had an idea. I'm going to make it into an artwork when, if you look at it, your face gets replaced by an auntie's face, and then she insults you after 2 seconds. Because there's an auntie inside all of us, right? So I developed 13 aunties with this mirror artwork, and they all have different things to say. They can be very blunt. Like, for instance, this auntie, she would ask about, money. She cares about money a lot.
In new job, how much do you earn? Got bonus or not?
Yeah. And out of these aunties, I have also a recurring character from the auntie-verse. This is Auntie Meow. She's an auntie with a cat's face who one day found a cat with an auntie's face. It's like a story about loneliness that I made 2 years ago. So Auntie Meow was integrated into the artwork. So there's an angel on the frame, and we chopped off the angel's head and replaced it with Auntie Meow's head. Yeah, that's Auntie Meow, by the way. So this was a Paris photo. And right now, the mirror is in Barcelona at Load Gallery. It has been upgraded. So the software was upgraded, the hardware as well. It now connects to a printer. So if you visit Barcelona, go see it. So people had a lot of fun with it. This is taken by visitors and who posted on their social media. Now, you see, in Singapore, nobody wants to be an auntie. But in Barcelona, everyone wants to be an auntie. Look at that power pose over there. Anyway, it was really cool. So what does this mean? The auntie is in transformation. The world is changing. So 3 years ago, I was making this series of artworks about how we do things to ourselves for beauty treatments and what it means for our body. And I was also developing an idea about how our skin is very much like nature. You know how things grow on our skin, like plants grow in the landscapes on the planet. And this was developed into a sculpture for a private event for L'Oreal. So I was very lucky to work with this hyper-realistic sculptor from Venice. He makes makeup for Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings. Yeah, really cool. And this is the final outcome. And it is for an event called The Beauty of Longevity, which is about how ideas of beauty are changing. So you see, the auntie, when I was growing up, has always been portrayed in this manner. You would never associate her with new and evolving ideas of beauty. So to me, this is a big deal because the world is changing and our definitions, we are living longer, our definitions of beauty is evolving. And this idea, the sculpture was made last year in June, and this year, I take this idea and develop it into a larger scale. So the idea of skin and our body is now integrated as part of the planet. Exploring how it feels to have our body as part of the planet, because we are one and we are not separated in any way. And this is exhibiting as well in Barcelona in the same exhibition called Antiscapes, Works of Body. And I also explore other things in this exhibition, like the menopausal body, and how the ideas of connecting with our body is changing. There wasn't much information about this growing up. I mean, our mothers don't talk about it in Asia, but now you see it everywhere on the internet. And it's wonderful. And also about the moon is a recurring theme in my work, about cycles and how our body is so sensitive and permeable to the environment. And this is Frog Auntie sort of responding to the moonbeam. So this is all in the exhibition. And now I'm going to show you two artworks that has got to do with how there's a universe within our body and how energy and emotions get stuck in our body that we need to clear sometimes. Thank you. So this was in Barcelona, and I would love for you to visit. The exhibition is on until the 15th of August. So this is the last thing I want to share with you, which is about goddesses. So Singapore, where I'm from, is known to visitors as an ultra-contemporary and modern city. But very few people get to see the armpits of Singapore, where the real people live. You know, where normal people do their marketing, do their laundry, do their interactions, where communities hang out. And earlier I was saying that AI allowed me to re-look at everything that has happened before, and exactly this is where I spent most time with my grandmother. So this is Toa Payoh town in Singapore, and is where I spent the first 10 years of my life. It's a 2-kilometer radius. Most of my time was spent with my grandmother. She was a fishmonger's wife. She never left the home because she had 8 children. So all she did was cook, do laundry, serve the family, and she made fish balls. But we had no documentation of that sort. No photos, no videos. And you know this term, domestic goddess? She is definitely a domestic goddess. I have mixed feelings about this word because if you look at the dictionary, it says somebody who is really good at housework and she loves it. But there existed a generation of women who had no choice because of societal expectations, family pressures, lack of education. And so I made this video in honor of my grandmother. It's called Goddess.
Once upon a time, a goddess arrived on the planet, saw this cute little place, and decided to stay a few days. She was having fun. tending to slippery things, making chewy balls. She could do everything. She handled it all. She was very, very busy and did it so well. And she forgot who she was, where she came from. Day after day, she did these tasks. Centuries passed. Still she labored, quietly, unnoticed. And then one day, all of a sudden, she woke up, remembered who she was, and left. Gosh, what was that? Have to get back, have to get home. Too many chewy balls. The goddess was glad to have a break. And then, her sister appeared and asked, "Oi, where have you been?" The goddess looked back at the place she spent time at and realized it was not real. It was weird. "No worries," her sister said. "Let's chill out." And so they did.
Thank you. So that was made in 2024 during Sora's beta testing. So as you know, Sora has been sort of stopped. So to me, this was like an incredible record of technology at that time. So I'm really grateful for that. Okay, so context for this video. Chinese heaven is ruled by bald old men. And typically, goddesses are slender and beautiful. But in the Auntie-verse, they're just like, aunties having a good time with their spirit animals, riding creatures from the Auntie-verse. And also in Chinese mythology, thunder and lightning is created by Mr. and Mrs. Thunder. But in the Auntie-verse, it's created by aunties just partying away. So this was exhibited at Sora Selects in Tokyo and also in Shanghai and Beijing. So Auntie Goddess from this series is going to have her own spin-off video, which I'm making right now. And what's happening next is she's going to be on the beach doing her thing, and then something else will happen. You'll find out. We are also making a documentary film about being human, where AI is an emerging technology that supports this culture. So the intersection of culture and art and technology. So it is by the film director who made the Daft Punk documentary, and it will be out at the end of this year. And what else is happening? If you happen to be in Busan, Korea, there is an exhibition going on now until June. And in London, if you're in Europe, there's one going on in the Welcome collection, which is about aging. So some of the aunties are exhibiting there. And of course, in Barcelona as well. So thank you, Magnific, for inviting me to speak, and thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, guys, where are we at with the energy levels? So now we have a little bit of a situation where some of you might be interested in going to a workshop. If you are, then now is the time to stand up and go to that workshop, even if I'm standing here. If you're not, just stay seated, because we have Eliza coming up after this. I wanted to do a little bit of like a crowd work exercise. So we can't do a wave in here, it's too tacky, but we can do high fives just to keep everyone excited and on point. But I want the high fives to start in the middle and work their way out Can we do that? Can we try to do that? So, I mean, your section has to do your high fives, your section has to do yours. So why don't we do this? Like the people in the middle, you high five each other, and then you turn around and you high five the people next to you. Let's go. Come on. Yes. Over here as well. Don't be lazy. High fives for everyone. They're free. They don't cost much. Great. I also want to keep going. You're not done yet. I see people in the back. They haven't high-fived each other. And also you guys up there in the VIP section. Don't be lazy. I see you. All right. When they ask me to do this every single year, they come to me and they ask, like, are you willing to host the Upscale conference for us again? And I keep reminding them that I'm no professional hosting artist. But they're like, that's fine. We just want you to come because every time you end up doing these weird things. I think that we all have the ability to do weird things, but we kind of get locked in. We get locked into our boxes. I have small kids, and I look at them, and I wonder, every single day, I wonder, where did we lose that sense of play? Where and how and when did we lose that sense of play? We're so afraid of doing that little awkward thing or talking to strangers or just play. Like pick up a Lego set and play. Maybe it's the circumstances, maybe it's the bills, maybe it's just random things in life that makes us less like kids. But I think going to a place like this, looking at a talk like this, makes you really realize that there's a lot of room for play. And as serendipity has it, I live four doors down from the gallery in Barcelona where this show has been on. So yeah, it's a great show. Okay, our next speaker of the day is Eliza McNitt. She's a wonderful person, so please give a huge round of applause for Eliza. Thank you.
Please welcome Eliza McNitt, writer and director at Chromista.
Hello. I am Eliza McNitt, and today we are going to go on a journey through space and time. I am the writer and director of a film called Ancestra, and it is a short that is a hybrid of both live action and generative video. And it was produced by Darren Aronofsky, Chromista, and Primordial Soup, in collaboration with Google Creative Lab and DeepMind using VO 2 and 3. So for those who are not familiar, VO is the AI generative video model from Google. And our challenge was to figure out how to use VO in a formal film production pipeline. So I just want to set the stage. I began this project last year before VO was released. And I walked into a room in Google and they showed me this video model. And I was so scared. And I was like, this is the end of filmmaking. I don't know what to do. And then when I got to roll up my sleeves and actually work with the tool, I discovered what an incredible and powerful tool this was for creativity and imagination driven by artists. So today I'm going to show you the film and take you inside of our process. And it was really essential to me in telling this story using AI tools that human beings were at the center of the story. So all the actors are humans, and we worked with over 200 people in the process of making this film. So first, let's watch it. The day that I was born, I nearly died. There are worlds that a camera can't reach, inner worlds, cosmic ones, and that's what led me to use generative video to tell this story. So this is the story of my mom and the day that she brought me into the universe.
We're in the 50s, sir.
We need to go.
Is your husband here?
This was supposed to be a checkup.
Crash C-section!
I am not giving birth in a leotard.
We need help here.
I've done everything right. I haven't even had sugar for the past 9 months.
Severe bradycardia.
She needs to come out now.
Is my baby gonna be okay?
We're gonna do everything we can.
Am I gonna be okay?
Baby's in distress.
What do you mean baby's in distress? What is wrong with my baby?
What's wrong? Please be okay. Please. What's wrong with your heart? Listen. Listen. Your grandma's heart was the first sound I ever knew. Just like hers before that. And hers before that. A rhythm passed down from every mother who tore herself open just to let life through. A pulse moving through every creature that came before you. Through every cell that split. Even before life, it beat. Not in flesh, but in fire. Through every dying star. Back to the very first pulse of the universe.
We're getting close. Baby's out.
Close the cord. Time of delivery, 10:33.
No movement.
There's no heartbeat.
Move, come on. Maintain position. Still no heartbeat. Check the rhythm. Still pulse. More tone.
There's no heartbeat. We're losing her. Come on.
No rhythm on the mother. Heart defect. I think there's a hole in her heart. Here we go. Here we go. Here.
In your heart. A void. A silence. A rhythm passed down. It does not end with me.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to stop it there, but there's nothing like a little horse placenta before lunch. So the poetry of the prompt is the process of creating a new language with a generative model to achieve the story that you want to tell. So it's not about describing what we want to see, but instead capturing a feeling and letting that sculpt the image. And because Ancestra itself was this very deeply poetic and personal film, we realized that we had to approach the process with that same kind of sensibility. And so instead of instructing AI on exactly what to show, we crafted prompts using mood, imagery, video reference, and even scientific experimentation. So today I'm going to take you inside some of these techniques and how we did it. So here's how this all began. I had this very unique opportunity to tell a really personal story about my origins in the universe. It really was a dream project where I got to just experiment with these tools and tell a story that was about my beginnings and about my mom. And so it was really important to me that this wasn't an AI film, and that this was the story that I wanted to tell. It's literally about my heart. So leveraging AI was simply an opportunity to make it real within the 10 weeks that we had to make it. So I'm going to say that again. We had 10 weeks from me writing the script to our premiere at Tribeca. So we started with color, and as my script really took shape, our conversations began around the story using color as emotion. And it gave us a framework for the visual worlds and the prompts that this world would inhabit. And so ultimately, it's the story that drove those visuals, whether or not they were technically possible with AI. And so that meant we had to get extremely creative, bending the tool toward my vision and not letting its limitations dictate what was possible. And I wanted the film to really transport you from the microscopic to the cosmic, from a hole in my heart to the Big Bang. And at its center is a force that binds those scales together, which is the cosmic power of a mother's love. So we had these 4 primary visual challenges that we set out to create, each one requiring its own language, technical approach, and emotional logic. And so we started where anyone does when you sit down at a computer and you start prompting. The things that we knew we wanted to capture were the Big Bang, baby in the womb, traveling through the bloodstream, and flying through the cosmos. So we put that in, and here's what we got. And so we realized really quickly that this film was not going to be created in VO with a few simple keywords. In fact, using those keywords like Big Bang, blood cells, cosmos, were much more likely to trigger these wildly generic visual tropes. And so this led to our first insight as a team: AI has no taste. It has no idea what you want. And these models can really flood us with generations, but only we, the artists, can decide what resonates and carries truth. And so that act of discernment, choosing, shaping, and giving meaning is the essence of our creativity. AI can create, as we all know, but as of now, only we can reflect. And so we had to think very differently in our approach. So how are people doing this before CG? We drew a lot of references from practical filmmaking, like from visionaries such as the great and late Doug Trumbull and Peter Parks, and their work on films that I love, like Tree of Life, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and The Fountain, where they used microphotography to capture hidden organic worlds. And so we wanted our process with AI to echo that spirit, to embrace the unpredictability and flaws and the poetic accidents that make an image feel both human but also cosmic. And both of them showed us that when the tool does not exist, you have to invent it. So with Ancestra, we carried that spirit forward into our own process in writing prompts, but with the same principle, that invent a language to bend the tool toward our vision. So when we use Gemini, which is Google's large language model, to learn how to communicate with VO and to really understand how it sees the world. And so what we did, I thought, was really fascinating. We essentially used one language model to communicate with another in its own words. And it was a very meta process. And so we began this massive exploration in building practical effects with Gemini. And we discovered something kind of fascinating, that in the physical world, our creativity is always limited by, for me, my own knowledge of science, my access to tools or chemicals, and ultimately by the laws of physics. But in this new space where I could create, these constraints really opened up. I wasn't bound by a lab, by the cost of materials, or by the impossibility of simulating reactions that don't exist on Earth. With Gemini, I could really create reactions outside the reach of chemistry or nature, which I found extremely inspiring. The prompt became our version of Trumble's slit scan camera or Park's microscopes. It was this handcrafted instrument. And so instead of asking the model plainly what to show, we wrote in a way that sculpted how it should feel. And so, I also wanted those interior shots to feel like cosmic nebulas within the body. And I don't know if anyone else has really experienced this, but I found as I was going through this process and seeing images like this that our brains haven't seen before, I started having these entirely different, an entirely different visual language to my dreams. So this all led to my first ask for my team, which was a continuous one-shot fly-through inside the mother's body, into the womb, leading to a birth through C-section. Totally easy. So how do you translate the interior world of blood, breath, and heartbeat into imagery that feels really alive and not clinical? So leveraging the knowledge that we gained from making practical effects, we started exploring what we could do inside the body. And, we were getting better. This, not quite, but this was what I like to call endoscopy vision. But we realized we couldn't control the camera. And VO only wanted to make these straight fly-throughs, and each generation, as we know, could only be a maximum of 8 seconds. So a single shot with the realism and intensity we were after was basically impossible. But this breakthrough came when one of our engineers began testing Google's video-to-video model, which allows you to pass both a text prompt and video to VO. And so this is his office chair. And he built this setup with a pile of blankets and wires to very loosely approximate what the inside of the body looks like. And he filmed this on his phone. So on the far left, you see his original video. And on the right, you can see 2 different outputs with different prompts and intensity values applied. And so what was wires in one shot on his phone is now becoming these really interesting threads inside of the body. And it was beginning to resemble the interior structures of a human body. So this is when we knew we were onto something, being very creative. But we couldn't just generate single clips. They had to follow the movement from live action, sustain the consistency for almost a whole minute. So we mapped out the entire sequence onto a diagram of the human body. And so I got to, as a director, I got to block this scene just like I would block a oneer on set. So you can see our terrifying model here and all the concerned looks of our artists. And this is our animator, this amazing artist, Martin Neblong, who is at Google, and he's actually sculpting and building these wild sequences in the PS4 game Dreams with his Move controllers. And so this combination of 3D modeling and video-to-video prompting was starting to capture this feeling that we were after. And so it began to unveil this visual world that felt organic, intense, and otherworldly. And so we carried forward those learnings from our practical texturing studies into the way that we approached prompting. And we really wanted to find that right balance of softness and being immersed in the body without it feeling too gruesome or visceral, and wanting it to feel cosmic and expansive. So Martin would animate a video like this, as you can see here, as we're going down in this VR world he created. And we would feed that video and the prompt to VO and produce a final output that looks like this. And so here, I'll just show you a breakdown of this. So here's the full sequence from the 3D model to previs. And then it moves to our final VO output and color grade. So just to give you a sense of what we went through to get to just that single shot. And so now with this modeling and prompting method that we discovered, we were able to bring this emotion and continuity to the rest of the scene inside of the body. And I also wanted a cosmic and ethereal C-section that was told from the POV of the unborn child, the way that I remembered it. And undeterred, you can see Martin here in a meeting performing a C-section. And by just taking this very primitive model of a baby that was captured at the right angle with the right amount of light and give this to VO, so it starts to really understand our vision, it can turn it into something with really deep complexity and nuance that captures the imperfections of what it could feel like to be inside of the womb in a way that would have been nearly impossible with traditional CG. This is one of my favorite shots of the movie. So next up were the healing voids, and this is that moment of rupture of the holes that had to be visualized. The challenge was, how do we unearth all of the potential within the models to discover things aesthetically arresting that don't necessarily feel like AI? So we went back to Gemini to help uncover what we didn't know and what different cameras can be found inside of the model that reveal a completely different way of seeing the world. Or, for example, different kinds of scientific imaging techniques. And what was so amazing, and what I loved about this, is that you could even begin merging them together to invent completely new imaging techniques that don't actually exist. It became so surreal to the point where Gemini was inventing its own perceptions of the world. So here, for example, we have the mycelium network perception, seeing as fungus does, not as light, but as electrical signal. And so we suddenly could build these worlds from perception itself, rather than from the visible world alone. We could merge these different concepts like fractal growth and blood flow with plant life and regeneration, or, this was one of my favorites, take the birth of the universe from the Big Bang and visualize it through the lens of an ultrasound. Or represent collapsing stars with poetics. So what we discovered was that beauty really lies in those in-between places where fragments of data are twisted and bent into these images that we have never seen before. And this is where the creativity emerges, not simply recreating a concept that's stored in the model's training data, but blending ideas to produce something that's totally new. And so as we uncovered more conceptual themes and visuals that resonated with the emotion of the film, we'd feed those prompts back into Gemini as a set of system instructions, basically teaching it how to think, how to write, and over time, we built a shared conceptual sandbox of what really felt true to the film. And from this came this explosion of ideas. And for every generation that you see that made it into the film, there were literally thousands that did not. And what we love so much about working with these models is when you find this perfect collection of language, every rerun you do creates something totally different. And so you can, instead be inspired by its potential. And because inside of this one singular prompt lives this infinity of worlds that you can explore. But as a director, you want some control over that. And so we also, for example, we loved this red fractaling growth pattern and the energy and motion. But with just a few words, you can reimagine that same environment as ice branching across the surface, or something organic like coral. And so we discovered working, I think everyone thinks that it's a slot machine, but it's really not. It's more like a hunt for gold, where when you finally strike a pocket, it opens up a whole vein, and everything is very extraordinary, as if you've unlocked a hidden world of abundance. But of course, within that, we had to tell a story, and so the images had to be directed to those tiny moments of imperfection that fit our story and made the whole feel as if it was struggling to close, to feel as if it was truly the baby's heart. And what I love about VO is how real it looks, but the realism is also quite limiting. And especially when you're chasing a specific motion, we were after something much slower, more poetic, And so we took the motion from some of our favorite generative clips, like the one that you see on the left, ran it back through the same video-to-video process, using it almost like choreography and shaping the ultimate output, which is what you see on the right. And we could take things like the effortless motion of a jellyfish and then map that onto a void of ice. And so we really pushed to make this scene feel as realistic as possible, because the moment the hole in the heart closes is really the emotional core of the film. I think this is the most I've ever said the word hole in front of an audience. Next was this one shot reversing in time from the birth in the hospital through the creation leading into the Big Bang. So this question was, how do you create prompts that carry the rhythm of history collapsing in reverse? So it was, really esoteric. And we leaned into what mattered most in the story, which was this connection between mother and child. And also what VO does best, short, cinematic, beautiful clips. And really to capture the connection between mother and child in all forms. And amplifying the intensity of this moment, even when you're moving to the earliest stages of our universe forming. And so a lot of these scenes, they weren't actually solely prompted VO outputs. Our VFX artists layered and composited multiple generations to form visuals that could really carry the story. And this is the Big Bang sequence. This was a blending of about 20 different generations, each time remapped and combined to build something that reached the quality and standard that we were after. So, through this, it became really clear you are essential to the process. AI did not replace anyone's jobs. It augmented the process and gave us new tools, from the storyboard artists we worked with to our incredible VFX supervisor, Aaron Raff. AI was never a substitute for creativity. It was an amplifier. And, the shape of feeling, the act of shaping feeling into form will always belong to artists. So our last challenge was we needed a baby. And I felt filming with children was unethical. They don't consent. I wanted to come up with a solution for being on set, filming without an actual baby. So we filmed our actress, the incredible Audrey Corsa, several ways with a doll and just holding air like this. And we began devising compositing strategies of how to put a generated baby into these scenes. But the techniques weren't really giving us the realism we needed. And so about 2 weeks before picture lock, a team of researchers released an insert model where you give it an input image, and then you draw a box on top of it, use text prompts for what will happen inside of that window, and that's when we got something like this. And we thought, you know what? I think this is going to work. So you can see in the final film, the original live action footage, the inserted VO generation, and the final composite and color grade from our VFX team. I also wanted the baby in the film to actually be me as a newborn, modeled on photos that my late father took of me the moment I was born. And so these are the images of me that he took. And through conversations with Gemini and how it sees the world, we were able to slowly sculpt together in language this image of me as a newborn. I do think the camera adds a few pounds to me as a baby. But the beauty of prompting is that the same landscape and language carries through. So, we can create this amazing visual continuity between baby Eliza in the hospital and baby Eliza in the womb. And because this was such a personal story to me, it really made this technical feat actually matter. As an artist and a director, I've always been really fascinated by the vastness of space, its mystery, and the way that it mirrors the questions of our origins. And for years, I hungered to weave that cosmic wonder into something personal, but I never had the tools to bridge the infinite with the intimate. So now, with these new creative technologies, I felt like I could finally tackle the story of the hole in my heart and the universe, mapping my own origin to the stars and discovering how the pulse of the cosmos really resonates within my bones. So, in a world where you can make anything, make something that matters to you, make something personal, make something human. Make something with humans. that you couldn't otherwise create without these tools. And ultimately, I discovered that prompting, it's not a formula, it's a fusion of art direction, language, and experimentation. It's about composing with words, the way that a director composes with light or motion, guiding the model through tone, texture, and emotion, until the image begins to really speak back to you, until you start to feel something from the image. And at its core, it's not about controlling AI, but guiding it, really bending this strange new instrument towards a vision that only us, the humans, can hold. And that vision does come from us, the storytellers who give these words their weight. And in the end, I felt it wasn't about machines at all. It's about the human imagination that is powerful enough to shape them. And we discovered that if the tool doesn't exist, you invent one. And so with generative models, that tool is language. And the poetry is really in how we choose to shape it. And it felt like we weren't just prompting, we were inventing new ways of speaking to a machine so it can begin to carry our vision. And most importantly, I think without your voice, the machine is just noise. And that act of creating language where none existed before, that is the poetry of the prompt. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, how are we doing? Temperature check. So a little bit of house rules. We now have about 80 minutes to get fed, go to the toilets, all that jazz. This room will be relatively empty, so we can organize and clean up if there's anything left in here. Do make sure that you roam around, interact with your fellow event attendees, and we'll see you back here in 80 minutes. And at that point, we will have Casey and Kevin on stage doing an absolutely insane interview. So enjoy your lunch.
Hello, welcome back, Upscale. Hello, welcome back, Upscale family. Let's welcome someone who thinks deeply about one of the biggest questions in creative AI. How do you move from impressive result to a workflow you can actually repeat? Martin LeBlanc is the Chief Executive Experience Officer at Magnific, where he focuses on turning powerful AI capabilities into tools and systems that creative teams can use with consistency. Before Magnific, he founded Icon Finder, growing it into a global marketplace for design assets. So, he knows what it means to build products that creatives use every day. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you.
Hello. How are you feeling today?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Excited.
Well, the people are excited to hear from you, so if it's okay with you, we'll jump right into it.
Yeah, let's do it.
You've just been on stage with Joaquin, presenting flows, agents, MCPs, and a new way of thinking about how creative work gets structured and automated and scaled.
Yep.
Before we get into the details, I'd love to start with the bigger picture. Is the future of AI creativity more about better models or better workflows?
So we've seen in the past, I think, 3 years, and especially like, for example, if we look at video, in the past year, we've seen so many improvements that, it's like for many companies, video generation a year ago was not something you could use, commercially. You could do something, but it was like always giving you too many issues and artifacts that it was not practically usable. So, and now we've seen so many advances, especially like now with Kling 3 and Seedance 2, that is now really becoming a tool where you can tell stories with it effectively and is convincing. So I think right now we are sort of like at a level where the models are so good that you can really focus on what are you saying with it, like what is the story, right? So I think there's a really interesting point in time where the focus is now shifting a little bit away from the models and more into like, okay, how do we actually use it? So I think that's a big shift right now.
Yeah, it's a huge shift.
Yeah.
And would you say the future of AI creativity is more about better models or better workflows?
I think they are connected, right? So it's not it's not, you cannot ignore the quality of the models. There's an interesting thing about these models that they are not improving gradually, they improve in jumps. So it's like there's a world before and after when they have a new version coming out. So sometimes a new model is so powerful that it changes how you work, right? So models definitely have a big impact on the creative process, right? So you cannot really separate those two.
Love that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have had that magical AI moment, right? Speaking of models, where they generate one amazing image or video, but your focus seems to be on what happens after that. How do you make quality repeatable, right? So what does consistency mean in a creative context to you?
Yeah. So the way to work with AI tools right now is very much like, as a creative person, is that you have to start with a big picture about, like, for example, let's say, which story are you telling? So it's almost like the fundamental storytelling approaches still apply, or you can, like, you need to write down, like, what is the conflict of this story, like, how do I explain it, and so on. So you need to build out that story, and then after that you build out, like, all the components of, for example, let's say, characters and locations and so on. So there's a lot of this basically like a traditional creative process that comes before you start even generating. So even if you can make something that looks beautiful and so on, you need that whole intention before you get to that last stage.
Yeah. And great word, intention. I feel like a lot of people out there can relate. How do you help customers move from, let's say, experimentation to real production?
Yeah. So what we've seen, like, right now is, like, especially in larger teams, and this is sort of like, it's a difficult thing implementing a technology that is potentially disruptive. So generative AI is very disruptive. For example, in an area right now, it's like, for example, visual effects. It's completely changing how you make visual effects. You can suddenly, you don't need maybe a motion capture suit. You can just do that with AI, right? So, and when you have something that is disruptive, it's very hard for companies to simply implement that gradually. So what we're seeing is that a lot of companies, they build out special teams where they say, you guys go here and experiment, and you figure out the new process. And once you kind of, like, get the really good results that are, on the brand and the quality that the company wants, then you have that new process, and then you can say, okay, everyone, now this is our new process, right? So you kind of, like, build that little safe space, isolated team. You can go experiment. Like, none of those pixels ever gonna reach, the end product. And you need that little room to figure out, like, how we do it. And then you get, and I think also really important that, looking at generative AI not as, like, a tool, but more as a skill set. Because it's, even if you think, okay, you look at something, be like, oh yeah, it's just AI, that must be easy, and then you try to do it yourself, and it's actually really difficult. It's like, I often say that it's very easy to get 80% of the way, but the last 20% really requires expertise. And is right now with the new things you can do, you can bring in live actors, you can do many different things. The skill level really goes up right now. It's like it's difficult getting, like, really high-end quality. So
you just kind of rewired my brain chemistry a little bit with switching to a skill set. I'm going to take that nugget in my pocket. Now, when people talk about AI, right, they often focus on the final output. The image, the video, the asset. But workflows are when creative work, it's where creative work actually happens. The messy middle between the idea and, let's say, the finished product. What does a great generative AI workflow look like to you?
So I think there are two camps whenever you're looking at, like, creative work. There's, like, let's say you're a content creator, your motivation is to create content as quickly as possible in high volume, and your metric is, like, okay, how many likes, shares did this get, right? So that's sort of like the content creator approach, and it's a creative process, but your goal is not to express yourself. It's to get, like, a commercial goal. And then in the complete opposite camp, you have an artist who don't care about the album sales or whatever. It's just like, it's all about expressing themselves, right? That's the ultimate artist, right? So, and we work with a lot of teams that are sort of, like, in the middle, and it's like, you need to build, like, for the interesting results with AI, you need to have something where you take people on a journey where they can express themselves during the process. And that means that maybe, like, the one-click solution sort of, like, removes that intention from that person, right? So we want to make sure that even if you're working with generative AI, and we could potentially with AI make one-click solutions for everything, we actually want people to sort of like be able to express themselves during the process. Like so a good process for me definitely means that I'm not sure if I like the word control. That's not. It has a little bit of negative sound to it, but it's more like directing. We want people to be able to direct and iterate quickly. There's a lot of things that makes people more or less creative. If you have like a long feedback loop, you tend to sort of like go out of that creative state, like flow state, right? So you want to build tools that keeps people in a flow state and can quickly iterate and so on. Then you get like the creativity flowing. So that's a good process for me for sure.
Okay, love that. And speaking of flow state, how do you design workflows that support exploration without becoming too chaotic?
Yeah, so one of the tools that we have, Spaces, is a way to work that is very visual, where you see each step in the process visually, and you have an infinite canvas. You can build out infinitely large projects, and that way of working is like very much how your brain works, where you think, you jump from concept to concept by association. So you might think about like, okay, there's a car, and then okay, the car has wheels, they turn, then it's a circle, and so your brain connects things by concepts. That's how we work, right, creatively. And the tool with Spaces is actually mapped out visually, like how, almost like a brain works. So I think for a creative person, having that tool like that is really like, it helps you, it's like building a little mind map, right? It's interactive and you see the data flowing. It's much easier to keep track of, other than just keeping, copy pasting prompts and just like a more linear process. So I really like being creative in Spaces. Like it's very fast and removes like the friction, and removing friction is also another way of, you kind of like remove friction and then creativity goes up.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to get back to the Spaces and the agents and the workflows. But before we do, I want to talk about, do you think the winning platforms will be the ones with the best models or the best workflows?
Yeah, I think it's you need both for sure, because as I said, like models, they some of them are so powerful that they change the game.
Yeah.
And so if you can't really say that, if you only focus on workflows, I don't think you're going to be successful. If you only focus on models, you're not going to get successful. It's really that combination of figuring out, like, for example, I think an example is like Seedance 2 was a model that really made, like, you can prompt and then you can get like a video that is like a full scene where the camera changes angles and you can have characters talking, consistency and so on. And just that model really also dictates how you work, right? So it's a back and forth process. Like the product needs to match the models and the models needs to sort of like be built into the tool. So I think it's like a combination. You can't separate them.
Yeah, I agree. And earlier you said that AI is a disruptive space, right? So do you think creative teams are at risk of confusing speed with creativity?
I think they're correlated, to be honest. I think if you want to compose a song on a guitar, it helps being able to play a guitar. Like, it's like you need that kind of like fluency in the craftsmanship in order to be creative. So just navigating the tools isn't getting in the way, right? So speed. It's like, if you can work fast, you can iterate quicker, you have less friction and so on. So I think those two things very often, like many, I'm not talking a lot about music, but many of the great songs written in the world, you see that girl who wrote the song and you in an interview and say, like, I wrote that in 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it's not like, sometimes like speed can produce very, very good results if it hits, if you are in the moment and inspired and so on. You need to capture that inspiration before it sort of like vanishes, right? So speed is like a fundamental part of being creative. So I think that's sort of like you optimize for speed, but that makes you creative.
Yeah, I love this. This is jam-packed. We have about 2 more minutes left, so I want to ask you, today you and Joaquin launched agents, right?
Yes.
And in the context of Magnific, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I mean, we're gonna hear a lot about agents in the coming years, and it's a little bit like, you can imagine, like, and most people have used ChatGPT now.
Yeah.
You ask it a question, it gives you a response, right? The difference with agents is that it's not like just you give it one question and an answer. It's more like you can, with an agent, you give it more like a mission. So you say like, I want to achieve this, and it will figure out many steps towards that goal, right?
Yeah.
So if you can say to it, I would like to have a commercial that is going to be like 30 seconds for this product, and you just give it your product, and then it will figure out, okay, that's a cornflakes, you need like a person holding it, talking about how it's like nutritious, blah blah blah, and then so it's going to plan out all the different steps. Building the voiceover, building the script, building the visuals, the character, holding that product, and so on. In the end, giving you that video, right? So it's so with agents, it's really like the power of agents is like it's an LLM, but it can handle many steps, and sort of like work in much more complex projects.
Yeah.
The example we showed on stage was a filmmaking project where the starting point was giving it the script for the film. And then so the agent sort of like understands, okay, you're trying to create a film. And then from there, every time you ask it, okay, I want to have this character, it looks in the script and says like, okay, I know that character is this woman, this age, and is like in 1978. So the clothing has to match that. So it helps you really, instead of like manually prompting everything, you sort of like just tell it like, I'm trying to build a film, or create a film. And then it will help you along the way. So it becomes this kind of like an intelligent sidekick. So that's sort of like what we're building, and it has so many amazing implementations for like you can. I think it's removing, as we talk a lot about like friction for creativity.
Yeah.
It will, for example, it will remove that you don't have to know about every single model on the platform. It's like if you want to brainstorm on how a character looks, it will choose the image models that gives you very creative outputs. And if you're trying to change a character, just like, for example, in my example, we were aging a person from being 18 to 80, then it will choose the Nano Banana model, which is really good for image editing, right? So it has that kind of intelligence, and for regular creative people who don't follow every new model, that is just like, a game changer, I think.
Yeah, such a gift,
Yeah.
such a gift. Well, Martin, I could do this with you all day. You're so knowledgeable. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your presentation today.
Thank you.
It was beautiful, and I know our viewers think so. They are going off in the chats, and we will talk about that later. Now, for everyone watching, this is exactly the kind of conversations that we are having today at Freepik, and I am going to let Chris go ahead and take you away with what is happening on the floor. We'll see you soon.
That was an amazing interview, Aaliyah. Thank you very much. Now we are standing outside at the Magnific stage. This is a new space at Upscale, which has creators from around the world teaching you how to use Magnific to make amazing content with unique workflows. Now, you're going to hear a lot of amazing creators here today, like Sebastian Jeffries, Gabe Walters. We also have Jared Liu, and amazing other people. Currently on stage is Simone Ferretti from Italy, who's an intelligent, hyper amazing realistic artist. Now, I'm going to have another creator here join in right now. His name is Sebastian Jeffries. Come on over here, Sebastian.
Hello. Nice to meet everyone.
Tell everybody your name and your socials.
My name is Sebastian Jeffries. You can find me on Instagram at Sebastian. Everywhere else is Sebastian Jeffries. And yeah, I'm an educator who specializes in showing you how to use generative AI in the image and video space. And we recently just launched the AI Creator Lab, which is an all-in-one community to show you how to master generative AI.
Well, I'm signing up right after this. So, Sebastian, what can the audience expect from your demo tomorrow?
Our demo is pretty cool because we're basically showcasing how you can go from sketch to video. And the whole concept of this is a project that we worked with on Grok. So Grok Imagine, which is an image and video model. It was in partnership with them. And basically, we storyboarded the entire thing from sketch, like real sketching. And then we used that to then generate our frames. And then from that, we generated our videos. And we did all of that using Grok Imagine inside of Magnific.
Amazing. So what's one thing you're going to show that you think will blow people's minds?
I think the trailer itself is like a 30-second trailer, and it's so cool because it like mixes reality with kind of like fiction. Like we have like the villains, but then we have like my companion, which is like a Pixar animated character, and it's just like pretty funny, but it looks super cool.
I honestly saw a little preview of it yesterday, and it looks unbelievable. I think there's a reaction video somewhere of me, but the next thing I wanted to ask you, how has Magnific changed the way you work day to day?
I think, like, honestly, the whole team element of it is just amazing. Like, my whole team uses Spaces, like, every single day. And the fact that we can just collaborate, like, create, like, yes and no projects and then, move things around in one space and it's all, like, unified, I think is, like, the best thing ever.
Is there room for another member of the team?
Of course, always. We're always hiring.
Alrighty. What's one tip you give somebody that's just getting started in AI creation?
Always focus on your images, especially if you're like doing video content, because if your images aren't very good, your video outputs are not going to be very good. So specialize on that, create your character sheets, your data sets, so you can get the best character consistency, and then everything else will just work really well.
And for an up-and-coming creator, like what's something you'd recommend they do to get their name out there?
I have this motto, and it's like a neon sign in my office, and it says, "Don't stop, just create." So whatever you do, even if it's not working out, keep doing it, and you're gonna get there at some point.
Sebastian told me that I think 100 times, and I still need to follow him, and I need to do more content. But that's honestly the best advice you give. Every single day you put something out, just keep creating and don't give up. Thank you so much, Sebastian. It's great talking to you. You're an amazing content creator and inspiring.
And you're an amazing guy too.
Oh, come here. Alrighty, thank you very much. We're going to go back to Aaliyah in the office, and thank you very much.
On se comprend, on se respire. Sous les néons, on danse sans fin. Dans cette ville, on est bien. Pas de promesses, juste l'instant. Toi et moi, c'est suffisant.
Welcome back, guys. Joining me now is Nice Aunties, a Singapore-based artist, designer, and storyteller whose practice reimagines the cultural figure of the auntie through AI, digital art, and speculative storytelling. With an architectural background and a love of surrealism, fantasy, and kawaii culture, she places aging women at the center of everyday life, exploring food, beauty, care, and the environment in ways nobody else has. Her Auntie-verse project dropped and debuted on TED Stage in Vancouver in 2024 and has since traveled the world. She's collaborated with brands like Swatch and L'Oreal, and her work has been featured in the Straits Times, Forbes, and The Guardian. Please welcome on in Nice Aunties. Hi, how you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you.
You just got off stage. How are you feeling?
I'm excited.
Yeah. Well, let's get straight into it because I know the people are excited to hear from you. So your work centers the figure of the auntie, right? Which is a character that's deeply familiar in Asia, but completely fresh in the AI space. I really would love to know what's pulled you toward AI, right, as the medium to tell these stories, and why aunties of all the characters in the world?
Well, what pulled me towards AI initially was curiosity. Like I was looking at so much AI content at the end of 2022, and I was curious, like how did people create all these amazing looking images?
Yes, so I'm sorry, it looks like we're going to toss to a very quick break. We're going to fix some audio issues and we'll be right back, you guys. Okay, Upscale family, we are back. We had some audio issues. Thank you for bearing with us. It's not a real party unless, you know, something goes wrong. We're going to start from the top. We have Nice Aunties here. And again, your work centers on the figure of the auntie, right? A character that's deeply familiar in Asia, but completely fresh in the AI art space. So we would love to know, what pulled you toward AI as the medium to tell those stories? And why aunties of all the characters in the world?
So when I first came across creating with AI, it was late 2022, and back then it looked amazing just to create something with text description. So I was experimenting with text to image, and I was blown away. It felt so powerful. It's like the shortest distance between your ideas and images. But of course, back then it wasn't as developed and polished as to what AI can do today. But it was still a pretty empowering feeling.
Yeah.
So why aunties? Well, I grew up in an auntie culture in Singapore. It is so familiar to us. But it's not a positive term. Being labeled an auntie could mean that you are falling behind in terms of fashion.
Wow.
In terms of age, you're aging and you're also very naggy. So the auntie is a very complex stigma and stereotype. So I wanted to reframe that because I have so many aunties. Yeah, I'm also an auntie. So I have 9 nephews and nieces.
Wow.
I have 11 aunties, so I'm the sandwich auntie.
Yeah.
So I wanted to retell and relook at this figure with a fresh perspective.
And I would say you gave it a very positive spin. You're making the aunties look great. And was there a specific auntie or a specific moment that sparked this whole this whole auntieverse?
I would say it's a collective thing from observing my family members because I spent my childhood growing up with my grandmother and my aunties who looked after me because women were expected to look after children.
Yeah.
And also observing aunties in society growing up. I was actually always angry with them. Like, why do they talk to me with such blunt criticisms? So actually this project initially was my way of trying to understand them. So Nice Aunties was meant to be ironic.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And your work has traveled from the TED stage to museums like the Louisiana, the V&A, and Christie's to brand collaborations with Swatch and L'Oreal, and even a billboard on Sunset Boulevard. What does it feel like watching characters that started as a personal project show up on a billboard in West Hollywood or in a museum in Denmark? Does it change how you create the next piece?
No, not really. It was very surreal because by the time they're being exhibited in these venues, I had already moved on to create new works. Because, creating with AI is so quick. You can do so much more within the same time frame. You can either improve the same idea repeatedly till you're happy with it, or you can create a lot more ideas within the same time. So it's like, jumping timelines. It's amazing. It's magic.
Literally magic. I love that. I love that. And with that magic, does it change how you create the next piece?
Not really. No, not really.
Love that. I love that it doesn't affect what you do next. And your career has bridged architecture, design, AI art, and now public speaking. Worlds that don't usually talk to each other. For people listening, and to us who are creators, designers, or founders trying to find their own voice in AI, what would you tell them about how to start? What skills, mindsets, or questions should they be focusing on right now?
Oh, that's a great question. You talked about these different things that don't usually exist in the same space. That is exactly the power of AI. It allows you to put these different ideas that typically don't exist in the same image exist. So you can just go with whatever excites you. I would say when you create, don't overthink. Just go with what excites you the most. And that's usually the best formula because when you're excited, you create. And the more you create, the more you get into flow. And flow creates momentum.
Yeah, I love that. And do these threads come from personal memories, cultural observations, or from just experimenting with the tools themselves?
Oh, all of the above and more. Current affairs, or it could be the environment that I'm in, or through like maybe a conversation with somebody like you. It could be anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely leaving more inspired today, and I think so are our viewers. But a big part of your work is that you make visible people and gestures that often disappear into the background, right? So whether that's care, cooking, cleaning, or beauty rituals, family roles, everyday routines, or auntie behavior. But then you transform those things into something epic and surreal and almost magical. Do you see the auntie-verse as a way of turning invisible labor into something sacred or more meaningful?
Well, I see the auntie-verse as an opportunity to see a normally accepted perception as something different. So I wanted to cast another perspective on issues that are deemed normal by people or has been programmed into everybody's minds. Like for instance, in the beauty industry, youth is celebrated. Like what if aunties get center stage? So it's just like curiosity and it's fun to try.
Yeah. I think that's a beautiful perspective to flip it, right? Because beauty can look different. And you do a great job of showing and proving that. And to end us out, what would you tell any creative about how to start?
Well, think of an idea that you have been working on. I'm sure there are lots of ideas that you have worked on in the past. Pick one out that still excites you and just put it in another context and just start prompting. Just start making. So the idea is to get it going and don't get stuck in our minds. And just follow your heart. Yeah.
I love that. Well, we're definitely leaving a little bit more inspired. Thank you so much. You're not just using AI to create images, you're using it to build a whole world around people, rituals, and stories that are too often overlooked. And that is what makes the work stay with you. And I am going to do a deep dive into the aunties after that, and I'm sure our viewers would too. So thank you guys so much, and please stay tuned to our next interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We've got a very special and exclusive Upscale Conference conversation now. Jeff Cole isn't here for a main stage talk, so we're getting a more direct look into how one of the internet's most recognizable creative minds is thinking about art, brands, AI, and culture. Jeff is a digital artist, creative director, and the co-founder of Iconic. He served as creative director on Adidas, Coming to America campaign, introducing Lionel Messi to the United States. He's designed apparel for Nike, directed campaigns for the Jordan brand, and worked with artists like Drake, Chris Brown on album rollouts, as well as the NBA and MLB on social campaigns. He helped build Iconic into a global licensed canvas art brand, partnering with names like Gary Vaynerchuk and Scooter Braun. And now, with over 1 million followers across his channels, Jeff is leading Iconic's evolution into an AI native creative operation. So lots of things to cover today. Welcome, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you. If you don't mind, I would love to get right into it.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, Jeff, one of the strongest points you state is that when execution stops being the bottleneck, the full weight of the creative work shifts back to the idea. Psychology, emotion, narrative, cultural timing, that's where the real work is now. When AI makes execution easier, what makes an idea truly strong?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when all the like you said, all the bottlenecks and all the frustration of
Jeff, I'm going to stop you really quick because we're having audio issues and we want to hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Testing, 1, 2. Okay, guys, we're back like we never left with Jeff Cole. Now, Jeff, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
When AI makes execution easier, what makes an idea truly strong?
I think that now that we have all these AI tools, we can now really start to focus on the consumer and converting and all the good things that make storytelling amazing, like, emotional connections, instead of all the bottlenecks that come with, pre-production or licensing or, timing, all the hiccups that happen, in the professional creative space.
Yeah.
So, AI gives us the luxury to spend most of their time perfecting the idea and perfecting the story. And I know, storytelling has become this buzzword in the creative space, but there's so much more depth with storytelling. It's not just this overarching thing. There's a lot of psychology behind it. There's a lot of ways to get your viewer to feel emotionally connected with whatever you're trying to portray.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, when we're doing creative work as professionals, a lot of those things get sidelined. And now we can spend around 80 to 90% on the idea, and the execution is way more streamlined, and all those annoying things that we've all worried about or things that go wrong when we're trying to create are kind of just wash away.
Yeah.
So it's really refreshing as creatives. You can just really kind of take a deep breath and understand that you have all the time in the world now, and you can kind of be more creative. I know it sounds so silly, but you can really be a kid again.
Yeah.
And really not be afraid to take more risks. There really aren't any limitations anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So
hopefully you cured a lot of creative anxiety right now with that answer. I love that.
Yeah.
And with that, how much more time do you now spend on thinking before making?
Like I said, 80% of the time is thinking. When you get to that, I call it the 80-20 rule, but that 20% execution, you should really feel that ease, that anxious anxiety to get going. So if I don't get to that stage, my idea is not ready yet. So it's like you really feel like you have to start, and that's when I know I can start executing. But the idea is definitely the best part, and you really get to fine tune it over and over again with AI. And like I said, there are no limitations anymore. So as artists, we have no more excuses on what we're able to create. Whatever we can think about our brains now with AI, we can direct and prompt it.
Yeah. And when do you know an idea has enough emotional or cultural depth to deserve execution? When does it get to that 20%?
I think that's kind of like the lived experience. That's like the instinctual aspects of being human, and that's kind of what I'm trying to bring to AI. Is everything I do with AI, it has to have that element to almost disguise the tools, because right now the narrative around AI, I think, has not a bad rep, but I think that if you put enough humanity in your storytelling and the depth and the characters, the tools become extremely secondary. So if you can get someone to feel something, they can't say, oh, it's not made with a human, but I just felt something very real. So I think if you do that with AI in these tools, people will stop talking about AI being, this non-human entity, when behind it is so much depth. You can really put whatever you want into it. That's the kind of the beauty of it. So it's funny when people talk about AI, they're kind of missing the point, right? Because there are no limitations, so you can really go as deep as you want. There's no ceiling or depth to how much you can storytell, how much you can really drive that emotion. You can literally direct any character, you can cast any actor, you can set up any scene. There is no budget anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Saves a lot more money for sure. And a lot of companies are trying to build AI teams right now, right? But many of them are leading with engineers or prompt specialists or technologists. Your argument is that the strongest AI creative work comes from when artists lead the function. Is the mistake to you treating AI as a technical department instead of a creative department?
Oh, for sure. These tools and these platforms are going to get so good where anyone could use them. And so what's left is just going to be creativity, perspective. And that's one of the reasons why when I speak to these companies, I let them know, you need to hire directors, creative writers, people who really can storyboard well.
Yeah.
And even if you're a big movie fan, what I've noticed is if you watch a lot of movies, you gain a lot of perspective of, framing, composition, lighting, all these different, aspects of art in one scene. If you think about, setting up a shot in a Hollywood movie, there's hundreds of different art forms that are involved in that shot. And if you are well versed in cinema, you kind of understand all the elements that go into, prompting.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed, when I talk to these companies, I said, directors are going to be, very, very valuable because they understand a lot of those art forms into one. And when I'm prompting, I have a checklist of all the different things that go on in a movie scene, and I have to hit all those. And so you really start to think of everything. Like I said, you are your own casting director. You are your own scout, so you're picking the locations. It's like you're really embodying all these different roles. And it's so fun just because I'm a traditional artist. I've been doing this since I was a kid, so I've gone through all the stages of technology, and I've never been able to do 99% of the jobs that I've wanted to. I've had it in here, but I had no way to get it out. So it's just like an opening of creativity that's flowing through, I think, a lot of people right now. And there's nothing more to say, just how exciting it is, and just it's bringing the fun back into it. Because like I said, it really washes away all the stuff that creators really don't like about the creative process.
Sure.
So yeah, red tape, dealing with managers, just all the stuff that kind of gets boring or political.
Yeah.
About the process.
The different vendors, the hassles. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. I love that. And in your opinion, what happens when AI initiatives are led by people who understand the tools, but they don't necessarily have taste?
Well, I think understanding the tools is just step one. I think taste is going to be everything, because that's what's going to be left. We just saw a speaker on stage talk about that just now, that AI is not creative. It has no taste. I think that was the line. AI has no taste. And that's somewhat true. Yes, there's baked in context to whatever generic prompt you're giving it.
Yeah.
But AI really is just an input-output game. That's how I like to think about it. The more you put in, the more you get out. And if you put in a little, you're going to get a little out, aka more generic. So that's why when I talk about directing in cinema and how complex that is, that's my analogy I like to use when I'm talking to artists, to let them know how detailed you can and should be.
Yeah.
Yet the intent should be emotional depth, psychology, like all these things can go into it. And it's beautiful to see them light up, because they are not thinking about it like this either. So it's really just unveiling all the ways AI can help instead of hurt.
Yeah. And with that, what kind of person should brands put in charge of AI if they want the work to actually land, if they want the work to actually have taste? Is it just any type of creative? Is it a movie buff? Who would you say?
Yeah, I think that you really need people that understand emotion, or the human side of creativity.
Yeah.
I think, now that you say that, I think that as these tools become better and better, we really need to figure out how to get the humanity back into what we're creating, because there's going to be an absence of it.
Yeah.
When people say, oh, there wasn't someone painting with strokes on that painting, well, there has to be someone on the back end now who can really strike those emotional chords. It's kind of the difference. It's like you need people who really can make it feel more human.
Yeah.
And that comes with storytelling, and that comes with lived experience, like I was talking about. So I think, instead of paint strokes, it's really going to be like a tear falling down, or like laughter. And how do people, it's really writing.
Yeah.
It really goes back to writing, I think.
Agreed. And it sounds like the price of emotional intelligence is going up.
Exactly.
Which I love.
Emotional intelligence and aesthetic intelligence. Both those things kind of marry together. To
make a beautiful story. Yeah. And a lot of brands and agencies look at AI and they immediately think, how can we make the same work cheaper? Right? But you've said that's the last or the least interesting thing, and maybe the most dangerous way to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, some of that is true, right? It is cheaper, instead of doing an explosion scene that costs millions of dollars, and now it doesn't cost that anymore. I think what I really mean by that is just the barrier of there are no limitations anymore.
Yeah.
So instead of thinking, hey, we're going to cut our budget and now the film is going to cost X amount and we're going to make more profit.
Yeah.
It's really getting more people who understand, like it's really getting more writers, like I said, and it's really the understanding of that there are no excuses anymore. So yes, like it is true and not true, right? I just don't want, studios to think that because now, we can use AI, everything is going to look cheaper.
Yeah.
Because that is dangerous. I think that we don't want our craft to look cheaper, or else that's just gonna
water down
set
the
us
art.
backwards.
Yeah. And why do you think so many agencies or studios are resulting to the cheaper, faster conversation?
I just think that's where we're headed. I think things are getting more efficient. I think these tools are here. It's kind of more living in the reality we're in. It's kind of hard to ask questions that we're already we're past already. It's like, is AI going to disrupt this? It's like, well, it already has. It's here already, guys. It's already here. So it's like, really, how can we make the best of it? And it's just, I understand where they're coming from, and yes, it is a great time for a lot of creatives, and it is a bad time for a lot of creatives. And when I say that, I don't, I say that with the most empathy possible, but it is more as an artist, I've had to go through the shifts in technology, and I've never thought of it as, now I'm not going to be able to get work, or I'm not be able to do the things that was trained on. It's really just diving in and understanding that AI actually makes you more creative. Like I've inherently gotten so much more more smarter. Not more smarter. I've gotten smarter learning about all the different types of art. And I'm not a bottlenecked artist where I just do illustration or something very simple. It's like it really kind of forces you to adopt other skill sets. And it's fun skill sets. It's not stuff that's like you said, technical. It's not like I have to learn or code or do all these things that are boring. If you're an artist, you really want to be hands-on, but it's really being hands-on a different way. I think that's all that is.
I love that. And let me ask you this. If cost cutting is a race to the bottom, what would you say the race to the top is?
The race to the top, that's a good question. I think it's really getting people to understand the power of, I want to say the power of storytelling, but you could do anything. It's just, when you're in the traditional world of marketing, you understand, you already know that there's all these limitations, and every idea you have is going to be watered down. The only way your ideas are not going to be watered down is if you're like a James Cameron or a Steven Spielberg, where anything you want, you can kind of, you have the studio backing. You have your reputation and all these movies behind you, but the best thing now is anyone can be Steven Spielberg or James Cameron with the tools now. And I'm not saying they have the talent, but they have access to it. So the gatekeeping is gone. And so when you said the race to the top is really understanding that there are no limitations to what we're capable of doing anymore, and that we can be these types of people. Like we can spend a year on a film and be the level of a Steven Spielberg film with a budget of fraction of the price. So it's just understanding that, I think, which is very different in terms of traditional marketing. Your brain doesn't really go there. There's so many departments, so many things going on that it's like, wait, we can really do anything? It's like, yeah, you can. So it's really just kind of rewiring your brain, I guess.
And I'll ask you one more question to close this out. What does creative leverage mean to you, Jeff?
Creative leverage? I think creative leverage is your ability to remain a kid. I think that we've been trained growing up as adults to kind of suppress a lot of those childhood tendencies, and I think the people that can, like I said, rewire their brain to become back to their creative self, or the most creative self, where it's like you have all the wonder, like your wonder capacity is at the roof, the inkling of what it feels to be curious, and like if you can get there, I think that is going to be the most, the most leverage you can get is becoming like whenever you were the most curious form of yourself. I think.
Love that. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And for everyone watching, keep an eye out for Jeff's work, because whether it's sports, pop culture, digital art, or whatever comes next, his accolades are jumping off the page here, guys. He has a way of turning cultural moments into images that people remember. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. And enjoy the rest of the Upscale conference, guys.
Tokyo, sous la pluie. Je t'ai croisé, ton regard m'a envahi. Pas besoin de mots, juste un sourire. On se comprend, on se respire. Sous les néons, on danse enfin. Dans cette ville, on est bien. Pas de promesses, juste l'instant. Toi et moi, c'est suffisant. Les gouttes tombent, mais on s'en fout. On avance, on brise les tabous. Dans ce monde, on est à part, libre sans phare. Sous les néons, on danse
Kevin Roos and Casey Newton, journalists and co-hosts of Hard Fork.
Hi, everybody. All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are we doing? Good. I'm glad to hear it.
So I'm Kevin Roos.
I'm Casey Newton.
We're the co-hosts of Hard Fork, which is a technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are so excited to be here at Upscale. Thank you for having a conference in San Francisco, our hometown. It's so nice not to have to leave the Bay Area.
It really is, and this is a true story. I have not been to the Midway since a circuit party at Pride 2023. And let me say that this conference has the exact same vibe as that party. Yeah.
Much better behaved, though.
Yeah.
Well, we have so much to talk about. We're in a few minutes, we're going to bring out Joaquin from Magnific. And before then, we just wanted to sort of talk a little bit about AI and creative industries. We are both creatives.
Yep.
Some on our best days.
Some more than others.
Yeah. And we are both obsessed with AI. And so I thought, just Casey, I should just take your temperature. Like, as a person who is creative and works in a creative field, how are you feeling about AI and AI capabilities these days?
Yeah, well, I imagine, like with many of you, for me it is a roller coaster. I sort of vacillate where a model will develop a new capability and I will try it and I will create something that I was never previously able to do, and I will feel like, oh my gosh, this is so cool, I have a new superpower. And then I'll run a similar experiment with a model and I will think, okay, why is it writing better than me in this instance, right? This feels a little scary. And so even in my own work, I feel that kind of tension. But I know that creatives everywhere are sort of navigating the same thing. And I think, Kevin, we're already kind of starting to see it polarize. And there are some creatives out there that are saying basically, the heck with AI forever. And then there are some others who are saying, no, we need to hit the gas on this because it's going to let us build stuff that we weren't able to before.
Totally. I was watching yesterday the announcement that Martin Scorsese is working with Black Forest Labs, and just the polarization of the reaction to that I found very interesting, because some people who are like pro AI, very, very optimistic about the use, were like, this is amazing, we've got this like legendary director who's now going to be like incorporating this stuff into their work. And then there was a large and vocal contingent of people who were like, I will never watch a Scorsese movie again, I hate this guy, AI is bad. So like, you're right, if polarizing is the right word, and it's also like, I don't just think it's happening in creative industries. Mm-hmm. We were just talking, we taped an episode of the show this morning, and our guest this week was a math journalist who was talking about how in mathematics, there's the same exact polarization going on. You have people who are excited because AI is letting them like do new proofs and solve problems that have been unsolved for decades. And then you have this sort of cohort of people who are like, I thought math was for humans and I'm uncomfortable that it's starting to be good at it and it feels bad and I don't want to do it. So I think we're just going to see this sort of rippling through industries. I think creative industries were some of the first to feel it because that was sort of what the models got good at first, was like writing words and generating images. But now they're just obviously so much better.
Well, so Kevin, obviously the norms are evolving very quickly, but I'm curious to check in with you and get a sense of like, when you're doing creative work, when are the moments that you reach for AI, and when are the moments that you're saying, no, this is the thing that I want to protect, this is the thing that actually is my self-expression?
So I just finished writing a book, and I got to sort of see all parts of that process, because when I started writing the book a little more than a year ago, the models were not very good at the things that I wanted them to do, which is like research. I wanted them to help me with editing and fact-checking, and I wanted them to be able to sort of give me feedback on drafts as I wrote them. And when I started the book, they were not good at any of those things. Mm-hmm. And then by the time I finished, they had gotten quite good at a few of them. So the way I've been using AI for creative work is essentially as a researcher to help with some of the sort of work around the edges, transcribing interviews, organizing sources. I had it try to write my bibliography for the book, which it did not do well at, interestingly. That is one area where the models still are not that good yet. But at a bunch of other things, they have become quite good. The writing is the thing that I protect. So I am willing to outsource almost anything to AI if it can free up more time and energy for me to do the actual like words on the page, which is probably some combination of vanity on my part and just feeling like I'm still like a little bit better than the models. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of very similar where like I have a set of kind of research-oriented functions that I love handing over to AI. So whenever I write a column, I have an AI fact check it. That doesn't mean it's the only fact checking I do, but it often does a really good first pass. And I have found that over the past year, ChatGPT in particular has just gotten really good at identifying not just the obvious errors, which I make plenty of those, but also kind of the more nuanced stuff where it's like, well, you're using this word, but I think maybe you mean this, or slight twists on maybe a way that I describe some bit of corporate history. So I do find it useful in that respect.
And what about the AI image tools? Like, I know because you text me your slop images all the time that you are using this for sort of like ideation and like, what if our studio looked like this?
Right.
Are you using AI image tools for anything other than that?
I am, and it's I wish I'd had a chance to talk with you guys a little bit more before we started, because like I truly just don't know where the room is on AI image generation. What I would say is I used to use AI to generate images for my column back when DALL-E was very new, and I thought it was very cool. And then I got messages from readers saying, we hate this, please stop. And so I did, because I wanted to respect that. At the same time, obviously the models have gotten a lot better since then, and I do have creative projects that we work on, like, hey, like what could our studio look like? And I will admit it, I find it very satisfying to make slop of what cool podcast studios could look like, because it gets me thinking, and it feels like it gets me a little bit closer to the reality of us maybe someday having a cool studio.
It's good to dream.
Yeah.
I have found a new use case of harassing sources with AI-generated images. So if there's someone that I've been trying to interview or convince to come on the podcast, now I'll just send them like a series of escalating AI images of like them sitting in our podcast studio. Or maybe it's like a New York Times article with their picture on it. Like, what would that look like? People hate this. It has not resulted in any successful bookings yet, but it does amuse me and it brings a little joy into my life.
Let me ask this. We've been mostly talking about, in terms of how we're using AI in terms of text, because that's kind of, our main thing in addition to the podcast. How do you think that people who work in the sort of image and video related fields should be thinking about this? Like, what part of the creativity do you think they should be protecting, and which parts of it should they maybe be more comfortable like experimenting with AI?
I mean, I think the idea generation piece is still like that's the part where I want humans to remain in the driver's seat, not just because I think like I want there to be jobs in that role, but also just like I have not yet seen an AI model produce an original creative idea that I have thought, oh, that's better than anything that any human could have come up with. Now, obviously there are examples of this. We've seen dramas and controversies in the world of short story contests where people are blind judging these submissions and finding that they like the AI stuff more. But in general, what I find is that the stuff that is extruded from the models, especially, interestingly, the more recent models, tends to feel more generic to me. I've been writing this book about the history of the race to AGI, and if you go back and like look at some of the stuff that GPT-2 and GPT-3 were generating, like it was fun to read. Like you would ask it a question like, I just won $100,000 in Las Vegas. Like, what should I know about taxes? And it would just start writing like a weird stream of consciousness short story about like how like you could, I found this money in a bag after leaving the orphanage. And it's like, what? Like, where did that come from? But it was like more fun to read because it was less like RLHF'd or like tethered to like reality. These were not yet workplace tools. They were just like weird word completion machines. And I actually thought there was like something strange and compelling about that. So if I were ever going to suggest that creative people like use models for the idea generation part, I would want them to be like a little more unhinged, a little less predictable in what they're generating.
Well, let me tell you, I think I have found a place where this is happening, and it is reminding me of the incredible power of not using AI, and that is with comic books. Okay, so when I was a kid, I loved comic books. I had not read them for 30 years. I was trying to figure out a way to read before I went to sleep, and I would try to read a novel, but unfortunately, Twitter use destroyed my brain, and I no longer have the attention span for that. So I thought, what about picture books, right? So I started downloading some comics. And And what comic book artists are doing right now is so unhinged in exactly the way that you described it. So every night before I go to bed, I just see this magnificent art, and you can feel in it the anxiety of people who are living in an AI era, and they're saying, we're going to show you something that you have never seen before.
Yes.
And there's something really freaking cool about that.
People are getting weird.
Yeah.
To differentiate themselves from the AI.
I love it.
I love it too. It's thrilling, and it really is like if you are just a person like who makes background tracks for studio music, or if you are a writer who just like summarizes what's already out there, like your life has probably gotten harder over the past year because of AI. But if you are a person who's weird and unhinged, like it has never been more profitable to differentiate yourself from sort of average, boring, mediocre output. And so I think that's going to be like a huge piece of how creative people stay relevant and employed is like, you just have to be weird. Absolutely. And like a little less polished.
Now, is it possible that we have a weird and unhinged person we could bring out onto the stage right now, Evan?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because we are so excited to welcome to the stage the CEO of Magnific, Joaquin Cuenca. Come on out.
Hello.
Hello, thank you guys.
Nice to see you.
I'm gonna start saying, listen, I'm a weird Spaniard.
Yeah?
Because I'm soft-speaking. I spoke quite softly. Yeah. So everybody was telling me, please raise your voice. Those guys are really okay. So I'm gonna try to keep up with you. If I go down, let me know, okay?
We will.
We will.
The good news is they turned off the air conditioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bad news is I'm melting. No, we're so excited to talk to you because you've been involved in so many different eras of this sort of transition. So before your company was called Magnific, it was Freepik. People obviously in this room know that from the days of like stock photos and other image projects. You made the call to like kill that brand and rename your company based on this upscaling acquisition that you made. So like walk us through that decision, because that is something I think people probably would be interested to know the reasoning behind.
Well, it was just materializing the change that we had in the company. Like, you have to understand that 3 years ago, we were like a search engine of content, okay? And we changed that to be a tool that people use to create new things. So fundamentally, people came to Freepik originally to find free pictures, and now they were coming to make something that make them feel proud, okay? To make something that was bespoke, that was unique, that was their own work. That was not what we did before. So, and the name is like the first part of your brand. It has to be like the main idea of what you bring to this world. And we felt that this has changed. We're not here anymore to give you free images. We're here to make you feel magnificent, to make something that was great. And that was why we changed the name.
Right on. Yeah. Clap for magnificence. It seems like an overwhelming challenge for a CEO, though, to essentially completely change your value proposition. So what is involved in that, and how hard was it?
Well, we didn't completely change our value proposition. Yeah. Since we started, our mission was to help creatives, and that's still our mission today. How we do it, that changed dramatically. Yeah. Okay, so and that happened. I remember it very vividly. That happened when ChatGPT came out with DALL-E 2. Okay, when OpenAI came out with DALL-E 2. Until that point, I thought that AI didn't have a chance against pre-made images. It didn't have the creativity. I was a non-believer, and that hit me like a truck. Okay?
What was the image that like you saw that was like, oh shit, this is gonna get good?
It was a bowl that is a portal to another universe. That one is like, what the heck? Like this will take an illustrator like a week to make it. Like, I saw economical value on that one. Yeah. I saw sparks of creativity. That's the one that said, okay, it's over.
Yeah. I still remember the first image I ever generated with DALL-E 2. It was I used it in a story that I wrote, and the prompt was just like infinite joy, and I gave it to the model like not knowing whether it would understand it or just like what it would produce.
And it produced a picture of me.
It's true. No, it was like this little like alien man who just looked so happy, and it was a beautiful. I framed it. It's up in my house now because I was like, this feels like the first image of many that I will generate with these tools.
I have a folder on my laptop of the first images that I generated with DALL-E because one, at the time, I thought this is so incredibly cool, and two, I assume in 2 years these are going to look really bad compared to whatever we could do, and indeed they like kind of do.
Well, everyone had 6 fingers, and there was just obvious tells. Are we out of the 6-finger phase? Like, how good are the models today compared to where they were a few years ago?
We are using now 5 fingers, usually.
That's good.
We try to stick to that. But we are not yet at the end of the road. People think that the models, they are, it's impossible to improve them. Very far from reality. People are asking more and more. So that's something that happens, like we launch a new model, and initially everybody, like the reaction is phenomenal. This is the best thing ever. Guys, you nail it. And then in like 2-3 weeks, people start, by the way, I'm asking for a red ball, and the ball is kind of greenish. It's still a ball, it's not. So people keep raising expectations. So now we have models that are very good at editing things, but if you have like 3-4 people in the picture, it still blends faces, it's not yet there. So we are going to keep increasing quality. We are not yet there.
Yeah. What have the increases in quality made possible for creatives, like brand studios, businesses, that they weren't able to do maybe even 6 months ago?
Yeah, so for example, editing images in 4K, if you want to do a photo shooting of a bottle like this one, the resolution was so low that it was not even seeing the text. So even if you provided reference images, the resolution that it used, it was so bad that fundamentally was incapable of understanding the text because it just saw like a mess, a blow. Okay? Now you get 4K edition, 4K generation, so now it's capable of looking at all the text, and you can do like perfect photo shooting now.
So we're journalists. We care about truth and accuracy, and I think among journalists and media organizations, there was a lot of consternation when people started being able to create realistic images that were indistinguishable in some cases from pictures that a photographer would take with a camera. How worried are you about the realism of these? And what do you think about companies like Apple, for example, that have said, well, we're not going to let you generate lifelike stuff. You can generate cartoons and emojis, but we're not going to let you do very realistic 4K deepfakes because we just think that opens up too many possibilities?
Yeah, great question. So we are very, very worried about deep fakes. We are worried about people using other people's faces against, against the will of that person. But fundamentally, I don't think photorealism is a problem, or I think it brings more advantages than disadvantages. I think it's true that now we are not going to be able to know if it's a real photo or if it's generated, but that's just how the world works. Like, things change. Okay, like for most of human history, we didn't even have cameras. We're not able to record something that was happening in the world. Then there was a span of time where we had cameras. But even with cameras, like some people, for example, don't believe that the man went to the moon. Okay, and it was recorded.
I've been trying to convince Casey that I went to the moon for 10 years now.
But just the fact that
he won't buy it.
Even without AI, you don't know what's the context within, behind the image. Is it like somebody that is, is it a theater, or is it a real event? You could not know for certain.
Do you think watermarking is a good idea?
I don't think it's going to work at scale. That's my opinion. Okay, I think any watermarking, you can remove it. Maybe it will work better if you try to watermark cameras, like real photos. Fundamentally, I don't think it will scale up. I don't think it will work.
I would imagine, though, that might be something that your customers want from you, right? Is like some sort of seal of authenticity. But you're sort of saying that, like, no, it's just like technically impossible.
Yeah, I think we'll get perfect images that you cannot distinguish from reality. The thing where we really have to improve is respecting the willingness of copyright holders, respecting like the faces of real people. Stuff like that is really important, and we need to do a better job.
What models are your customers and users most excited about right now? And there was a big moment around Nano Banana last year. Now people are saying the new OpenAI image model is very good. Like, what are people finding the most success with these days?
Yeah, so today on image, I still have my personal favorite is still Nano Banana Pro. If you want to do style transfer or if you want to do compositions, GPT Image 2, it's on par or better. It's very, very good. If you want video, Sidance 2 is for me the best today. Second will be Kling.
And give us a sense of how these tools are being used in like actual production workflows, right? Like I feel like Kevin and I talked on the show in the last few months about the Coca-Cola ad that came out around Christmas time. It was like pretty terribly done. I think just made people think worse about Coca-Cola. I imagine that your customers do not want to have that experience. So what are they doing with these tools, and like how are they getting better results than the Coke folks did?
Well, what we think is going to happen is we think that more and more brands will act as studios. We think that there's going to be some convergence between people that make films and people that make ads. Okay, so it's true that Coca-Cola was a very early experiment, but in general, we feel that we are raising both the floor and the ceiling. We think that people are going to be able to get better quality films and ads with this technology.
Is it happening now, or is it like, well, we have to wait till the model gets built?
No, it is happening now. For example, like the ad from Adidas for the Soccer World Cup is being widely successful, extremely celebrated, and it uses AI. It is reaching the point where you don't know that people are, that you are using AI.
Well, how is it changing like the actual companies where these tools are being implemented, right? Like, because presumably they once had many, many people who were like working on the creative. Is this a case where, well, now those people can just sort of be more productive at their job? Are jobs being lost as a result? What are you seeing out there?
No, we think that there are going to be more jobs, actually. So what is happening is that brands before, the vast majority of them, they were not able to make films. Okay, that was something that was only for Coca-Cola, maybe Adidas, Nike, like the very big brands. But now, even companies like ourselves, we presented like a short film at the very beginning. We are doing films, which means that we need to hire people that know about audio. We need to hire people that know about photography. We need to hire storytellers. We are not employing those jobs before. Okay? And you see that across all the spectrum. Like even in Hollywood, if you needed like 2,000 people to make a film, well, sometimes what happened is that you were just not making the film because you were not getting the ROI. And now you only need like 600 people to do that film. And now it makes economic sense. Okay, so we see like on the high end and on the low end, there are so many more options to, let's say, deploy capital, okay, to green light projects that we, at least that's what I believe, we are going to see many more people working in the creative industry.
So how do you think about that as a CEO, though, right? Because I can imagine, like, one of your impulses might be like, well, it would be like great to keep our headcount under control, but you have these ambitions, and maybe you do need to sort of hire more people. So how does that sort of, I don't know, shake out in the medium term with the sort of impulse to like keep your headcount down, but also bring in a bunch of new people that have all these skills?
Well, I mean, as always, we look at what is the return of what we do. Yeah. We see like a great success putting our brand in short films in different places. We look at the cost. For us, it makes perfect sense. It's usually like 10 times better than any other previous activity. Yeah. So for us, it makes complete sense to do it. And I think that it will make sense for many other brands.
Right now, it's sort of graduation season. We're seeing a lot of speakers being booed when the subject of AI comes up on stage. And I think that comes out of this sort of understandable anxiety of young people, many of whom I imagine want to go into creative fields, who feel like there might not be the opportunity there waiting for me that I thought there was this whole time that I was in school. What message would you give a person who's graduating college this month and heading into a creative field about what you think they can expect?
I think they are on the right industry. Usually when you get a new technology that makes things easier, you get many more jobs. Okay, it happened with the digital revolution, it happened with the industrial revolution. Like, listen, I'm a software engineer by training, okay? When Cloud Code came out, I got into it, it was, Jesus Christ, like this is gonna, it's making all the software, it's insane. And after 2 weeks, I started to think, is it gonna take jobs or is it gonna increase jobs? Right. I'm every day up to 2 a.m. writing code now. It was not. I'm working more.
You have AI psychosis. It's very common in San Francisco. The CEOs get it. Usually they live here, but it's contagious. Yeah. Are you like are you part of the open laptop brigade where you're like every minute of every day your laptop has to be open because you've got so many agents running?
No. I try to spend more time with my kids than that. I'm not fully San Francisco yet.
Yeah. You gotta move here.
But I love to code, and I found, first of all, I was finding joy again because it made possible many things that were impossible before. And I was spending more time, generally. I think the same thing happened for the whole team. And the same thing, I started making some short films, horrible, like nothing that compares with what these people can do. And I find it like I found joy doing that.
This is my theory about CEO AI psychosis, by the way. Is It's like it's so attractive to CEOs because it reminds them of before their jobs were terrible. Yeah. It's like, remember when I just made stuff and it was fun and I didn't like sit in meetings all day? What if I just could do that again?
Yeah, it gives a CEO a way to actually like produce something, right? Other than just like emails.
Meetings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When we were useful, right? Yeah, exactly.
You got to be useful. Yeah.
I'm so curious, like, I think we are starting to see the very beginnings of like AI native culture emerging. Like, I think a lot of the stuff that people did with sort of the first wave of image generators and video tools was like try to remake stuff that already existed. But now I think you're starting to see, like, especially with like Casey introduced me to this Fruit Love Island thing, which is truly
Any
demented.
Fruit Love Island fans here in the crowd?
Clap if you're a Fruit Love Island. Not Love Island, Fruit Love Island.
Yeah.
Very different. This is a deranged TikTok franchise that has various like AI-generated fruits just like hooking up. Yeah, big sexy banana singles.
Yeah.
And just hooking up. And like, that's obviously not going to be the thing, I hope. But like,
I mean, it's a thing.
It's a thing. And we've talked about Italian brain rot. Like, the teens are starting to make stuff that feels more native to the technology.
Yeah.
I guess I'm curious, like, where you think that leads, if we will still be making the kinds of films that we're making today, the kinds of ad campaigns that we're making today, but just with better tools, or whether there's going to be some like new form of culture that emerges out of all that.
Yeah, I think, listen, every new technology has a certain set of restrictions. So for example, with a camera, it's trivial to get consistency. People don't change, okay? And you're just filming what is out there. But with a camera, you cannot change people. And when you were painting, you could change people. That was a restriction, okay? With AI, it's more difficult to get consistency. Sometimes it's not that important. You want the story just carry over. So at some point, I think we'll just accept the limitations and the strengths of this new medium, and we will just use it as it is, not trying to emulate the old medium. But I think it's going to stay there. I think that films are absolutely going to keep working. I think it's a lovely thing. I think actors, it's 100% going to work. I don't believe it's going to go down. But I think there are going to be like many new different kind of films, quote-unquote films, at different budget points.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting, like in previous tech revolutions, I spent a long time like writing and thinking about the Industrial Revolution just because I was like, I wonder what parallels there are to today. And the Industrial Revolution really like forked the path of creative work. You had people who were like really interested in using machines to make art and to make creative things. And that's when you sort of had the introduction of the sort of early beginnings of photography and film and things like that. And then you had like Thoreau and the transcendentalists who like took the exact opposite approach, where they were like, screw all of this machinery, we're going to go to the pond and we're going to write books about what it's like to sit at a pond. And there was sort of, I think we may start to see this same forking in creative industries today, where there's a group of people, maybe a large one, who are like, I'm going to use this stuff to make my amazing movie that I've never been able to make before. And then I wonder, and I'm curious what you think about this too, if there's going to be sort of a counter movement of people who are like, I just want to go back to like putting pen on paper because that feels better than trying to get my head around all of this new stuff.
Listen, there are today some people that love to listen to music in vinyl discs, and that's a thing. Everyone has to do absolutely what they want. It's like we are not here to tell people what to use. We are here giving people a new option. If they enjoy it and they want to use it, great. I agree. Like some people, we have a counter reaction to that. Perfectly fine. We got exactly the same movement when the camera started. When we started having cameras, people thought that this was not really art, Remember that photos, you could not copyright a photo until I think it was the 1960s, very, very recently. It was not accepted as something creative. And now it sounds ridiculous. So I think we're going to see like the same movement.
There's a criticism that gets made of large language models, which is that they're always sort of forcing you to revert to the median. And so some people say that they struggle to create great art because they're always bringing you back to the average of like, what an apple looks like. How big of a challenge is that for you? Because I imagine that your customers, the people in this room, they want to make something original. Can they actually get there with AI?
They can. I don't buy this regression to the mean because it's been trained on the average and all that. You can escape that. You can go in different dimensions.
How do you do it?
Well, one is with prompting. Another one is using your own references. Another one is increasing the temperature of the model that helps it like escape the average. It's still unknown how far you can escape and what are the things that are fundamentally in the model. There are a few articles, a few papers that show that there are biases in how it writes that are very difficult to remove. But I think the next generation will get better at this. I don't think there is anything fundamental. We always rationalize that we are going to be better than AI at everything that today we do better than AI. And then the next generation comes in, and we just shut up.
Yeah, or people do this weird like AI for you but not for me thing where they're like, everyone else's job is going to disappear, but I'm safe. Like what I do is irreplaceable.
It's actually hard what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone else, you're just a cog in a machine, but me, not so much. I want to talk about the future of work with you because I'm sure this is something you think about a lot. You have talked about the no-collar economy that you think is coming. What is the no-collar economy, and are you participating in it right now with your collarless shirt here?
By the way, I hope people appreciate that I dress up. I'm usually on T-shirt and jeans. So yes, you mentioned before like the Industrial Revolution. Okay, so Industrial Revolution, when we started getting machines. Of course, that made obsolete some kind of jobs. But it created the blue-collar economy. It created people working on industries. Then we got the digital revolution. The digital revolution, people thought, okay, wow, this is gonna completely slash the job of accountants because they don't need to count anymore and sum and multiply and do all this hard job, okay? They become redundant. And actually what happened is we got more accountants, and we got software engineers, and we got what we call like the white-collar economy, okay? It's thanks to computers. And now we have this new technology that is, quote-unquote, supposedly going to take out the job of creatives, but we actually don't see that. Like early indications, it's like creatives, they have even more work than before because they need to put together the story. They need to think about, we are green-lighting so many more productions, and just by default, you don't know if the audio is going to be good, if the photography is going to be good. What we see is more jobs. And what we see is that the people that are really good at telling stories, are really good at understanding how an image conveys an emotion, that are really good at understanding what is the right audio, become priceless. Because now there are so many more opportunities. Before this Gen AI revolution, they could only work like making films. And how many people are working making films? Very few. Why? Because they are so expensive. Now you can work, you have so many opportunities. There are going to be like so many options to put your talent. And that's what we believe. We believe that there are going to be many more opportunities for I call it no-collar economy because those people usually don't wear shirts. And you're right, like now. I'm going from a traditional shirt to a no-collar, yeah.
I mean, it's a nice story. Like, I want to believe it. But
the X-Files. You want to believe that not yet.
Yes, I want to believe, like Mulder and Scully. But I do have some doubts, right? Like, I think a future that I worry about, like, if you think about, like, remember, like, the original shows on Netflix back in the day, it was House of Cards, and it was Orange is the New Black, and everything, like all the details felt so dialed in, like, every original felt like this labor of love, and, like, now it just feels like they come off this, like, assembly line where, like, they all have, like, the same lighting, and they share the same, like, 40 actors, and it just feels like because of cost pressures, everything is sort of just, like, being compressed. And I wonder if AI has a similar effect on the creative industry overall, where, like, yes, maybe like a first-time filmmaker has like this amazing access to all these incredible tools and can make something they never made before. But like when it comes to like the actual, maybe slightly more premium productions, there's kind of no money for that anymore.
Yes, that can be contrarian. That we may lose some of what we call quality today in exchange of something else, and people are making that trade-off. But the same thing has happened at every technological revolution. Like when you got like the printing press, the first Bible by Gutenberg, it was a wonder. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Like the typography there was much better than today's standards. Okay, like in many different dimensions. It was a piece of art. And we are not doing it like this anymore. Okay? Yeah. But thanks to printing books being something that is cheaper and printing pages, you have like journalists, okay, that will not have a job otherwise. And yeah, we lose a little bit on the art. You can still craft something that is beautiful. And I think people will still have this proud of their craft. We are trying to get people feel proud of what they do. We are doing the very best that we can. But I agree, this is a concern, and it concerns me. We may lose a little bit of the old craft in the way, but I think it's a trade-off.
We're currently in the like illuminated manuscripts era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Before we transition to something different.
I want to ask Joaquin about your relationship to the term slop, because that is a word that we hear a lot, and I have a take on it, but I want to hear yours first.
Yeah, I mean, we make a point of giving control to the user because we do not believe in one-click solution. Okay? Because if there is one-click solution, like everybody will, make that click, and then it's worthless. We have seen that many times. When something becomes super abundant, whatever it is, it becomes worthless. And fundamentally, I do not believe that I'm not interested in reading a story crafted by an AI, at least today. I'm not interested in a story and in watching a film that has been completely crafted by an AI. I'm interested in watching stories that people put together, and parts of it are AI generated, but they decided what goes in and what doesn't go in. Okay? So I don't believe in that like one-click solution, and people are doing like one-click images. It becomes boring. It may be high quality, eventually may be great, but it just becomes boring.
So how do you guide people? Like what are sort of the tools, what are the processes that let people be more intentional about the thing that they're making?
Yeah, we have a bias to, instead of generating images or videos, we generate flows, completely workflows, so that people can interact with all the steps that the AI is taking, and they can customize it. So we are really doing everything that we can to give people more control over the outcome.
All right, Kevin, what's your slop take?
Okay, my take is that people love slop, unless they know it's slop, in which case they hate it. There's a lot of examples of this, but basically in every peer-reviewed study that has been done of blinded evaluation of AI-generated content, usually text, because the studies are now a year or two old, people tend to prefer the outputs of the AI model if they don't know which is which. And then the minute you tell them that something was generated by AI, they hate it. And they prefer the one that was generated by humans. I think this is related to some deep psychological wiring that we have. There's a concept in social psychology called the effort heuristic, which is like basically you value something in proportion to how hard you think someone else worked on it.
Yes.
And I think that is probably why people are just using this stuff without disclosing it, because they know that the second they say, AI was involved in this, AI was used in the generation of this image, this film, this book of fiction, their audience loses interest entirely. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I don't think that people will lose interest if AI was used, but I think people will lose interest if no human was used. Like if it was completely automated, I think they will lose interest. And we have many examples. Like AI plays chess marvelously. It does a great job playing chess. Nobody watches AI playing chess against another AI. Okay? You want to see another human fellow like being there and kind of struggling, because you can't relate to that.
Right, but if chess players were saying, "Oh, I'm coming up with 70% of the moves, but AI is coming up with the other 30%," do you think that's attractive to people, or does it have to be?
I think that as long as you have another human struggling and putting an effort, it becomes more interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it sort of depends on the medium. I mean, I was really taken aback last year where there's an amazing video game called Claire Obscure, and the studio involved got many, many accolades for this wonderful game. And then it was revealed that they'd used AI to make some concept art that they had intended to replace when it went into the final production and forgot to. And there was a massive backlash against the studio, and they sort of said, hey, we're really sorry, and they got it and they fixed it. But that was a case where it was 99.5% human effort in the finished product, and yet still there was this huge backlash. So I think it's dependent on the medium, and these things are still evolving. But there are definitely some pockets where people are very, very sensitive.
Which I don't like this trend because I want people to be transparent. It helps me to know. Whenever a writer does an interview about how they use AI, I watch it, I listen to it, I read it. I want to know how people are using these tools. I don't think it serves us well when you have creatives in various industries using this stuff and not telling anyone, not just because I think it's unethical, but I think it means that we're all kind of learning in our little secret shame silos and we're not exchanging tips and advice with each other.
Yes. And also, if you have some sort of authority and you ban the use of AI in something, all you really are doing is encouraging people to lie to you about their use of AI.
Right.
At this point, I think that those horses are out of the barn.
Right. Yeah. What kind of reaction did you get from the Freepik community when you guys decided to go all in on AI?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. It was rocky.
Yeah. You have to go into hiding? What does that look like?
Actually, when we started doing Gen AI at the very beginning, I'm thinking about Gen AI, we had to make it in a private channel in our Slack. It was so controversial. It was so difficult. We got people that were deeply affected by that because the whole life they have been training to be illustrators, and that was part of themselves. That is part of themselves. But then what happened is that they started using it, and they started creating things that were impossible before. And they saw that they were again finding joy. It was I don't have any other way to describe it, and I think that's meaningful. For people, it was interesting. They were doing things that looked great. It was their creations. It was deeply their thing. AI was used as a tool, and they were just understanding what are the limitations, how to use it. It required effort. It requires skill, craft. We just understand that it is really like a camera. It's something that you can use to create something that is yours, and you are the creator. So after that, we didn't got any more internal friction. And of course, external, it was a bit more difficult. But we were extremely transparent. We say that this is the path that we are taking, and our users, most of them, accepted it.
Casey, go ahead.
I want to ask a little bit about building a company in Spain and not here in the United States. The European Union and the United States have very different views on how to regulate AI. I'm curious what you make of the kind of transatlantic conversation around where to apply regulation, whether you think anyone has gotten it particularly right or wrong.
My view, on this I'm a bit controversial, my view is that European legislation will not survive long term, okay? Because we don't live in a void. We don't live isolated. You have to understand that we live next to other regions that have different regulations. What happens today is that it is more difficult to train legally a model in Europe than in the US or in China. So what happens is that, but it's not restricted. You're not restricted to use those models. So you can 100% train a model in the US, and then you can use it in Europe. And as a result, we have almost no models in Europe. And those that we have, they are a little bit like stepping over the line. And we have many, many models coming from the US and China. So long term, I don't think the European legislation will survive as it is.
So they'll just sort of have to repeal it or modify it or...
Well, we say it already, like it's been delayed, the implementation is not coming, one more year. I'm curious to see if it's gonna really be 100% implemented.
And what do you think of the American approach of saying, yeah, go for it, see if we care?
Let it rip.
Yeah.
I think it's the right one. Yeah. I think it's the right one. So again, controversial. Again, I understand. I fully see like the other side of the argument, okay? But my view is that AI brings a ton of value to society. Okay, let's put it, and I think that's uncontroversial. It brings a lot of value to society. And the other thing is that it is impossible to build this AI if you don't use absolutely everything that is public on the internet. Okay? So there is no way to build an AI that works only with content that you have paid for. It's impossible. You have to take the American approach to assume that this is transformative and it's under fair use. Otherwise, AI doesn't happen, and I think AI brings way more to the table than what...
But aren't content creators and copyright holders entitled to some compensation for building the foundation for these models to learn from?
Well, not in the US. That's the reality, not in the US.
Well, it's still being
so
litigated.
Is it ethically, should they be compensated? I think so. I don't know how this will work. Like in general, you will need to compensate the whole planet at some point. And I just don't see how to make it work. That will be the ideal outcome, honestly, because they build something that's being used to produce an artifact that now is useful to everybody. But I just don't see, it is more of a practical issue. I don't see how to do it.
But what incentive there is for then people to keep creating original creative work if there's no regime or way for them to get paid for that, if it's all just going to get hoovered up and repurposed by the AI
There is a strong incentive. Like AI cannot replicate what you do. AI can get inspired by what you do, okay? But it cannot, if you do like a new Mickey Mouse, you can 100% copyright it, it's yours. If any AI makes another Mickey Mouse...
Oh, you absolutely cannot copyright Mickey Mouse. Many people have tried
to build it. It's a new Mickey Mouse.
Oh, new Mickey Mouse.
He has like an edge to him.
Let's say a new character. If you do
17 Disney lawyers just descended on this room.
We have the spirit of them. No, but if you make like a new piece of art or whatever it is, and you copyright it, it's yours. Like if an AI makes a copy of that, the person that instructed this AI to make this copy has exactly the same rights to use it commercially as if you just take a photo. None. You cannot use it. So artists are still encouraged to make new stuff. And they're doing it, sometimes using AI. Like, the things that people are producing are novel. I disagree that this is like a blending of different, that there's no novelty. People here, many people here, are using AI to create new stuff, to produce new IP, and this is 100% protected.
Start getting your questions ready, by the way. In a few minutes, we're going to take some questions from the crowd if you want to ask us or talk about anything we're talking about up here. Let's shift to the future here as we wrap up. Where do you think we would be if we sat down with you a year from now in terms of model capability and what it is unlocking for your company and your customers?
I think we'll be in a position, I said before, I'm not interested in watching a film that is 100% AI. Truth is that today, films that are 100% AI, if you can call it that, are rubbish, okay? I think we'll get to a point where AI, pressing the button, can do a pretty decent film. What I want to see is a technology that takes your input, it takes whatever you want to bring to the world, and it helps you fill the voids. So my view is that the big difference between humans and AI is that AI is a digital construct. It's something that you can copy, again, and you can replicate, and that has some consequences. And you cannot replicate a human, okay? Like, I cannot take the full set of my experiences, everything that went into my life and shaped me, is unique to me, okay? And you can only get access to that by talking to me. It's absolutely unique. And same thing for you, same thing for you, same thing for everybody here, okay? So we need to take those experiences and make something with that. We bring that to the table in every one of our decisions. And people that tell stories are continuously like taking from their experiences, from what they know, from what they read, and bringing it to the table and doing something that is meaningful with that. I want AI to help those people to feel a little bit into what are their gaps. Maybe I have a good story that I want to tell. I'm not good at audio, or I cannot film. And AI can help me do that, and can help me tell my story. Okay, that's where I want to see AI. And maybe it will be so good that it's good overall and can actually make a film. I don't think I will be interested in watching a film like that is fully AI produced, but I'm very interested in listening and watching the stories that people are going to put there.
Do you think an AI model will win an Oscar, an Emmy, a Grammy, or a Tony first?
I think an interesting person using AI may win an Oscar eventually. Maybe not because, they don't want to award something. They don't want to award an Oscar to something that's been made using AI. And then there will be like new festivals that reward creativity by people that are using the new tools.
The sloppies.
Sloppies.
Yeah.
Fruit Love Island is a lock for this year's Best Picture.
Yeah. Let's open it up to some questions. And I don't know. We have a mic there and there.
Come on up. Yeah. Line up if there are more people want to ask questions.
Yes, right here.
Okay, here we go. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Sonia. I'm a European and a professor of AI ethics, and I have concerns.
Yeah.
What you have been describing is effectively called the Jevons paradox, right? That the efficiency gains that we have with AI are actually going to lead to an increase and therefore no job displacement. But that increase also means like the efficiency gains are actually going away, which means like that if you think about like the sustainability aspect when you are scaling, that there is actually downstream consequences to our environment. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering like what your take is on the effect of AI when it scales, when efficiency gains are actually not there because of an increase of a resource that became more affordable.
Well, the main resource that AI needs is energy. So you can imagine AI as a machine that converts electricity into, in this case, in our case, in films or in tokens, and the main resource is electricity. Electricity is fundamentally almost unlimited in its raw form. Like you look at all the energy that we can harvest, so to say, that is produced by the sun, it's unlimited, okay, for all intents and purposes. It's unlimited if we manage, if we are smart enough to collect it. The difficult thing is how to collect it, okay? And the main limitation to do that is intelligence. Is we are not today smart enough to collect enough energy. And AI, in a way, it's a way to scale up intelligence. So maybe the thing that we need to be able to scale up energy is more intelligence, and AI can help us do that. The truth is that for many, many centuries, millennia, we have been increasing in technology and using more and more resources. And actually, when you look at pictures on how the world was 100 years ago and how the world is today, it is greener than 100 years ago. That's a bit surprising when you look at the pictures, okay? Because 100 years ago, we needed much more land to feed people than today. Today, we are incredibly more efficient than before. So I disagree with that feeling that it always goes in the wrong direction. I think, I'm a bit of a techno-optimist. I think that with more technology, we get better at using resources. And we see it, like we have more green space than before. That's just a trend that has been happening for the past decades.
All right. Next question.
Hello, all.
Sorry, I understand you may disagree, but that's my take on it.
Hello, all. My name is Jasani Pitts. I'm a student animator and composer, and my question has to do with the social future. Regarding these new tools, I'm a Zoomer, so I grew up with phones and social media, and being around technology has kind of developed my brain in a certain way, but I'm still connected to others because there is still no generative AI during my time growing up. But with the new generation, where they have this power where they're basically like a director of everything, where their word is final, I'm wondering, how are they going to develop in a way where they can work with others and get used to friction? Because I grew up as an only child, and the thing that developed me the most was that even though I went online and had these creative spaces, there is still resistance from other creators. So I'm wondering, what do you see in the future for children who have these tools and grow up with them?
Well, my kids in general, we try. I really like to don't use much technology with kids in general. Like I'm a big believer into paper, pen, concentration, going through the struggle. Okay, I think there's gonna be kind of an issue into using AI to get the answers. There's a big potential in using AI to ask questions. Like I don't believe in using AI to get the answers while you are shaping up in a way.
I think he's asking about like how are people going to learn to work together if their only previous relationship is with ChatGPT?
But I don't see that. Like again, like our tools, we put a big emphasis into allowing collaboration. We see that in our teams. So our creative teams, they make a video and they get criticisms from others and they learn from others. We don't see AI as changing the interaction between humans. We see AI as a tool that you use to do something, but you still work in a team to achieve a great result. At least in our company, we don't see this trend.
All right, we're going to try to get in as many as we can. Next.
Hi, Joaquin.
Hi.
Quick question. So Demis Hassabis, CEO of Google DeepMind, recently said that AGI is around 2 years away, right? And he predicts that the economic growth as a result of AGI for a lot of people will be 100x the Industrial Revolution. How do you think like all these creatives in the room here today can try to prepare themselves for that moment when it comes around? What can we do?
Listen, I have this view that the thing that you have to do is double down into what makes you unique. I said before that the big difference between artificial intelligence and human intelligence is that we are different. Okay, we have our own angle. None of us is a copy of each other. And AI, if you use Claude, all of us are using exactly the same Claude. Okay, it's a copy. So I don't know, like live your life. It's like the short that we show at the very beginning. It's how we think. It's like make love. Have parties. Like just have experiences. Shape yourself. Be interesting. Be interested. I think you are unique. So double down on that. Have your own opinion, and I bet that's gonna make it interesting to me. And I think it's going to make it interesting to others. And I think that's if you are thinking about economic value, I think that's where we will put the economic value.
Thank you.
I like that. More parties. Yes, right here.
Hi. I don't know if I can reach because I'm really short. But my name is Whitney. I don't necessarily have a question. I have kind of a unique perspective. I actually have been a performance marketer and a data analyst and a techie for the past 16 years. And I became obsessed with learning all things AI because I worked for a company that was kind of demolished by AI. And I was leading product marketing, and I was like, I need to help other businesses figure out how not to meet their demise because of AI. I started learning content, how to put my marketing skills to the test, all the things. And I started creating a lot of visual content, but as a non-creative. And I know a lot of this conversation was about like, how does humans and AI, how do they mesh, especially when it comes to creative content? And I just want to put it out there that like watching a ton of creatives in this space be able to tell beautiful stories and create content with AI so eloquently is something that, even as someone who's doing this for 4 years, a non-creative, it is nearly impossible to get that level of like ingenuity and beauty in content because I'm not naturally creative. So to me, it's something I talk a lot about with my clients because I'm an AI consultant by trade. But I just wanted to add that like I think human creativity and those of you who are insanely creative by nature have such a upper hand on those of us who don't, as someone who's like struggles really hard to get that level of beauty. And I just wanted to add to the conversation.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Number one, I think that's rubbish. I don't think that you are not creative. I think it's in all of us a little bit. Some of us struggle like to find the right words, or like I'm not super good at that. But now AI can help you on that. Like I was developing a short story the other day that was with the struggle of a father and his kid. That is, of course, based a little bit on personal experiences, and AI was a great help to make it more interesting. So as I said before, you can use it to fill in the voids a little bit. So you're going to be good at something. You don't need to be like the traditional creative. The traditional creative was maybe very good at images, very good at words, but AI can really help you fill in the voids. And then what you have to do is again, like, you need like some experiences that you want to bring forward. which is like your thing, I think it's going to open more opportunities for everybody to tell stories.
I agree. I think, like, absolutely, I've used everything at my disposal to make my content better, like learning about photography and how to integrate that into my visual content. And you can get there, absolutely. I just think it's interesting to note that, like, creatives who think like that naturally, I think just are, have an upper hand, and they create beauty in ways that some of us may not be able to.
All right, we have time for one last one, and if you could make it quick.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both. I'm a huge fan of Hard Fork. I had a question about context and whether or not that's going to be important in the ongoing conversations, especially as journalists, when something is AI generated, whether or not the context of that, once it's out there, you think about like fact checking, and once something is published and the general public reaction of something, does context actually matter? I'm curious about your takes on like how much AI is used versus human, what is synthetic, what is not, and then you kind of have to go backtrack like, well, what is the provenance based upon that? But the fact of the matter, it's already been released and people have already reacted to it.
Kevin, how much AI belongs in journalism?
I think it's tricky. I think, I work at the New York Times, which has made a bet that like people want humans to be giving them the news. We want humans to be going to the front lines in Ukraine and reporting from Iran and bringing us meetings from the White House and city councils and protests around the country, that there's something essential about that that can't be outsourced without losing a lot of the value. I do think it's possible that the act of writing and reporting are different, and that we've blended them together recently, but that they're actually quite different, and that maybe you have someone who's amazing at getting scoops or doing war reporting, but they don't want to spend like the effort. Maybe writing is not their strong suit, and so maybe they could throw their notebook into an AI system and get out a story. I still think you want humans reviewing that and checking that and being involved at every step in the chain, because ultimately the product is trust, and I don't think people are yet ready to trust AI with certain things, including telling them what's going on in the world. That could change, but I think that's the picture of the scenario right now. Do either of you disagree?
I agree. I would say, as a journalist, a lot of what I have done for my whole career is you sort of write the 3 paragraphs at the top of your story, which is whatever is new, and the rest are what we call context graphs. And could I imagine a world where that is just automatically generated? It's like you're covering a trial. You're probably going to list the same set of facts 10 times as you cover it until it's over with. Maybe at some point that's generated by AI, but that would be pretty controversial to say today. Unfortunately, gang, we're out of time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Joaquin.
And enjoy your coffee break. And thank you, Joaquin.
Thank you.
This way.
Thank you.
I think we're going this way?
Yeah, we'll go out this way.
All right.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Our next Upscale Conference interview is one I've been genuinely looking forward to all day. Maria Pratt, known online as Glam Seasons, was born in Peru, raised between Peru and Bolivia, and is now based here in the United States. She's a digital creator and educator focused on sharing the best creative AI tools, an Adobe ambassador, and the founder of AI Augmented Videos, a format she's turned into a full creative practice, including a work-in-progress AI in video course, with an audience of almost 200,000 people who come back to genuinely learn something from her. A few weeks ago, she posted a reel made with Magnific. Smooth outfit and makeup transition set to Bad Bunny, each look representing a different flag from her own story. Peru, Bolivia, the United States. It got 231,000 likes and pulled comments from Latin Grammy Ricky Martin and Jason Derulo. It was an AI video that crossed into mainstream Latin pop culture completely naturally because it had something real underneath it. Maria, welcome to Upscale.
Oh, thank you so much. What a beautiful introduction.
Yes,
Thank you.
You're amazing. I'm so excited about today.
So excited to be here with you.
Yes. Okay, so let's jump right into it because I'm
All
sure
right.
our viewers watching from home are just as excited. So you started out in fashion, beauty, and travel content, right? And that was your world for years.
Yes.
At what point did creative AI tools enter your world, and what made you decide to go all in on that route?
It's an interesting story because I was doing, like you said, fashion, and I was your regular travel influencer.
Yeah.
And we were always traveling, and there was a time period where we weren't able to travel, but I wanted to create some very awesome aesthetic fall video for Instagram. And so I went to this park, and it was nice, but it wasn't like amazing. But I did the video, and then I'm editing at home, and I'm like, man, I wish that this wasn't there, or I wish that the background was nicer. And then I was like, wait, there's this thing called AI.
Oh, yeah.
That I think could help me. So I went and jumped into Photoshop, and I tried it. I was playing with all the AI tools there, and I was able to literally change not everything, but I was able to add some amazing background, remove some tables that were on the way, things like that, and it was like mind-blowing. Like, this is just crazy. So that was my first time, and then I created another video where I'm changing a soccer field, completely changing it into this beautiful landscape with a castle, and it was just beautiful.
I love that.
And I posted that one, but I posted it with a tutorial.
Okay.
And that one blew up. It went to 55 million views.
Oh, sounds so dreamy.
Yes, it was very dreamy. And the people were so scared. They were like, what is this? How do you do that? Because this is when AI first came. Like, it was so new. So people were literally like, what's going on?
You were
like,
an early adopter for sure.
Yes, I was literally one of the, if not the first person to do an AI video.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And that kind of pivot can cost you an audience.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
People follow you for one thing, and then suddenly you're talking about something else.
Right.
How did your community react, and how did you manage that transition?
Yeah, I would say mostly everybody was really excited about what I was doing. They were very interested. They wanted to know how I did it.
Yeah.
That's when I ended up creating a course, because I had like thousands of DMs from people all over the world asking how. So for the most part, I think I was okay. I know I lost some people. Some people actually that knew me, which was kind of weird. But maybe that's how you know who your real friends are.
Yeah, you find your community, babe.
Yeah. Because there was a lot of people that were anti-AI at the time. But because the video went viral, I gained like 50,000 followers like in a week. So even if I lost some, the number that I gained was so much bigger. So I was totally fine.
It's never really a loss.
Yeah,
I love
totally
that.
Fine.
It sounds like your transition was pretty positive for the most part. Now, you've been at the forefront of AI augmented videos, right? Turning your expertise into an educational course. And you're also an Adobe ambassador, right? And you always disclose when AI is used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a deliberate commitment that you made publicly.
Yes.
So where does that come from? And do you think the creator space will move in that direction or away from it?
Yeah, so when I started posting these AI augmented videos, like I said, there was a lot of concern on AI. People were scared, like, how are we going to know what's real, what's not? And I wanted from the very beginning, I didn't want people to be so scared of AI from the very beginning. I wanted them to embrace it and get creative with it. So then I made a public announcement that anything that I post that it's AI, I'm gonna mention that's AI.
Yeah.
So it's worked out good for me, for my audience.
And I love that you did that because it gained trust, right?
Yes, it gains trust with your audience. Yeah. Although now mostly what I post is AI, anyways.
And we love every minute of it.
I post non-AI. Maybe my stories. Well, my stories are basically non-AI. So.
And speaking of your videos, are we able to talk about the Bad Bunny video a little bit?
Yes.
Is that okay? All right. I want you to walk us through that video.
Yes.
Like, where did that idea come from? How long did it take you?
Yeah.
And what did it feel like when those names showed up in your comments?
Oh my gosh. So that video, it was a very difficult time for immigrants in the U.S. during the Super Bowl, before the Super Bowl. Whether you were here legally or illegally, it was a difficult time.
Yeah.
And whether you are from whatever country, really. So when Bad Bunny came and did that Super Bowl show,
crushed it.
Like, it just completely crushed it. I think it was an amazing reminder for everybody that we should be so proud of our cultures, no matter what. We should be so proud of where we come from. And so that video was obviously inspired by that, but what I wanted to do is go a step farther and show people the true culture, like, of each country, because Bad Bunny mentions it. But another thing is to show the culture, the person, the outfits that characterize that country. like the flowers, like there's specific flowers that are specific for each country.
Yeah.
And some people notice this, that I put like the flower for the country of Chile. Like I have the in the hair, like all the details that characterize a country. So that's what I wanted to do. So yeah.
Well, you put a lot of thought into it and a lot of effort.
Thank you. It took a long time.
Really?
Yes.
How long did it take
Yeah,
you?
it took a week.
Really?
Yeah, because I also had to plan all the movements
Yeah.
and do all that. So,
So you thought of all of that. You brought your
Everything.
taste, your perspective, your
yes.
culture into that.
everything, everything, all the
Wow.
outfits, the movements, you know, putting everything together too, right?
Yeah.
Because you're generating like little clips and then you have to put it all together.
So when you see celebrities like Jason Derulo in your comments after
gosh.
all that hard work, how do you feel?
Oh my gosh, it was just mind blowing.
Yeah.
I couldn't
I
believe
can
it. I thought it was
imagine.
fake. Like Jason Derulo, like yeah, whatever. And I, you know, I tap on it and it's like, no, it is the
It's
Jason
the
Derulo.
Jason Derulo.
Like what in the world? And then Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin was the biggest, even though Jason Derulo is huge too. But Ricky Martin, like I've been following,
So
like I've been
huge.
a huge fan of Ricky Martin since I was little,
Oh,
and I've been
wow.
following his career forever, and I'm always loving the work that he did, and for him to actually like my work.
Yeah.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
like a full circle moment, huh?
It was a full circle moment. I literally cried when I saw it. I cried.
I
was
think
on a
that was
call.
deserved.
I was in a work call, and I was like, good thing I wasn't on camera, and I saw it, and I was like.
No,
I just
that
couldn't
that
believe
is
it.
deserved.
Yes.
And your work has obviously traveled outside of the AI content bubble,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And do you think it worked because of the tools or in spite of them?
Oh yeah, so it's definitely a mix, right? Like the vision is one thing,
Yeah.
but then the tools that you use to bring your vision to life is also so important.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that video wouldn't have been possible, honestly. I wouldn't have dared to do a video like that without AI, because the outfits were so specific and so beautiful, and there were so many. There were 25 countries.
Yeah.
That's a lot of like intense work if you're doing it without AI. So using the tools that Spaces, Magnific, I was able to bring that vision to life. So it allowed me to do that video. That video would not be here otherwise.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love that. So you don't think it would have landed the same way if it was filmed traditionally? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it wouldn't have been possible to even do it. But I think how it lands, it would have been the same.
Yeah.
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 I think it would have been the same either way.
Yeah.
It's just one way I was able to do it. The other way, I really wouldn't have been
Yeah,
able
yeah,
to do
yeah.
it.
We got to save a little money, budget things,
Yeah.
outfit changes. Love that.
Oh, it's just so much work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which with AI it was a lot of work too, but it was doable.
And thank
at
God for
least.
Magnific, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I love spaces.
We love
I live there. My home is spaces.
Now you heard it from Maria. We love spaces, you
Yes.
guys. Okay, so your viral video was made with what was then Freepik Spaces.
Yes.
A platform that has since relaunched as Magnific, a full AI creative suite. So you've also gone through your own very public reinvention as a creator. So as someone who used the platform before and after the relaunch, does Magnific feel like it's pointing in the right direction to you?
Yes, the name. You mean the name Magnific?
The name, the rebrand, all of it.
Absolutely, 1,000%. So I started using Magnific before Freepik acquired it. And I always remember, like it was so easy because we, as a creator, we're working with so many tools all the time. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what was that tool that did this? That was it. I always remember Magnific because it's like you want to create something magnific. So it's such a positive
good
word for a
branding.
content creator. so whenever they announced that they were changing the name to Magnific, I'm like, okay,
Yes!
this is amazing. No, the right move. And yeah, they're doing an amazing job with the rebranding, the M. So yeah, I mean, they have such an amazing team.
Love
so,
that.
Yeah.
It sounds like such an organic transition.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, and it feels like
Makes
one
sense.
to all of us.
Yeah.
So what do you think is the thing you absolutely cannot lose when you change direction publicly, whether you're a creator or a platform?
I cannot lose myself. I cannot lose myself. No, seriously,
Yeah.
because it's so easy to get carried away with what's viral or maybe so I found that I always just want to create what resonates with me, with what I think my audience is gonna like, and just go with that, be authentic with myself.
Yeah, and we would never want you to lose yourself or your
Yes.
taste. Like, it's what makes
Aw.
these videos so incredible. Now, you've got the course, the Adobe partnership, a growing community. what does the next chapter look like for you?
Oh, that's a great question. Honestly, I want to continue to grow my courses, and I want to do more things like this.
Yeah.
Maybe more interviews, more speaking roles, and just be more involved with the community, because this is where I get all my energies. All of you guys, the amazing people of Magnific, all the other creators, they're so amazing.
So
They're
amazing.
like family at this point. They're just family, like period.
Yeah. I love that. And I could definitely see it for you too. And what do you think the AI creative space still needs that nobody's built yet?
The other day we were joking it would be fun to have agents, but collaborative agents. So literally being on a phone call with like the agent and somebody else, like almost like a Zoom call maybe with agent and a bunch of people, and we can all discuss more collaborative agency there. So I don't know, I think that would be fun.
Love that. I feel like you kind of manifested it with this new update from
I
Magnific,
know,
right? We just got to get the phone part and we're there. Well, Maria, thank you so much. This has been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
I could ask you questions all day, honestly.
And I could talk to you all day.
We'll do this again, but this was exactly the kind of conversation Upscale needs. You're a reminder that the most interesting AI creative work isn't a technology story, but it's a human story. And you make technology possible. You bring taste, you bring yourself, you bring your culture, and we're so thankful to have you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we can't wait to do this again. For everyone watching, please follow Glam Seasons on Instagram, check out her AI video course, and pay attention to what she does next, because it will be great. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much.
And please enjoy the rest of the Upscale conference. We'll be back soon. here with my partner in crime, Chris. We are finally in the same room. And we are going to do a Q&A from you guys. Are you ready to take it away, Chris?
I'm ready. All right, quick question. What's the best thing you've seen today?
Oh, you're getting right to it.
Yes.
The best thing, can I change it to the best thing I heard today? Is
That's
that
fine.
okay?
Yeah, of course.
I think the best thing I heard today.
I don't think they'll mind.
Yeah, other than you with like the amazing tour. Of
Thank you
course.
very
I think
much.
That might
Thank
be the
you.
best
Thank
thing
you.
I saw. But as far as heard, I think when I interviewed Martine,
Okay.
and he described AI as a skill set. And I think to me that changed my brain chemistry a little bit, because if AI is a skill, it can be approved upon.
Yeah.
And I love that. Like, I love that breakdown of it. So that was the best thing I heard today.
Very
but
cool.
how about you? What was the best thing you've seen or heard today?
So mine was Darth Sleeper, who actually I didn't know was
Okay.
speaking today, which I was so pumped on because I love 1X Technologies. Humanoid robotics is one of my most interesting topics in the space right now.
Yeah.
So to me to hear him talk about this topic was like unbelievable, and hearing it from someone
he was
directly
so good.
involved in this type of technology. I said to him, I was like, I need to be coming to there immediately. I was like, I'll do anything to meet this robot, please, please. But alrighty, would you like to ask me something?
Yeah. Let's get into it. All right. Let's see. The chat says, if AI could attend, which talk would it sit front row for?
Huh. If AI could attend, which talk would it sit front row for? I would probably say Martin LeBlanc's, because it's all evolving agents, and agents which are now coming to Magnific, and you can now use them in your workflow completely. So I think they would be front row and center for that, because they're all involved. What about you?
That was a good one. If AI could attend, which talk? I would say, this might be a little controversial, but the talk of AI does not have taste. I think that was, or maybe that was a line someone said today, but if the agents could sit front row for that, that would be the one.
That's actually interesting that you said that, because there's another question from the audience that says the difference between prompting and prompting with taste. What do you have to think about that?
I think it makes all the difference, prompting to prompting with taste, right? We can prompt these chatbots or these agents all we want, but the more that you feed it and the more taste that you give it, or lived experience or cultural nuance, the better output that you get. So I think it's all about prompting with taste and not really about prompting at all.
Yeah, and I think taste is kind of it's a big word, right? I mean, you have taste and you don't have taste, and I think just using a reverse language and communicating with these models is so important. You know, there's a big difference between just prompting a LLM very simply and also detailing a very specific prompt. It can completely change the outputs you get from these models.
Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, my turn to ask you a question.
Amazing. I'm nervous.
Who's not on stage today that should be at Upscale 2027?
Who's not on stage this year 2027?
Your creator friends are watching and they're judging you right now.
Okay, this might be a plug for my friend, but it is a good one. Honestly, I think Rourke Heath should be on the stage.
Really? Tell us why.
Rourke did an amazing workshop. He's one of the leading voices in the AI space, and I think his goal is to create 100,000 jobs in AI.
Wow.
And it's a very large goal that doesn't involve just him. It's about helping the people in the space and grow. I think he has a lot to say, a lot to help, and I think his voice on that stage can give a lot of people motivation that otherwise don't think they could do this career. Because I met Rourke a year ago in my career, and I was just figuring it all out. He was one of the few people that really believed in me and in the space, and has encouraged me to get this far. So I think it would be a good voice to hear for people that are very young to old.
I absolutely love that answer because number one, I love a shameless plug. But number two, he actually deserves it. So shout out to him.
Yes, absolutely. Alrighty, let's see another one. What's another good one? Okay. What's a thing you started charging for more since using AI?
Ooh. What have I started charging for more since using AI?
Has it helped you with work maybe also in reducing the amount of time you have to spend on some of the work?
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a two-part. I would say the thing that it's reduced for me is I allow AI to go into my emails and flag like high priority, low priority. So in the morning I get an email from the chatbot that's like, you have 3 high priority emails, 6 low hanging fruit emails, and that has changed my workflow. So I absolutely love it. I would not change it for the world. And what have I started charging more for? Probably everything, because I let AI now automatically add inflation.
Oh, really?
And maybe it adds too much, but we're never mad at that when we
no,
send the
no,
invoice.
no. You know what? I'm nervous to ask for certain things sometimes. So the agent has it's like, oh, no, I'll ask. No problem. I'll ask for that. I'll ask that number.
And let me ask about you. So what is one thing that AI has changed your workflow completely?
Well, I'm going to need you to teach me that agent thing because
I got
I
you.
need someone to help answer my emails because I am not good at my emails. I have way too many of them, and I need to get that agent. Whatever robot's running your emails, I need desperately. What was your question? I'm sorry.
How about we go with this? So what have you started charging more for since AI?
Okay, so the thing with AI, right? It's like in the very beginning, I was making these like little short form films and whatnot. Now it's gotten really good to the point where these films in the beginning and these advertisements I was making, the level wasn't really there to really be charging a good value for. It was, it was like really cheap consumer ads.
Yeah.
But now it's gotten to the point where you can make really, really high production ads, and that value has now gone up because the quality of work has also risen drastically.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just the quality of work has gone up, so I'm able to charge more for that work. And all these ads are also made in Magnific Suite.
And we love that. If you are not familiar with Chris's content,
Oh,
shameless plug,
stop.
it is amazing. You never know where he actually is in real life. So shout out to Magnific, the AI agents, everything helping him in his courses right now.
Yes, absolutely. All right, cool.
Do I have the next question or do you?
I don't remember. I think you.
Okay.
I'll let you go. Let you go.
Let me see.
I trust your opinion.
Oh, we have to give him something good, you guys.
Give me a hard one.
second.
Don't too hard, actually.
I want to see. All right, let's see. How do you teach taste to a designer who grew up only prompting? Yeah, let's
Okay.
get into
How
it,
do you
guys.
teach taste? It's almost like an impossible question, I think, because I think taste is something that you really generally have to have. I think you could teach how to prompt something and be better at prompting, but visualizing something that's good or bad is very it's an opinion. And like I could say I have great taste, but I have my friend Jamie Gannon, who's just presenting here. She's an incredible creative director.
Yeah.
If you weren't here, you could have seen her live doing the workshop earlier. Someone like that, you see, okay, you think I have taste, and then you see that, you go, I have no taste. That girl is incredible. But I think it's very hard to teach taste. You can maybe ask AI to assist you in finding taste, maybe, but other than that, I don't think it's something. It really has to be innate.
Wow, I really tried to get you with that question, but that was a great answer.
Yeah, I was actually very prepared. I don't know how I was that prepared for that question.
Okay, can I ask you one more?
Absolutely, please.
We have to give him a hard one, you guys.
Something harder, people. Come on, submit something harder so they can pass me some notes here.
A lot of things got released today.
Yes.
So, what do you think is the most overrated AI release of the last 12 months?
Overrated.
Overrated. Some company's gonna be mad at Chris after this, and I'm here for it.
I have to switch it to underrated because I think there's a model that just came out that's pretty underrated, and I think it's Google Omni.
I love that.
Google Omni came out, and everyone's like, well, it doesn't look like CDance 2.0. Well, CDance 2.0 is great for generating realistic, hyper-realistic video, but Omni has this nano-banana level ability of editing video. Now, where it might not be 4K 1080p, it still gives you the model has a very deep understanding of the world and space that it's generating, and it has a lot more control in some of those scenes. And I think people are downplaying it because, yes, it's not VO3. When VO3 came out, everyone goes, oh my God, they can talk. Now, this model is still incredible, but I think it's nuanced incredible, and I think in a year from now, when this technology evolves, people will be very excited for it.
Okay, so this is not only a PR class on how to dodge difficult questions, but that was an amazing answer by Chris, you guys. Oh my goodness.
I'm a very good dodger.
No, you're
I'm a good
great.
dodger. I'm a good
I have
dodger.
no more questions for you.
All right.
You just aced my test, man.
I finally passed the test.
Thank you guys for tuning in to our Q&A. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back soon to wrap up this show for you. And enjoy from your couch, from home, from your living room, Upscale Conference San Francisco 2026.
Amazing. Thank you, everybody.
Trillo, director and co-founder of Asteria Films.
All right, test, we good? Hi, how's everyone? Is this gonna play? There we go. How's everyone's upscale? It's good, everyone's getting upskilled at Upscale? Yeah? Tired? Cool, well, thank you for sitting in. Thank you, Upscale, for having me back in my hometown. It's always nice to be here. I'm Paul Trillo. I'm a filmmaker, director, media artist, and co-founder of a studio called Asteria. And today I'm going to talk about, there's a lot of talk about, the promise of these tools, what this is going to liberate creatively for people. I think it's important to kind of step back a little bit and understand why you would create something and why would you use AI, and what do you have to say. So who am I? I'm still figuring it out, actually, but I have a rough idea. I'm an amalgamation of things I can't control, so sorry. My background, I went to school here in San Francisco at California College of the Arts, doing experimental film, media arts, teaching myself how to do VFX. And I think all of that stuff is kind of like, it's been stirred in the pot and kind of come out in my work. Teaching myself After Effects and VFX in high school, and using that as a kind of to my advantage to do things that I think maybe other people at my age range, like they saw a barrier there with learning some of the VFX tools. And I saw it as like a superpower, and quickly was, coming from the kind of conceptual art side, looking at the VFX tools as a way to do things, to unlock ideas that were only possible because of the tool. And so I started to take a more experimental approach when looking at VFX, so using tools in the ways they weren't designed. That the previous examples were things I used green screen or chroma key techniques and found ways to break the tools. And then I started playing throughout my career with different kinds of cameras, infinite zooms, bullet time, drones, camera rigs, and moving the camera in ways it wasn't necessarily designed. And I think when you kind of look at these tools upside down and break them and use them in a way they weren't designed for, that's where like the real innovation can happen. So across my career, because I've always been pushing myself to like do something that I hadn't done before, it has led to a lot of different projects. It's led to a lot of different aesthetics and a lot of different techniques. And zooming out, it felt like a bit scattered. Like, what is my voice? What is my style? How do I, is there fingerprints that are left or that you can feel when you watch something that I worked on? And I guess I was getting kind of self-conscious that it felt like very scatterbrained. And so I was trying to see it from what is the unifying factor across all my work. And thinking about things conceptually turned out to be, I think, that kind of through line. And then after that, I was, questioning myself of like, okay, why am I doing these things? And do I actually have something to say beyond just kind of showing off different techniques and tools and all that stuff? And am I, acting out of like true creative intention, or am I trying to capture a moment and write on a gimmick? Is this really my voice? Am I mimicking the voice of someone that I admire? These are all things kind of that like swirl in your head as an artist. And when you are saying something, are you saying the thing that is true to yourself? Are you being honest? Are you kind of listening to your intuition? And do you sound distinct? Are you saying something because you think that's what you should be saying, as a feedback loop of your own identity of I say this thing because I think this is something I would say? Or is this something that you feel like is actually contributing to the world and to media and to the art form?
To watch.
Oh, sorry.
To breathe life into barren land.
Forgot to mute that.
And simply watch the earth around you.
And I think what you have to think about is like, are you actually saying something new? And that doesn't have to be as radical as it sounds to say something new. It can be as small as like just your life kind of experience giving a slightly different perspective on something that has been done before. And can you go down well-trodden paths and find your own perspective on it, and that you're not just adding to the noise of things that are out there, but you're actually provoking it and pushing it forward. And so I think you have to ask yourself, as you create infinite content with AI, are you actually contributing to the greater good, or are you just contributing to the noise? And as you make your work, or as I have made my work, you have this through line, this kind of conceptual through line for my work was form and function kind of working together, where the technique sort of amplifies the concept amplifies the technique, but not to kind of stay doing the same thing over and over again, and let your voice evolve, let yourself say things that you maybe wouldn't have said at the beginning of your artistic career, but you've gotten to a place in life where you feel like you can expand what it is that your voice can do. So that squeaky voice of yours that you had years ago may still be there, but it may have dropped a few decibels, or maybe it's more polished, or maybe it's more raspy. But you should always look for ways where you can create that through line in your work, but also continue to find ways to evolve. So this is, on the left, a piece I did in 2012. It was a short film called Truncated Story of Infinity, mouthful, and it was about the multiverse, before the multiverse was cool, I think. And so it used all these different techniques of like visualizing the multiverse, again, 2011, 2012. And very naive. It was, just kind of crude stop motion there. And the later is 10 years later, and the latter image, sorry, is 10 years later, using DALL-E 2 in 2022, at the beginning of 2022. I was a beta tester for DALL-E, and I immediately, wondered not like what could I create with an AI image generator, but what could I create that has, that is something that I control and that I'm guiding. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll revisit this technique of the objects changing in the hand. And so I shot a video. I'm in the edit room. That's my hand in the edit room of like a commercial. And I shot a video as soon as I got DALL-E access, and then uploaded each image frame by frame and like stop motion, and was seeing, could I create something like I did before, but could I create something like a new version of that? And I instantly kind of recognized that, by doing asset generation, lighting, and compositing all in one go, that was going to be a paradigm shift for the visual effects industry. And so I kind of kept leaning in. These are other early experiments, again, 2022, 4 years ago now, using diffusion models. I had played with GAN models back in 2020. And it was very exciting, and I found like a new cadence and rhythm to experimenting that I hadn't had since I was in college, where I could rapidly experiment and try ideas and go back to my kind of weird experimental roots and do these ideas that maybe could have cost me, a month or 2 months to test out. I'm testing out now within a week, and honing and sharpening my voice and finding things to say that are actually maybe more authentic to what I want to say. And so what I was realizing with AI is that it can actually help you find your voice sooner. So when you're just starting out, this is just, again, let's imagine a world pre-AI. It can take many, many years to kind of hone in on what it is that you do that is your distinct thing, what you're known for, and there's a lot of trial and error and failures and things you learn from your failure, and then you kind of feed that back into the loop of like your next project. And by being able to rapidly iterate, actually I'll just go back one second. By being able to rapidly iterate and experiment faster, I was finding myself doing things, creating visuals that were more exciting to me than like the year's work that I was doing before. And I was like, oh, I'm actually getting to the thing that I want to be doing sooner now. And so for people that are just starting out, I think you can look to AI as a way to get to your voice and get to your thing sooner. But for artists that have been doing this prior to AI, I view AI as a sort of performance-enhancing drugs. So those that have spent the years honing their voice, spent their 10,000 hours honing their craft, and have something to say, can now use their discerning eye to know when something's bad and know when something's working, and use their taste and their craft to wield it in a way that they couldn't wield before. So this is a project I did for an LA music artist, Kuko, who is, he's been collaborating with another artist, Paul Flores, and this was a project we did together, taking original art, working with original animation, and seeing where we can accelerate. So the artists, Paul Flores and the animators that were hired on this project, giving them performance-enhancing drugs to do projects that they couldn't do before. These were the hand-drawn storyboards that I had done. My prompt that I was given was just make something weird. And I was like, all right, I can do that. So I just threw out the kitchen sink of a bunch of weird ideas. Paul Flores built a data set, built it by drawing by hand for about a month. He created 65 assets in response to the storyboards. That became the training data that was the foundation of the entire project. So that was not only the foundation for creating infinite assets for the project, so we could build out a whole world of assets, but it also became the foundation for the actual style transfer. So for the 2D animation work that we were doing, we could style transfer it back into Paul Flores' work. There's a little clip from the video. So this particular shot is pretty crazy, and trying to kind of combine every type of animation possible, I guess. So Kuko here in the center, that's drawn 2D animation. It then gets style transferred through Paul Flores' style, so we're doing kind of ink and paint on that. Some of the characters there are drawn by hand, or original art. A lot of them are AI generated. Some of them are animated by hand. Some are animated in AI. The background is 3D warped, and then run all through Animate Diff. So this was before video models. And so it's amalgamating, and the backgrounds are this background is AI, that one's Blender. So it was kind of just blending the whole process together and seeing where traditional artists can leverage these tools. This feels novel at the time now with seed dance and how easy style transfer can be, but nearly 2 years ago now, like this was November of 2024. This felt like a major breakthrough. So we had 2D sketches done by the animators, and actually just part of the constraints of the timeline of the production, they had to animate so many frames in a short amount of time that they were actually asking me, like, hey, could you guys think you could like use AI to like ink and paint this? Because the ink and paint process is a very redundant process where you draw the keyframes, then you fill in the in-betweens, and then you ink it, and then you color it. So you're kind of drawing the same drawing over and over again. And we were looking at the AI process as like a studio to kind of find efficiencies in that pipeline, but also could we add detail and do things that aesthetically are interesting. So Paul Flores has this kind of R-crumb, like stippled ink, kind of very detailed style. And it was not only inking and painting the work, but it was adding details that normally would have been very hard to scale on a production. So this is showing some of the original 2D animation work, and then all the dots that get applied to it. The animators specifically told me, like, don't make me draw all those damn dots. Like, I can't do that. I'm going to kill my hand. And so, I saw that as an opportunity to use these tools and respond to what the 2D animators are saying and seeing like where we can kind of, again, find efficiencies, but up the production value and do something that feels different. This is a project I did with my wife, who is an oil painter. And similar to Paul Flores, who kind of comes from the arts world, has never been able to cross that threshold into doing animated work. So this is a little piece of that. I'll show another clip in a second. So these are her oil paintings. These are large scale, almost this size oil paintings that she does. And yeah, she could, she thinks from a narrative standpoint, but her work is so detailed, you could never scale this for an animated project, right? So again, it wasn't just about like, oh, I could use AI just to do something faster. It was literally enabling something that was actually staying more true to her voice, and it was carrying the DNA of her brushstrokes into the final art. And it was allowing her to express herself in a new medium that she, was never allowed to kind of dabble in. Here's a side-by-side of some of the clips from the film and then some of the original paintings. So this was, again, all done style transfer, where we're shooting things, animating things in After Effects, compositing things, and then we trained a custom model on her paintings and created a video model from 2D artwork, which also was kind of novel at the time, and we're able to kind of recreate her fingerprints in the final animation. So that takes us to The Most Perfect Person, a short film I just released a little less than a month ago, which specifically is about the artist's voice and not losing your voice to AI. So I will show some clips of it so you guys can get a sense.
So, Poppy, how are you feeling? We understand that you're under a lot of pressure. The fans, press, the constant need to be on. Perhaps this is an opportunity to give your anxious mind some rest.
See, with Aura, you'll never say the wrong thing. You'll never be indecisive. You'll never disappoint anyone. You'll always have the perfect words to say at the perfect moment.
Hi, I'm Poppy.
You won't want to do that, trust me. Just take a look at all the terms and conditions, please.
Basic stuff to allow us to digest your entire digital footprint. Then you can go about your life, free of any doubt and anxiety. A life where you can truly be the perfect person.
Hello? Hi, I'm Poppy. Hi. Hi, I'm Poppy. Do you ever wonder if you're real or in someone else's dream? You're going to live forever. The future is strange to me. Time is like a transparent cube with light shining through it. It's 3:36. Oh no, my favorite food is donuts covered in Fruit Loops. Poppy loves you all. But only the most perfect can be Poppy. Maybe we should go back. Poppy isn't here to make you feel bad, but you're just not right. I wonder what this plant thinks. Dopamine or the dingbats. What is your favorite word? Satan is God. Congratulations, we are now one. Please repeat after me. I will always do and say the right thing. Because I am the most perfect person. I am the most perfect person who will always do and say the right thing.
I haven't told anybody this yet, but I'm also pregnant.
Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. Did pregnancy lasts approximately 280 days from the last menstrual period? Did you know elephants have a gestation period? An elephant's gestation period is about 22 months.
All right, so that's the most perfect person. Those are just clips. The whole thing's like 17 minutes long. It's on YouTube, on Poppy's channel, if you want to watch it. And it came out of, I guess I'll set the film up, because it's a little confusing to look at on its own. Poppy did a performance art piece a couple years ago that I thought was very interesting, where she, Poppy has a very strong but niche internet following on YouTube. She's got her whole lore, and she trained on her hundreds or thousands of YouTube videos an LLM that took her voice, took the tonality, the kind of bizarre David Lynch kind of style in which she addresses camera, and made an LLM that speaks in that specific cadence and style. And she got an earpiece and was doing these sort of live interviews where she was letting her LLM, trained on her videos, feed her all the answers. So it was her, but it was not her. It was a character that she created, and it was a sort of mirrored reflection of that character being fed through her, and she was letting it dictate everything she said and did on stage. I thought it was fascinating and hilarious, and so we built this, we made this film around the idea, taking kind of pieces from her life and mixing together reality and fiction and real material and synthetic media, and blending it all together to make the audience kind of question what they're seeing. And the real kind of point of the piece is to, is Poppy finding her true voice. So when I spoke to her originally, I asked her, like, would you ever use this earpiece in real life? And she thought about it, and she said, well, I do these fan meet and greets that take 2 hours of my day, where I have to say the same thing to fans, and it's like sort of mentally exhausting, especially when you kind of have social anxiety. Speaking to fans over and over again is just very draining. I would love to just be on autopilot where someone's just telling me what to say. I thought that was a very interesting answer, and there was tension there for a short film. And so that was kind of the basis of that. But the film ultimately, I'll let you guys see it if you're interested online, but it ultimately takes a sort of not pro-AI stance, a sort of negative AI stance, in that it's what do we lose when we let the machine give us all the answers? Are we really being true to ourselves? Are we really saying the things that we want to say? Or are we just taking the easiest answer? Are we doing the thing that we think we should say? And I thought it would be interesting to make a film that was slightly critical about AI, or at least the pitfalls of AI, and what it could do, the damaging kind of effects it could have on culture, by using a bunch of AI techniques. So throughout the film, there's AI visual effects. That's a AI asset that's being used in the corner there. We did AI depth maps to kind of create these surreal visual effects. And so it was sort of to challenge both the pro AI crowd that I think knows my work as leaning heavily into AI and make them kind of think about it a little bit, as well as the anti-AI crowd who looks at this film and they're like, oh yeah, Poppy's anti-AI, and then they get confused because there's a bunch of AI visual effects in it. And really, it's just a matter of like saying what we want to say and not kind of picking a side there. But I think it is important to remember, if the machine does the speaking for you, then what are you even saying? It is designed as an amalgamation machine. If you do not fine-tune these models, if you do not train them, as we saw in the Kuko film and in my wife's film, you are letting the machine give you the most average, basic answer possible, because that is the most efficient route for AI to work. It's taking large amounts of data and giving you what it thinks is the most desired result. And a lot of people just accept that as they're like, oh, that's good enough. And so I think it's important to push back on the machine and not to always rely heavily on what the machine is going to give you, because there's nothing specific there. Sometimes an artist's first idea can be the best idea, right? If you're just taking a walk and you let ideas kind of filter in through you and you can kind of find your voice, and you have to find these moments throughout your day and throughout your week where you can actually let yourself hear yourself. And sometimes a brilliant first idea will just kind of like drop into your head if you're kind of receptive to it. And AI's first answer typically is not the best answer. It's not the right answer. And if we let that kind of take over our voices, and then we're not really kind of growing as people. We're not growing as humans, as artists, and we're just kind of like cycling the barf that comes out of the AI, and we're just barfing it back into the internet. Then AI scrapes the barf and makes a new model trained on barf, and that's how you get slop. And you're letting code drive all your creative decisions and not really pushing culture forward. And so I think as we like barrel into this new world of code that is driving art, we have to be very careful about what the pitfalls that come from that, and that we're still challenging ourselves to actually say something. I don't like the sound of my voice. I'm sorry that you had to hear it for the last 30 minutes, but that is the only voice that I have. That was the voice I was born with, so that's the one I'll use.
Thank you for watching me. Why are you watching me?
All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
All right. Stay seated. There will be people coming out here making a little bit of a living room for us. So we're about to near the end of day one, and the fine folks here have given me the opportunity to invite some of my friends on stage to sit down and have a unfiltered conversation. The thing is, nobody knows what we're going to talk about. They asked me to not share, even the guys that's going to come up on stage. So it's been a quite interesting conversation. Maybe I'll give you some kind of leeway. We're going to talk about the intersection of taste, art, and tools from the perspectives of ourselves. I'm not going to interview these folks. We're just going to have a conversation, and we'll see where it goes. How's the day been so far? How has the day been so far? There we go. Good. Okay. I think we can bring in our guests. So it's going to be Paul Trillo, that you've seen, and Jamie Gannon as well. I'll bring them both in. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah?
Wow, I missed you guys.
Jamie, welcome.
Hello.
So, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Should we have AI feed us some answers?
Yeah, I think first of all, we need to kind of introduce ourselves. I'm not going to give you the intro. You're going to have to introduce yourselves. But let's start with Jamie.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know about anyone else, but I feel like I have to change my intro every week now because of all the different stuff I do. But I think the simple way, I'm a brand designer and creative director for early stage companies. And then I also make a ton of content and do a bunch of stuff like this, talking about what I do, in particular about AI.
Yeah. And Paul, what do you do?
What do I do? I don't know anymore. What do I not do?
Right?
I'm a director, filmmaker, artist, and a creative director of Asteria Films. Whoops, we'll leave that there. Which is a creative studio in LA that focuses on like hybrid production, whether it's animation or like physical production, and how do we responsibly bring these tools into the industry?
Yeah, and we saw your work for the last 30 minutes. You have a good introduction.
Yeah.
Me, it's very unclear what I do. I tend to be around very talented people, and I get to talk to them. I get to
you have lots of different skills.
I do have some skills, I would argue.
Do you not have a design background or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm underselling myself.
Yes, you are.
I'm a designer of like 20 years experience of being a designer, a broad kind of designer. I started as a runner in the advertising agency industry. That means you do all the shit that nobody else wants to do. So you want someone to rotoscope or isolate 1,000 products from a catalog? That's your guy right there. Yeah. So I started very early in my career. I started working when I was 16. And I've been fortunate enough to be in a race of Mario Karts, like picking the banana peels, and I just skate along, and somehow I ended up here.
Well done. Yeah.
All right. Let's just go straight on. Like, what's one, this is a question for both of you, a statement for both of you. What do you think is one thing that's dead, that everyone is pretending is just fine?
That's dead. Being just a static designer. So if you're a product designer, you have to learn how to code now. If you're a brand designer, you should probably learn how to animate, make marketing stuff, make stuff that moves, make things that people can click on. This static world of like only working in Figma and never going into code, never going public is gone, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds a little bit like a broken record, but I think that's kind of what my last talk was just about. But yeah, I think there's this overemphasis on how easy something is or should be. And I think there's a misconception or too much of that messaging proliferating online where it's like, oh, look at how easy this is now. And I think creatives need a little bit of tension as designers. You know, you have to. It's about solving problems. That's like what design is ultimately, and filmmaking is sort of creating problems and then trying to solve them. And so I think you need that tension and things not to be so easy, or you get this kind of Wall-E kind of world. And so
like us scooting around.
Yeah, like this right here. We're halfway there right now. Just put some wheels on this. So yeah, I think I would just caution, like, how are you really challenging yourself as you're making things? Yeah.
So Jamie, do half of the people that are making stuff these days have no taste, and the only thing they have is access?
Do I agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Or no?
We're definitely in a taste drought because it's so easy to make stuff. I think also because everything's so algorithmic now, people are just, whether or not we're consciously doing it, I might even do it myself, we're making stuff for the algorithm and not necessarily stuff that is of good taste or high craft or whatever word you want to use. So yeah, it's as much a cultural problem as it is like, you know, everyone now, I can be a filmmaker now, in theory. Have I ever trained in cinematography? Can I reference every director and camera angle? No, but I can make stuff. Does it mean it's good? No.
Yeah, I mean, also taste is such a overused word.
Yeah.
What do we even mean?
Yeah, because there's there's taste, and then there's craft, and they're connected, but they're different. And I could, curate things, but do I actually know how to craft the image to be exactly what I want it to be? And I think through craft, you develop a certain eye. And so I do like that. I guess just going back, that is why I kind of worry about the oversimplification of the process, because it will de-emphasize the need for craft. Obviously, taste is what everyone's talking about. Taste is going to be more important than ever. But I think it's a little bit deeper than that. Is knowing how to resist and to push and to actually control the exact thing that you want to get out of it.
Are we trying to gatekeep by talking about taste, or?
Yes.
Yeah? Cool.
Yeah, there should be more gatekeeping, I think. No, I don't know. Everyone's going to quote that now.
Don't quote him on that one. There should be more.
Don't quote any of this. I'm on acid. So I don't know what's going on. We're at Google I.O. right now?
Yeah, Google I.O.
Sorry. No, it's not about I think it's, I think we're seeing really interesting artists emerge because of the lack of gatekeeping of craft. So there is something interesting when the barriers of craft go down. I'm not going to learn Houdini. Houdini is like a particle simulation physics engine. I'm not going to learn that, but sometimes I need, water to follow the laws of physics. I think it's much more efficient and more exciting as an artist to be able to get that through AI. So there are certain things that do, require craft and eye that I don't think matter as much, and we should be emphasizing kind of concept.
So I don't think I have taste. I think I've curated enough visual stimuli over 40 years that I can discern what I like or not like. Doesn't mean that I think I have taste. Someone I do think have taste is Jamie. One of the reasons why she's here, because I met you last year in September, and I was like, ooh, that was fresh. That's someone with taste. I didn't have that taste when I was your age, for example. And I'm like, how did you get that? How did you get to where you are today?
Yeah, I mean, everyone has this, especially as you come of age. You look back at the stuff you were posting or Pinterest boarding or putting on your Facebook 10 years ago, and it's awful. For everyone. Some of us might have had Tumblr and had a better aesthetic sensibility than others, but for the most part, I look back on what I made even 2 years ago, or clothes I bought 2 years ago and I didn't like them. I think it just comes from a daily practice, sometimes unconsciously, sometimes consciously. One example I give, when I moved to New York when I was 20, I realized very quickly, all right, I got to get my New York wardrobe. I'm going to dinners, I'm going to bars, I've never had to do that before, so I had to manufacture taste in that field of dressing up nice. And you can kind of apply that to anything. Now, because I'm doing more, the workshop I gave today was on product photography. I'm not a product photographer by trade, but because of AI, I've been doing it a lot more for my e-com branding clients, and I've had to, get taste with photography and understand lighting and scene and all of these things. It's a practice, I would say.
You have anything to add, Paul? Or you're good?
No, I'm good. That was
right.
Good.
I mean,
New York. I was just going to say though. New York kind of forces you to have taste to a certain degree. So if anyone's I don't know, needs a learning ground for taste, it does. Just seeing, being exposed to all these different people and the arts, kind of the center of the arts world, almost being there, and feeling like you're kind of always inadequate to something else. Does sort of breed a certain mentality. But I don't know. I think everyone has taste. Whether it's good taste or bad taste is another thing. But technically...
if we look around, I would argue, and don't take offense if there's a designer in the room, but I'd say 95% of everything that's designed is shit.
Yeah. except for these graphics are pretty good.
Yeah, good work on the graphics, whoever did that.
Yeah.
I think
I do have, Upscale does have, I'm not just saying that Upscale does have good taste, and it has cultivated this crowd here because of it. But yeah, I mean, I think there's this misconception, or it is interesting actually to bring it back up again because of what you're saying. We've been starting to talk about taste because the barrier to create things is so low. But humans have been making slop for the beginning of man.
Yeah.
Forever.
Humans, we've always been making slop, and now there's like this idea that only AI can be slop, or that anything that is AI is slop, and it is so binary.
It's a mirror. I think that what we're seeing with AI is a mirror of the human condition.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's nothing less, nothing more. Like the sloppiness of AI is the sloppiness of human.
And so, I think there's still a ratio of people that are, have something to say or are capable or have an interesting perspective on the world. That ratio is still the same.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you really wanted to make something, you could make something without needing AI. If you truly had something that you needed to get out of your system. And I think we're just seeing that we're seeing more people now because the gates have been lowered.
Yeah.
But I think proportionally, it's still the same as prior to those gates being up.
Jamie, who's your favorite painter?
My favorite painter?
Yeah.
I don't think I have one.
Okay, who's your favorite musician?
What did you say?
Musician.
My
artist.
position? Oh, I've been really into Samuel Burgess Johnson. He's the graphic designer, I believe, behind the Brat cover and everything the 1975 does. His designs are great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another? Like, what's the last thing you saw that made you kind of jealous?
Like maybe what?
That made you jealous?
Jealous? Probably something with AI. Actually, it's probably something today. I think Vork was showing like Claude workflows for UGC, and I haven't had the time to really dive into like automating, especially like through Magnific with Claude, to do like generations at scale. Because I've been too busy doing generations by hand for the clients that I actually have. So I was pretty jealous that people are still getting to play with AI. I feel like the wonderful thing about AI is like I have so much work now and I can do all these different things like video and photography. But now I got these opportunities because I was spending so much time playing with AI, and now I have no time to play with it. And I'm falling behind. That's probably the last time I was jealous was this morning.
So everything is moving so fast. There's no time to play.
No time to play.
Is that something that people here can kind of relate to? Yeah. Every day you wake up and you feel like you're 50 years older, and you'll be like, "What the?"
Yeah.
7 days in
constantly jealous.
Yeah. I mean, even I don't know how we do it, to be honest. It's hard work. I mean, you have a big team.
Yeah, that helps. So at Asteria, we have like people where I'm like, fuck, I wish I could do that. I like, someone posts some interest, everyone's doing it like, they're drawing like the red paths on images, and then they're like using Omni or Seed Dance and like creating these, I'm like, fuck, I want to do that. I literally don't have the time. It was like totally my thing. But I sent it to Mowgli on my team, and I was like, because we're working on like a city fly-through thing right now, and so it does allow me to like have like a testing ground where I'm like, hey, you guys look at this, you do that. But it is removing me from the process a little bit, and I get jealous. So like creating Asteria has been wonderful, and it's so exciting to like have a team of like-minded people that you're like building together. But it is like removing me kind of from like getting my hands dirty a little bit. Yeah.
And on the other side, Jamie, you are a one-man show or a two-man show.
Yeah, I just hired my first assistant creative director. Shout out Jack. That was in like March. But otherwise, it's just us.
Yeah.
And like thankfully, he's incredible at AI too. But I still definitely am in the loop on client work and directing. And or also like directing him like what to use, because could be the case that maybe he's using a model that is like not as good anymore, or opting to use Midjourney instead of like a Midjourney use case when he's actually using Nano, and I need to be able to understand like, hey, we can't just quit on this problem. We actually just have to use a different model. So even as I get further from the process in some parts of it, I still have to know my stuff to make sure we're on the right track with things.
So I don't know where to start. Like, we have a nice audience here, and we are not in a position to kind of tell people what to do, and like giving advice is always hard. But like, if we were to give some advice, like what is the one thing that anyone now that's interested or is working in the creative field and they want to kind of not be left behind? Because I do feel like that there is a train that's leaving, but also at the same time, bear with me, you have to hold two opposing thoughts in your head at the same time. Can be very difficult at times, especially in this day and age. The train might also not be leaving the station. But if you want to hedge for a future where things are moving at breakneck speeds, like what is one thing that we should try to do more of, like to not be left behind?
Yeah. I mean, this feels obvious, but I really do think all of us creatives being able to code is, for me, the biggest unlock of the last couple years, beyond being able to like make an image or make a video. We had artists had tools to make images and videos prior to AI. It just kind of changed the process a bit. But artists being able to code their own tools and code artisan tools that only are needed for one specific purpose, or and closing that feedback loop of like the product designer to the end user and making that one thing, that feels like a huge breakthrough. And so I really encourage, it sounds stupid, but it is much easier than you think it is. Like if you're vibe coding is as easy as that sounds. It's just vibing with the machine. You're just chatting with it. And so hopefully, I imagine a lot of people here are already doing it, but if you're not and it sounds foreign to you to code and to open up terminal and all that, it is really not. It's maybe 20 minutes of YouTube tutorials and you're set.
I would say like the barrier to entry to code a tool, any tool that you might have for your creative process right now is probably less than learning how to pour a cup of coffee. Right?
Yeah,
like
you could make an
ridiculously easy.
You can make an app within the time it takes for the pour over to finish.
Yeah. So there's no excuse. I mean, we all hate change. I've gone through change in my career multiple times, and I hate every step of it. I started making websites in Photoshop, and who even does that? Like, such a idiotic thing to do. Yeah, I mean, we did. Maybe that's part of the problem. We're too old for this. But there's no excuse to not go out and do stuff. Also, like, just purely dipping your fingers and toes and head deep into generative AI, like whatever it might be that floats your boat. Video, 3D, photos, like, and if there's a reason why you're here, you're probably all already doing that, but there is, like, coding is such a big thing.
So our studio, we do a lot of 3D animation, actually. And now we have some of our 3D artists that were taught in Maya or Unreal picking up Blender, but they're using Claude to drive Blender for them. And like that is so crazy. And so even these tools that are not like necessarily AI tools can now become AI tools. So Nuke, Resolve, Blender.
Historically complicated things to get good at.
And like the interface is not necessarily intuitive in some of those apps, and so Nukes especially, and so it just is like a turnoff immediately, or you're like, I don't want to delve into this for 6 months. And so to have Claude by your side is, I feel like, a very exciting time.
What about you, Jamie?
I think I have a slightly different take. You're kind of asking, like, how do you kind of like bulletproof your career? How do you like make sure that you're going to have a career in the next like 3, 5, 10 years? I think it comes down to being social and, for lack of better words, getting attention. So if you're kind of more entrepreneurial like me, that might mean like making content and like really putting yourself out there. being more like independent. But as I talk to like a lot more people that are on like teams or like big companies like Meta, not everyone wants to be an entrepreneur or go on their own, but just making sure that you are not invisible. So I have this phrase that I love to say, which is invisibility is worse than incompetence. And I like to give myself as an example. Like, I am by no means the best like designer, AI creator, or even most knowledgeable person here, but because I yap a lot online and I've done talks before.
Yeah.
Linus knows my takes and invited me to come here, invited me to speak, and so did Magnific. And you can feel any way about that. I don't want to like put myself down a peg, but like it's certainly a factor in like my success is the fact that I'm just like always out there, always doing stuff, always talking. Again, it doesn't mean that you have to make videos 5 days a week like I do. You can just like be in the Slack, be posting what you're doing, be posting your vibe codes, post your experiments, get noticed by your superiors or whatever it is. So that way you are kept top of mind.
I think also like just being helpful.
Yeah.
Like, don't do things just for money.
Yeah.
Just fucking show up and be helpful.
Yeah.
Like, if someone asks you a question even if it's not directed to you, if you see someone online asking something and you have the answer, just like, if you don't want to reply publicly, just send them a DM and like, here's the thing. Like, that thing is the highest ROI of all the things that you can do online. It's a cheat code.
I agree. I think my career proliferated on the internet before AI because I do it now, but I was doing breakdown videos and making ubs with every project that I release and being very transparent about the process. I think people like to believe that they could do it too if they kind of understand the process, and not to gatekeep the process. No one's going to have my exact brain, so I'm not worried about someone recreating what I do. And it's really about encouraging people through education and transparency and not withholding things. So I agree. I think anytime anyone's just like, oh, how do I do this? I try to be helpful. I send people DMs or I try to respond to DMs. Don't flood my inbox, but yeah, I think that is the best way to kind of get visibility and kind of make yourself a voice.
You can also go out and hunt for that type of stuff as well. Like, if you want to be helpful, you have like an hour to spare. Like, there's plenty of all the social media platforms. You can just search for things. Like, if your domain expertise is something, search for a question, and you'll be surprised how many times there are people asking questions and they don't get help. They scream into the void, and there's like, why would some dude with 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 followers reply to my question? You'd be surprised. I think many, like, I'm just a normal guy, even though a lot of you might know me from the internet. I'm just a normal guy. That has nothing to do with who I am like a person. So that's a weird social construct. All right, we still have some time. I have another statement. If like originality is kind of a marketing term, we're all kind of running on training data. What's your take on that, Jamie?
I do a lot of logos, and I always get scared that like we're gonna run out of them, and I definitely think we're getting there. So I kind of think about that. Nothing is ever totally original. Something always looks like something else, and you're always getting ideas from all over the place. There's been a couple times this happened to me where like I'll post a design, and like either a few weeks prior or a few weeks later, someone else will post a design. We don't know each other. We didn't see it, but it's like so eerily similar, and it's kind of like hive mind type stuff. So I think that definitely makes sense because we all see the same content. We live in the same world. I think we probably shouldn't put too much pressure on ourselves to be original. It's more so about acting in like good faith. Like, don't rip
But
off
yet it
someone's
seems like to be
concept.
the biggest kind of discussion, like, oh, AI can't be original, it's just the human behind it, like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. And I think like maybe we're beyond that point of this right now, but like that still feels like the overall like majority kind of criticism against where we are. But
I don't think that's true. I think if you've ever used, especially something like Midjourney, that is your work. Like, it doesn't matter how many like inputs you're putting in. If you've ever actually spent time in a model like that, or seen like people who are like true like AI artists, like you will feel it and realize that it is definitely an art form in and of itself. Maybe people don't want to call it an art form, but I think their work is totally original.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you're preaching to the choir here. Like,
Yeah, I bet.
But I'm not just trying to filter this for other people, because I do think there is a lot of like push and pull, and which is good, by the way. I personally enjoy when there is friction. Like, I'm not afraid of taking a debate or being wrong. Like, I think we all need to be wrong way more than we are right at this point. We stand at the precipice of potentially the biggest kind of reshuffle or rumble in our lifetimes, maybe potentially, you know, even bigger. Because we're at a generative AI conference here, but the technology, the underlying technology that we're talking about, it's affecting everything. But we're trying to kind of keep the scope here. On that note, like if tools, if tools vanished, like if tools just disappeared, what would you guys still make?
Oh, I'm excited for that.
But what would you actually make? Like, imagine someone just took away all the stuff from you.
A movie.
A movie?
Yeah, imagine that.
Would, okay. You get to keep the camera then. Let's say the camera is...
Are we talking like all technology or
like
just AI?
your primary tools. Like, doesn't need to be AI, but like just...
Yeah.
Maybe the camera can still be there.
I do want to... Yeah, I think my brain is now so wired into using AI by default that I am looking for my next project to I mean, the Poppy film, surprisingly, we use very little AI in it. I am looking for something just to push myself to be like, okay, what was the world like before I could have these crutches, and do I still have like the tenacity or the ability without it? So I'd like to make another piece that uses no AI, but there's so much shit still to experiment with that like I need to get some of those out of my system. But I think you know, even for people that got into making things with AI, I would challenge those people to see what can I make. Like when I subtract this thing, and who am I when I remove this thing, and is my identity intrinsically tied to these tools, or like, you know, what happens when in the negative space of that? I think there is pitfalls with identity being tied to skills, or identity being tied to tools of the previous era of the visual effects industry and the animation industry, and that's where you get a lot of the tension of this new wave of tools, is people that have spent years or decades of their life learning tools and creating pipelines and workflows that may be irrelevant in the future.
I mean,
and so they're personally offended and look down upon AI because of that, because their identity is wrapped
so
up
entangled, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of cope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, but yeah, it's something to think about as if like, well, what if you removed AI from an AI artist?
Jamie, what if I removed the Midjourney for you? Would you be?
I'd still probably be doing branding. I just shipped the pinned like case study, the last case study I posted on my X. It's this really beautiful gradient brand for like a SaaS company. We didn't use any AI.
Do you feel more creative now than before AI?
Do I work more?
Like, do you feel more creative now?
Do I feel more creative? I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I can make anything. So there's no friction.
Yeah.
I don't know if I feel more creative, but.
And you, Paul? Short answer.
Yes and no.
Okay, good. Duality wins.
There's parts of my brain that I'm seeing are getting smoothed.
Yeah.
I feel for me it's easier to get in a flow state.
Yeah.
That's my personal observation. Before I had to fight for it,
Yeah.
or I had to create the environment in which I knew I would potentially end up in that state, drug-free. So I don't know. It's hard. I think for me, removing tools, like I've always said, like if I did not have a Macintosh, I would not work with technology at all. And that was then very true. I think if someone removed my computer, I would get into gardening or woodworking, probably. Just be like,
Respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if you were to remove it all, I think we talked about this the other week, is I would probably be making furniture.
Yeah. I do see this trend that, like, if we look back to Art Deco, we had a lot of time to do beautiful things, ornamental design, and then something happened. We got mid-modern century, everything got flat, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad design era, but if machines are going to start doing more stuff for us, I feel that we might move back towards this like super ornamental, just spend time crafting for the sake of craft.
And it'll feel more precious and more special because of that. And
yeah, and even if we can make machines that could craft, granite or marble, it still feels like we will just align around like, hey, it's human made.
Yeah.
And I don't do it for the money. I do it for the
more
craft.
impressive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a state of abundance. A state of abundance is like hopefully where we'll get to.
We're kind of running out of time, but can we get a few more minutes on the clock? I don't think we're ready yet.
Are we taking any questions from the audience? Or
yeah, why not? Like, I don't know how it works. It's very unscripted.
Does anyone have
unfiltered.
questions?
Are you guys having a good time? Is it boring? No? Yeah? Okay, good.
All right.
Can we get a mic out and just get some questions going? Thank you. Anyone want
By the way, no one has to ask a question. It was just...
we have a mic now.
I was asking a question whether someone had a question. Yeah, we don't have any questions.
We do have a mic. No questions? Don't be afraid. Like, usually what I do at this point, in Málaga, for example, I just ran out and just took the mic and, go there, it's a mic. Oh, you can just sit there as well.
Well, that's fine. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Go ahead.
So earlier you talked about AI basically cornering decisions in your presentation, correct?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, for me, I find improvisation very valuable in music and in art.
Yes.
It does feel like decision is what consciousness has as its root. I'm wondering, what do you feel about AI being integrated with human decision and how that could lead to a place where there's no decision being made at all? Your soul is lost, essentially.
Yeah. So the question was about improv and the nature of improv when you're creating, and what is it the same kind of improv when the AI is constantly delivering answers to you? And yeah, that was sort of what I was touching on in the previous talk, was that it's so easy to accept something. And then what I find with human collaboration is a good collaborator will actually challenge you and say, actually, that's not, like, maybe that idea is good, but this idea I think you need to work on. Here's something. And that's true improv where there's a little bit of tension underlying. And I think if you remove the tension, you're going to inherently get something less interesting. And so I think I would not rely on AI as a full improv medium. I think there are aspects of it where it can kind of allow your brain to kind of travel down different paths that you wouldn't have traveled down faster. But it's important to create some kind of grit in your process where it isn't an easy path, and maybe just using it as an organizational tool versus like a true collaborative partner. I mean, people are, and maybe are, as a broad term, maybe it's different than like artists. I think artists actually do look for tension in their process. But obviously, we're seeing AI proliferate because it's easy.
Can we get a question over there?
Oh.
Volume of mic.
Hello. So this one's for Linus, Paul, and Jamie. So a question for you guys is economically, right? Since AI's come around, do you feel like it really supports like the top 1% of creatives, or do you feel like it has an impact on the whole market as like the creative industry as a whole? Because there's so much opportunity that's been created through these tools. But do you really feel like it's the people at the top who benefit the most, or do you feel like there's the 99% are also in a position to win as well?
I think right now it's everyone's benefiting, but in 2-3 years, especially in like design, filmmaking, I'm leaning towards like 80-20 rule for sure, which is, depending on how you look at it, how things exist now, but I think there's really going to be no room for you to be like mid, kind of. Or if you are mid, you better be posting a lot and getting a lot of attention like me, so then you're still thought of. But I think right now, yeah, it's all gravy right now, for sure.
I think, yeah, leveling the playing field is pretty cool, actually. I think, you know, and that's happening with AI. That's also happening with TikTok and YouTube, and seeing YouTubers and TikTokers taking eyeballs away from Disney Plus and Hulu Plus and HBO Max, and that's really, I think, exciting. As you know, scary as it is for the film industry, I think it actually forces the industry to make more interesting work. So we just saw with this past weekend, it was kind of a unprecedented weekend at the box office with 2 YouTube creators beating out a Star Wars movie. Yeah. That's huge, and that's going to make Disney, I think it's worth a clap. I don't know if someone was trying to clap or they were getting out of their chair. So I think leveling the playing field is ultimately good for all industries and for mediums.
Yeah, I don't know. Do I have volume? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think 80-20 feels like where we're headed. We're in an arbitrage time right now where I'd say you're closer to like single-digit advantages right now as we're speaking. But as that curve is kind of equalizing, like with anything else, we're going to end up in some 80-20 kind of rule scenario. Adoption curves now, I mean, you're probably going to feel this too. We've been using these tools for years already. Like all 3 of us, we are not new to generative AI. Probably like 2021 for me, 2022, you?
2020.
2020.
Damn, I'm
behind.
So
we are the old guard.
Yeah, right.
But that acceleration curve is now in a phase where you're going to see like more people come online and be using these tools in like the next 6 months than have done so far from 2020. So the proliferation of these tools is here now. And that curve is going to continue to be steep because like we are very low still in the big numbers. Like we kind of entered early adopter territory or like early majority territory right now. You see that with like big companies, like what's the adoption rate and what's so. So you're still early by being here, by all means. Like we haven't, the train has not left the station yet. I think that concludes I feel they're screaming at us to get off stage. It was really nice that you all stayed. I know it's late in the day.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Wow,
Thank you so much.
What a day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Party time?
Good work.
Great, awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming.
That was probably actually my favorite presentation of the entire day. Those 3 on stage are so funny. Thank you very much for joining us today. It was one of the best upscales I've ever seen, honestly, so far. Tomorrow we have an amazing speakers ahead of us, so make sure to stay tuned tomorrow. Aaliyah, that was incredible.
Yeah. To wrap up today, we have day 2 coming to you tomorrow, June 4th, Upscale Conference San Francisco. Don't miss it. See you soon, friends.
See you soon. Be well. That was awesome.